Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to this stream with myself and Simon Roberts. Hello, Simon.
Hello. Welcome back once again.
Yes, indeed.
It's a time, a moment of bittersweet reflection because our first stream was sort of semi-nixed in a way. I was so looking forward to doing Patrick Keeler's London, but Panama rescued it as we. That is as we will do on this stream. We will move forward with whatever comes to hand as the cudgel about which we will beat you on the ears. And in that case, he rescued it beautifully with a stream about Geoffrey Bernard, who I was intrigued to see in the living flesh, as he once was, a colossus bestriding Soho, and so we pulled it off. You know, as Queen Victoria says, defeat the possibilities do not exist, and that is the motif on this channel.
Yes, indeed. The show will always go on. There
It
will
will.
always be an understudy.
It
There
will
will always
drag
be
on and on and on.
ballet. Yes, on forever and ever and ever.
We hope you never leave.
They never will. So,
Yeah.
Simon, I am not that familiar with Jonathan Meades. Actually, he's sort of passed me by. Would you be so kind as to illustrate for me?
Well, do you know what?
His background and what he does.
Yeah. In opposition to the many very research-heavy streams that I do on the Deepest Law about the topics covered by the Adam Curtis documentaries, I've decided maybe to reject that level of intense research and actually to come out and say outright, I know virtually nothing about Jonathan Meades other than the evidence of his documentaries, which are in a very different style to Adam Curtis. They are kind of much more akin, in a way, to the tradition of the YouTube video essay that we all know and love from the past, but done in this very arch and slightly surreal way that Meades and his camera and producer team sort of effect by the idea of Meades himself stepping into the frame of what he's talking about and looming there in his sort of blocky, squarish, double-breasted suit and his Ray-Ban shades in his kind of classic Meades iteration. But he's been going really, I guess, since maybe the early or mid 90s Meades. And the things I do know about him is that he has an interest in the architectural specifically. So he's very much interested in the fabric and environ of countries and places, not just England, but he does documentaries about the particularism of places. I mean, there's a clip I saw this morning about Portsmouth dockyards. He does a documentary, Jonathan Meades, on Essex. He's done Off Kilter, and he's done Magnetic North, and these all focus on different areas of the country, but he also goes to places like Belgium. He does a documentary on the Netherlands, Double Dutch, and so he covers a wide range of, you know, European aesthetic and literary and, you know, popular cultural references tied in together with his own kind of inimitable, slightly snarky musings on the old and the modernist. So he has a kind of interesting clash. He's much more nailed down, I would say, than Curtis. He's not necessarily going to give us the room to expatiate or delve in a way, but he does give interesting sort of key points and provocations which we can, you know, pause and perhaps develop. He takes, in a sense, the sort of detritus of the age and puts it under a microscope and zooms in and expands it and takes layers and fragments of it and dissects it and gives us a read, if you like, on the kind of the habitual and the reflexive, the commonplace, the junky and the trashy, and also connects that in a sense to the elevated, the eternal, and the traditional. And it's about that sort of interesting marriage of sensibilities, one which I like to think we reflect on this channel as well, as both playful, not reverent towards the past necessarily, but interested and careful and respectful of you know, cultural achievement and interest. So I think that's sort of a summary of Jonathan Meades. The only other thing I know about him is that he's somewhat of a professional. Well, not professional. He's a prolific and a practiced chef, but an amateur chef, not a professional. But he's apparently very well regarded for his cooking. And the other thing I know is that he lives in the l'unité d'habitation, which is the great big Le Corbusier modernist apartment block in Marseille. It's the one you often see pictured in magazines. You know, I put out an article a while ago about it.
Quite a nice building, actually, compared to standards of Le Corbusier.
That's a thing. I tweeted an article that was done about it a while back, because it came sort of tangentially into Curtis as well, but it was all these shots of these apartments, and all sort of shot in the same way. People, you know, sitting in the kind of spacious, large windowed living rooms in the sort of modernist furniture, in very sparse kinds of domestic environments. But there's an interesting thing about it, is that it's one of those things that kind of it looks like a great place when it's pictured in the magazine, but then there are some shots where they kind of look at the finishes, like the work on the concrete finish, you know, outside the apartments, on the balconies and where the joins are, and sometimes it doesn't look quite as good as you think. But again, it's that idea of popular modernism as part of a dream of the future that people are trying to live in, even though now it's very much of the past, but they're trying to live in it as a sort of a way of alleviating something about the past that they want to escape, some sort of discomfort, some sort of clutteredness, some sort of tweeness of the you know, the late modern period, you know, the Victorian, the Edwardian, and have this stripped back aesthetic. And Meades, as I say, he lives in that place, but he kind of, you know, seems to spend a lot more time almost in front of the camera, doing documentaries than staying at home. He's very mobile. He's very interested. He's very curious about the world, and he does somewhat, as they say, stand at an angle to it in the introductions and the pieces to camera that he does. And he also allows other people, as it were, to sort of come into the documentary, ordinary people, so to speak, but they are framed with a kind of, well, are they actors or are they actually ordinary people? You know, they could be celebrities, they could be just, you know, people who, you know, run a pub. But he sort of lets the material speak for itself. He makes these little sort of inserts and literary and cultural connections between them as he goes, and gets you to sort of, you know, flip things over in your mind and look at them in a slightly different way, a slightly more whimsical way. I know that's a bit of a provocative word sometimes, because whimsy can imply a kind of tweeness itself, but you know what I mean. So yeah, he covers a very wide range of subjects. I said to you, Panama, I'm not sure necessarily all his documentaries are sort of stream worthy, but they're all interesting. There's one I saw earlier about surreal film, which he did, which is very nice to just bathe in, but I'm not sure how much one could say about it unless one had an expert background in the art of the surreal.
So yeah, well, I do rather like surreal art, so I'd be willing to give it a go. But I'd have to watch it first, probably, you know, see if we could sort of cobble together enough topics to talk about, though that's never usually a problem for us. So yeah, I mean, I had only really heard of him actually as not as a broadcaster, but as a food writer. As you say, because he's, you know, obviously an amateur chef. I believe he used to write for the Sunday Times or one of those papers. He used to write a restaurant review column. But I don't really know any more than that. So yes, thank you very much for filling us in there.
Yes. I managed to say quite without knowing anything.
So onto the topic of Jargon then. I haven't seen this program before, so you know, if I'm off the mark here, we're getting a bit too into sort of academic stuff, then do correct me. I mean, it comes naturally with being a writer, I suppose. So you're very interested in language, and the uses of language and the kind of the meta of language, if you like, because, you know, it's one of the ways you can manipulate the art in the same way that, you know, painters are obsessed with color and light. You know, jargon especially. I mean, slang is very interesting, and kind of demotic language, if you like, as opposed to academic language. I mean, probably the two great writers for this are James Joyce and Anthony Burgess. Who, of course, you know, were famous for playing around with language, especially with slang.
Yes.
And, you know, various sort of demotic forms of slang.
And slang is especially fascinating, especially, you know, obviously we know in Burgess, Clockwork Orange, the Nadsat, the Droogs talk. It's the idea of it's fascinating to invent a pseudo language that has the feeling that it could actually be adopted in a way, if you had this sort of brutalist kind of world that the characters live in, where it's sort of slightly Soviet inflected, and there's a sensibility of it that is kind of in itself brutal, and also colourful in a way that, you know, sort of Jacobean, you know, language can be very heightened and dramatic, but at the same time, it has that quality of, yeah, anyone would use this. It's not necessarily a well, you will see, as we see in this documentary, it's about forms of privatized taxonomy versus public taxonomies as well, and that's an intriguing contrast in the way that, especially, we think about it these days. And Meades takes a particular view on, you know, differences between jargon and slang, and you know, that will be unfolded. But this is all good, kind of good fodder for the sort of stuff we want to do here. We are literally going to drip the poison of modernity in our ears. It's going to be a laudanum weekend with Byron and Shelley as we you know, unfold the vulgarity of the modern age, because there is quite a lot of you did actually, interestingly, before this, I listened to your commentary on vulgarity, one of your video essays from a little while back.
Oh yeah.
And I feel that was very, very, very relevant, in that vulgarity becomes, if you like, the tenor of the age. When vulgarity, if you like, had an organized society around it where it was perhaps somewhat more sparing, it had provocation value. Whereas now, vulgarity just becomes the wallpaper, the electric wallpaper, as a friend of mine said,
Yes.
of the times.
Well, I mean, pretty much all my thinking is influenced very heavily by a Colombian philosopher called Gomez Davila. People who watch the channel will have heard me mention him many hundreds of times. And one of his big ideas that I believe in very strongly is that everything has its place. Everything in the world, every concept has some place in the order of the universe. The problem is when undue time or attention is given to one of those things. So, for example, there is a place for vulgarity. I mean, you know, obviously, I mean, I've never been prudish about anything. You know,
Yeah.
I've all, you know, I mean, one of my favorite pastimes is reading compendiums of old obscene verse and, you know, kind of old dirty jokes, because they're genuinely funny to me, and because there's a joy to them, for example, or, you know, kind of old school bawdy humor. You know, there is a genuine joy to all that. And so, but then when all, because, but it has to be compressed. It has to be. It doesn't work unless it's remembered as vulgarity. And by nature, it being vulgar, it has to be kept sort of in its own place. So when you reach a society that simply forgets all the definitions and lets everything be anywhere, and sort of just everything becomes vulgar. I mean, the key example of this in sort of modern art, if you like, is, I mean, obviously you can just point at, you know, music lyrics and just general filthiness, but it's stuff like, you know, the famous opening, which Richard Curtis film is it Notting Hill, or is it, I think it's Love Actually, where they're all these like middle class posh Hugh Grant types are all stood around at the beginning, and they're all sort of they're all using really, really badly written, overdone swearing, sort of as if it's, oh look, they're being so casual, and it's, you know, casual because they're just using fuck every, you know, 2 words, which is obviously not how those people, I mean, sometimes they try to, but it comes off as fake. It comes off as vulgar for vulgar's sake.
Yes, and
You know,
isn't that again one of the kind of you know, the well, you know, the meme of the cockwomble character, you know, on social media? It's always the
it
kind
has its
of,
roots in that.
yeah, the slightly hipster, usually London leftist. Let's be frank.
Yeah.
Whose bio will say, you know, something about Corbyn and a bit sweary, you know, and they're usually kind of understating that sort of desire to kind of, you know, shock the in-laws, to kind of come in and, you know, make mummy cry, or daddy cry. I don't know what their particular fixation is.
All those bloody UKIP voting gammons, Simon. You know.
Yeah, the feeling that they are the kind of you know, they're the kind of the buccaneers of a new kind of modernity that has to kind of kick the doors in, knock over the crockery, smash everything up, and upset the world, because that's the brave new way to be. of course now we are living in the ashes. It's become very tiresome. It's become a sort of a trail of wanton self-indulgent destruction, and yet they kind of revel in it. So the more you object, the more they turn the volume up on it, and the more they want to kind of rub your nose in the shit, to emphasize that sense of we are the masters now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's there's the late poet Geoffrey Hill used to be frequently accused of making his verse too difficult. And one of his responses to that was always, well, but why shouldn't it be difficult? In that art has, art is less, or even the most difficult piece of art is less difficult than the average day in the average life, in
Yeah.
terms of just the things you'll have to encounter. And so you can kind of you do need a sense of refinement sometimes, and a sense of complication. And there is a sort of implicit need now for all art to be basically demotic or vulgar. If it's not vulgar, it's not accepted by the regime. If it doesn't shout or swear or
Yeah.
sort of have that Banksy-ish fake rebellion quality, kind of I'm angry and I'm a youth and bloody Tories, sort of
Yeah.
energy to it, which of
Yeah.
course is completely fake, because anyone who's genuinely angry against the system now isn't that person, right? It's all just manufactured. It's what the elites wish their rebels were, if you like.
Yes.
And vulgarity is such a huge part of that.
Yes. It's something that I sort of remember, in my 20s, there were a lot of people around me when I was living in London that, now I know you're a big fan of Philip Larkin, but Philip
Yes.
Larkin became sort of emblematized for the Cockwomble. I mean, of course, we know the verse we're referring to, don't we? They
Yeah,
fuck
yeah.
you up, your mum and dad. They may not mean to, but they do. They fill you with a false they had and add some extra just for you. So it's a kind of a nihilist kind of drive that they kind of want to make punkishly cool in a way. No future, it's that sort of sensibility that rebellion adopts. The desire to kick over someone else's sandcastle, as I used that expression the other day, and to do so in a manner of kind of self-regarding cool and a malicious glee that characterizes especially a lot of online discourse now, where it does become about just the sheer malice that can be involved, and if you can be decent, I can be even more spiteful.
Yes. So, without further ado, I think let us begin. Now that we've had our adequate struggle session against the Cockwomble class. Do you know, Simon? It's funny.
Yeah.
All these years, I've had this idea in my head about that class of people. I've always hated them, always from mid childhood. Even before I really had any sense of any social.
Yeah.
There's just an anger about them. And I could never really find the words or the terminology to put them into one frame.
Yeah.
And they did it. They did it themselves this week with that article about silly sausage Britain.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah, that's it. They've done it themselves. I mean, we used to, my friends and I used to say a certain type of North London dad
Yeah.
who goes on Twitter and calls the PM a twat.
Yeah.
Boris Johnson, bloody twat. It's that type of man.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's the sort of maestro of the portmanteau word, isn't it?
Yeah.
The
Remain
people
a
who
blogger dad sort of person.
the people who throw about wank puffin, and
Yeah. It's
thunder.
twee. It has to be twee. It has to be, always has to be twee, but also rude.
Yes, yeah, because it feels like to them that sense of pressurization of the probably quite comfortable domestic bourgeois life that they live is pressing on them in such a way, as I say, that they want to kind of kick open the doors of the drawing room and swear in front of granny.
Yeah, and also just I think everyone does crave identity and belonging, and group identity in particular. And that is basically the last acceptable form of nationalism, if you like. We're very proud of being British because we don't take things too seriously. We love to have a laugh. Paddington Bear, bloody cheese wraps down at Greg's, eh?
Do you think that's it? Do you think it's it?
I think that's the fundamental energy behind it. Is that you squeeze and you squeeze and you squeeze like air in a tube, and that air has to be pushed somewhere. And if you cut off all the acceptable nationalisms and sense of group, and all you've got left is, well, my Britishness is sort of, Romesh Ranganathan on a panel show, talking about crispity wispities and bloody Jimmy Carr. Then it's that's all the only airspace left for the soul to move to, if you like.
It's the Love Actually chuds, that's
almost,
that's what we're seeing. It's also the infantilism as well. Russell Brand and My Bookie Wook. They always have a kind of relation to the sort of, the shit smearing toddler. A bit like Mozart and Amadeus. The infantine shit talking Mozart.
Kind of, but without any talent.
Yeah. well, usually
there's a really vicious iconoclast streak about them in that they'll never directly attack something if they can help it. They'll just mock it very childishly.
Yeah.
And there's quite a vicious anti-intellectual streak as well.
Yes. Very much.
All right, and he probably just didn't go to parties enough. Panel show crowd laughs when they're talking about, I don't know, Immanuel Kant or something. I don't know. Like it's always that kind of thing.
And I think I wonder if someone like, I noticed a comment in the chat there, Nathan Barley Geek Pie Battalion, the kind of, what was crystallized in was it a publication called Hoxton Twat or Shoreditch Twat? It was Shoreditch Twat years ago. And Nathan Barley sort of, but that's kind of that's almost kind of archaeological now, that sort of .com bubble part of East London where you did get that sort of, shallow frippery of the adoption of tech and a kind of popular rejectionism. But yeah, very, very, very much so.
Yeah, silly, bloody Britain, bloody silly, bloody God.
Yeah,
we need Harry and Paul back. Harry and Paul need to do another vicious savaging of this, because they almost got it with the panel show sketch, didn't they? They were kind of edging onto that.
Yeah. I also wonder, do you think there's a way in which this is actually kind of failing now? The kind of what's his name? That Pratt, Jim Felton. All the kind of little books he does. I know Jim Felton. Well, he's probably kind of one of the greatest exemplars. Sort of, look him up. I think. Someone was saying the other day in a stream, it was one of those kind of, he does those books about why science is fucking cool, kind of thing. And,
like 20 times Britain was a bell end.
That's it. That sort of stuff. That's it. Yeah.
Philosophy of not giving a fuck.
Yeah. It's kind of a sort of affecting a languorous sense of being very well educated, only in the important subjects, of course.
Well, this is it. You're only allowed to be educated and well read if it fits into you've got to sort of be self-effacing about it.
Yes, you kind of you don't wear it heavily. In fact, you play stupid, if anything, but then you demolish someone who dares to think differently.
Yeah, exactly.
Isn't there is it a scene in is in Good Will Hunting or something where Matt Damon sort of takes somebody down in the pub or something? I think it might be that film. It might not be. And there's this. I wonder if now there's the element of it breaking down in the sort of rise of, even if we avoid the word populism, the sort of the lashback that's coming from the right. So it's now taking a form that's somewhat more hardened and kind of more inarticulate. It's the Gary Stevensonization of discourse, where it becomes I saw somebody did an AI picture of him today, because he always sits in this kind of hunched way, but they did an AI picture of him kind of in a kind of slightly simian kind of physiognomy. They'd sort of accentuated the slightly loping quality he has, and the kind of angry kind of not quite spittle flecked, but constantly frustrated and irritated by everybody, because everybody else is obviously stupid and he's clever, and of course these people identify with that sense of idiots everywhere, and he becomes an avatar of that. And it's kind of less it's less witty. It's kind of less. I mean, you know, it's like also Count Binface. You know, this. I see.
Yeah,
He's got an article in the Spectator today. You know, and of course everybody's dug up the fact that he used to write for, you know, things Armando Iannucci. So again, he's one
yeah,
of
he's
those.
well into the regime. He's not like
Yeah,
some, you know, pop
yeah.
up populist. You know.
And of course you learn he did classics at Oxford, and you think, oh
Of course
well,
he
you know,
did.
there you go. You know,
Yeah.
he's well fortified. You can't talk back because, you know, he's done classics, and we all know clever
Mm.
people do classics like Boris Johnson. I mean, right,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
impressive.
Bloody Bullingdon Tories, bloody Tories. You know, so
Yeah,
you know what they get on.
yeah,
Yeah.
mm,
I mean, I do wonder actually, just thinking about what you're saying, if maybe there is cause for hope in that now that the thing has been named, if you like, now that it's actually there's a defining term for it all, where we were reaching for years and years, we couldn't quite get them in the box, if you know what I mean. Um,
yeah,
but now they've done it themselves. That Guardian article has come and, you know, I mean, I assumed that was fake when I
mm,
saw the screenshot. So I thought, oh, this is obviously someone's written this or got an AI to do it, you know, as a piss take. But no, the fact that it was real, you know, now that you know, once it becomes self-aware,
yeah.
it's at risk, I suppose. I mean, yeah, as you say,
Well,
it'll probably
talking of
just
self.
morph into something else.
No, talking of self-awareness, though, JD need to hit character count in the chat. Thank you very much for your comment. It says they're highly educated, often from money, and possess a deep cultural capital from well-bred parents, and are reasonably competent, but they utterly lack emotional range. It's always twee humor. I think that thing about emotional
Yeah.
range is interesting, because I think that's where a lot of these people often feel deeply deficient. You know, they have trails of kind of failed relationships behind them. They have, I mean, they have in a sense features which, I suppose, in our scene, I suppose we might say our sphere. I don't want to make press that too hard, but you know, they may be actually leftist autists in a way, but because they're on the left, they struggle with
Mm.
the autist factor.
Yeah,
And
they're not well adjusted, are they? Ever?
no, no. You know, they've sort of, whereas, you know, our guys, you know, will, you know, take a hyper developed interest in certain things, and they'll be kind of comfortable because those things will often be elements of the kind of achievements of our civilization, which, you know, which hearken to the eternal verities of truth of human behavior and psychology. They'll be more comfortable with expressing that side, whereas the leftist knows they kind of can't do that, because that sort of fixation and that celebration of that kind of, you know, cultural and muscularity, and you know, the capital of Western achievement is somewhat repressed, because they kind of, wow, you know, you can't crow about it too much because, you know, we're post-colonial now, don't you know? And
Well,
you have to, yeah,
yeah. And it's they've you'll see this, they're sort of, you know, they'll be into their late 20s, early 30s, and they'll still have that kind of really underdeveloped personality. It's in quite a worrying way, where,
mm,
as I mean, as JD pointed out in the chat there, they've got no range, and that they're stuck between kind of twee, slightly childish irreverence
mm,
and kind of, you know, mild outrage at, you know, the bloody nurses just aren't being paid enough. The bloody
yeah,
Tories are at it again. You know, it's that,
yeah,
or it's just the tweeness. And as you say, that the ones that do have a bit more depth and introspection, that also have a bit more success, they'll always end up doing a special or a show
mm,
where they're almost doing it for trying to sort of develop their own personality. If you like, it'll be, you know, well, you know, when I look back, you know, because we're all just a bit, at the end of the day, aren't we? We're all just a little bit, you know, we're
yeah,
just a bit
yeah.
like that, you know.
Everybody's like
You
that,
know,
really.
it's all right. It's, you know, yeah, I've been a
Yeah,
bit of a bellend, a bit of a prat, a bit of a dickhead,
yeah,
you know.
yeah,
You
'cause
know, but it's all right, isn't it? Because we're all, at the end
yeah,
of the day, we're all a
that's
bit,
it,
you know,
that's
aren't
it,
we?
yeah, because the end of the day, you know, the truth isn't on one extreme or the other, it's always somewhere in the middle.
But that's life, isn't it? That's, at the end of the day, that's life.
Yeah, you know,
It's,
just to,
yeah,
you know, touch
and
grass, let
they
go, have fun.
when they do move into something like more of a special interest, like say Al Murray,
Yeah,
who obviously genuinely is interested in history,
yeah, yeah,
to quite an advanced level.
yeah,
He went, but I remember years ago listening to an episode of his history podcast, and
yeah,
I was sort of secondhand embarrassed by the way he sort of kept having to defend it like it wasn't right somehow. Like, you know, well, you know, I just, you know, it's sometimes it is a bit interesting to talk about like World War II and that, you know, like it's very odd to me because I'm someone who's always worn my interests on my sleeve. I've never been, you know, I've never felt the need to be
hide it or
sort of cogent or hide it. Yeah, I just go straight out with it if it's in. Or it's like I mean, one podcast I do genuinely like is Frank Skinner's poetry podcast, because he said before his only two interests in life ever have been football and poetry, and he has quite a developed taste in poetry. You know, he can hold a conversation with the best of them. And he doesn't do it so much because he's not quite as, I guess, because he comes from, like, almost sounds cliche, but because he comes from such a working class background, I guess he's got less of that tendency towards sort of, you know, trying to be cogent, sort of trying to hide things, and, you know, oh yeah, you know, poetry, yeah, it's a funny thing to be interested in it. Whereas he does that a little bit at the start, being like, well, I know a lot of you probably won't know about poetry, or you might think it's a, you know, what you know, why is he an English teacher or something? What's he talking about this? So, but once he gets past that, he's far more, he doesn't really care. He's like, no, listen, I'm interested in poetry, and if you want to sit and listen to me talk about it, then please do. You know, here's my podcast. Which is a nice refresher from what, as you say, all these sort of, because, you know, you'll all these people, they'll go on a talk show, they'll go on a podcast, and again, it's the constant bizarre self-effacement for no reason on tiny things, you know. You know, I thought, you know, I wasn't very good there. I should have done, you know, done that different. And I mean, I admit it, I am a bit of a nerd, actually. I do like Star Wars, you know. It's
You've always got to, you've always got to make your excuses and depart from things a little bit, because you can't attach too much, because that's a sign of being a bit sincere and a bit earnest, and that's not cool. You know, as you say, that's interesting about the poetry there, that he owns it and says, I mean, I'm a bit like this myself, you know. I have these kind of strange little niche interests, and I try to sort of, you know, share them online and see if other people are interested, and it resonates with some people, which is, it's fine. It's a smaller group of people, but it's not everybody. So I'm not interested necessarily in kind of, you know, reaching well, it would be nice to reach lots of people and be incredibly wealthy, but that's not going to happen if you know, I talk about, you know, Mark Fisher and Patrick Keeler all the time, but
we do it for the art, not the money, Simon.
Well, we just, I mean, I like it because it's interesting, and it brings something new, that, you know, something that was new maybe 25, 30 years ago and has been a bit forgotten. So I'm dusting it off and bringing it out again and saying, look at this is interesting. And as you say, the poetry thing there is interesting because he can kind of own it in that way. And I'm thinking again about the Al Murray thing, that it's always an element where they can kind of disguise certain intensities of their interest. So for Al Murray, for example, I mean, doing podcasts about the Second World War, of course, there's a lot of material. And of course, we all know that the ideological sum gain of that experience lands us in the kind of ideology of the present age, you know, boom and truth regime. And so you can always play it with an assurance, you know, that your side's going to win. It takes like the tension out of the suspense of a film when you think, oh, you know, is Bond going to get killed, or is he going to win out? And of course, you ultimately know he's always going to win, you know, apart from the last film. But the thing about that is also that you can take enjoyment in the subject, but you also know there is a kind of boundary up to which you must not cross. You know, the experience of a podcast about war, talking about war, and then when the experiences of people who actually have been in war. And I'm always interested in people who have been in war, and I talk to them. And one of the difficult things for those people to transmit, and this is why soldiers, for instance, keep a lot of their stories private to themselves, is because there is a great relish in the actual enjoyment of war. And, you know, the thing that Al Murray, you know, I mean, the Falklands, for instance, is very much in the current zeitgeist at the moment. People have been using mimetics to depict the England football team as Marines in the Falklands, you know, retaking the islands. And when you talk about experiences of war, the Falklands was a very interesting one. I wrote a paper at university about this, how it was going to be very much more diminished in historical memory, because there were elements of, you know, there were slightly dirty elements about it, about, you know, did British sergeants shoot Argentinian conscripts in the back, you know, and you know, war crime type stuff that was hinted at. It was kind of the dirty fag end of Britain's imperial ambition. And also there's the element of, I mean, you look at, there's a film Tumbledown with Colin Firth, I can't remember who it's based on. Was he a captain, I think, and he had an experience on Mount Tumbledown. He had a terrible brain injury. He was shot in the head, and he had to undergo rehabilitation afterwards. But the scene in the film where he expresses the joy of war is he's got to the top of the mountain and he's raised his gun in the air and he goes, "Isn't this fun?" And then he gets bang hit in the head and he's out, right? And so it's expressing something about that kind of bullish, some slightly semi-aristocratic mentality towards war, for example, that is somewhere where it's difficult for them to go. It's difficult for the Al Murrays of the world, to kind of relish the idea of, sprinting up Mount Longdon with your SLR rifle and sticking a bayonet in an Argy's eyeball and twisting it round and then going, "Isn't this fun?" But that's more of the kind of interesting reality to confront with these things than the sort of boil in the bag version that he's kind of giving you, where we're going to win in the end, the plucky Brits. And again, it's those things where I've always been fascinated by things like Dunkirk. You take the kind of stories of failure and you elevate them into a victory against all the odds.
Yes. Well, I mean, it was just last time, Simon. Remember, we were talking about the kind of shared heroism of people who were just there, right?
Yeah.
Like people who didn't contribute or particularly suffer during the war, but they just were in Britain at the time, and so they're by default part of the narrative.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. And that's partly why people defend it so much, isn't it? It's because you are sort of taking something away from them if you challenge the narrative.
Yes.
For example, like just sort of the constant referring back to Blitz spirit. It's I mean, they only, for example, like when they sort of wheeled out that Captain Tom guy, the veteran of World War II. None of these people are thinking about the war or veterans or anything like that, or war stories or anything. But it was that at that moment it became convenient, didn't it, for the narrative? And remember the Blitz and sitting in your bunker with your powdered egg and your Virulin.
But that in itself is interesting, because to tie it back to what we're talking about today, is that becomes a form of social shorthand in the way that slang and jargon are social shorthand, because it takes the weft and the texture of people's actual real lived experiences, to use that phrase, and it makes them mimetic, and it seeds them into cultural reality. So that becomes the cultural reality in which you now live. Those are the kind of the guardrails that come from that experience. And as you say, it's the difficult thing is when you're dealing with people who have lived that experience, but then they see that reinforced in the stories that are told around them and the iconography around them. It's very difficult at that point to sort of shake their unquestionable belief, because they lived a certain reality, but that reality has now become abused into a symbolic reality, and that carries a different weight and load of behavioral expectation in the modern world. It's different when you're facing death on the battlefield, or death in the East End amidst the bombs. But when that becomes the province of experience of people 70, 80 years later, and it becomes wielded as a form of cultural cudgel, then it's a different prospect, and one that obviously now we're in the ruins of that. We struggle to argue the points because we weren't there, and that in itself is a factor of what's believed to be sincerity. Lived experience only counts, and we are the kids playing with the toys of someone else's lived experience. We're in the sandbox of their past.
Yes. Right, now that we've rendered everyone down to the bitter levels that this is we need to get the audience. This is like Brecht, the Verfremdungs effect. We have to pull everyone down.
Absolutely.
You have to be in the mind frame of the cast before we go on.
That's it. You out there, you are the boxer, and we're sending you to the glue factory in Animal Farm. So we're creating the tragedy, but we'll cook out of it, as Lenny Bruce would say, with joy and mirth as we go on.
We're gonna dissolve the audience and elect another one.
There you go. Perfect Brechtian reference.
Yes. One day there'll be a live Panama Hat channel show. There'll be an audience there, and we'll be on stage, and there'll be us in sort of like white smocks, and we'll just have a big plastic sign that says "the stream." and then we'll have another big plastic sign that says the topic, and we'll reveal the ending to them before we do the show. We'll completely deconstruct it.
Yeah, and then we'll turn fire hoses on the audience at that point.
That's right. Yeah.
And
then we'll
say,
bring
you
Will
are in the
Self
show
on.
now.
Yeah. We'll have a 3-hour chat with Will Self about situationism.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just last before we go, the Will Self, that I think he's an interesting character to us, isn't he? Because of his writing,
very interesting,
and his manner when speaking, his interesting and engaging and lugubrious manner that he uses. Yes,
I actually did have a period where I forced myself to be a woman.
he's great, but
he really did say that.
he's I would say, let's say he's defensible in terms of a modernist, because he retains reactionary curmudgeonliness in a way that I like, and a sort of spikiness as well, a challenge.
Well, yeah, and also sincerity.
Yeah.
I'd never believe anything he says is for the sake of saying it. He truly believes it, and he has no, because kind of like us, he has no time for sort of silly sausage Britain types, and he encounters them a lot because he goes on panel, or used to go on talk shows and so forth.
Yes.
Where he'd be sat there saying, well, he would just say, well, why should we do X, or why shouldn't we? Just, well, why?
Yeah.
And of course, someone would go, I think that's disgraceful what you're saying, and all that kind of British style, flam. Well, he just genuinely wouldn't care. He said, "You asked me my opinion on something, I've given it to you."
Well, he's
What more do you want?
He's very good like that, I would say. I mean, a friend of ours on Twitter, Amory Crane, who is a literary gentleman, recommended to me the Will Self Bus Journeys show that he did on Radio 4, and you can go and listen to it pretty much for free. It's not one of those ones you need to register to sign up to the BBC to listen to. It's on their BBC archive. Just do a search for Will Self Radio 4 Bus Journeys, and he does these little 15-minute episodes of connected bus journeys around England. And the first few episodes, I mean, one he goes down to Devonport, and then he goes off to, I think is it Swansea, but on the way he's talking to just ordinary people about their experience of identity, and you think, oh, this is going to be the typical Radio 4 kind of, all conveniently wrapped up in post Marxian discourse about identity and how we're all terrible people. But actually, he encounters people. I mean, he's talking to one woman about, so what did you vote for? Did you vote to leave the European Union then? And she said, I don't want to say, I don't want to be thought racist. And he goes, well, I mean, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with voting to leave? Is there not a problem with mass uncontrolled immigration? And you think, wow, that's Will Self giving somebody the space to think for a moment. And even that, is itself a discursive relief, even amidst the Radio 4 kind of suppressive manner that he's allowed to express. And I think, well, good on him. Good, he'll go and talk to those people on their own terms, and that's fine.
He's totally unfettered,
Yeah.
And he has no time for fakery.
Look, we've got Recusant Pulse in the chat says, I interviewed Will Self once. It was very ace.
That's wonderful, Recusant Pulse.
Wow.
Please, we'll have to get him to tell us about that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you imagine if we got Will Self? I mean, would we? I mean, it's kind of a sort of, for me, I wouldn't say he's a hero, but he's someone I like very much.
I bet we could. I bet we could get Will Self.
But would it be a thing of never meet your hero kind of thing? And he would destroy us with his.
I really don't think there's anything that we haven't seen of him, because his whole life has been lived so in the open, you know. And every journalist who's ever gone to interview him always has a bit at the beginning about, that he takes him into his house and, kind of goes, well, do you want tea or coffee, or, we could not bother with that if you want. I don't think he really tries to put on a front for anybody, does he?
No, and that's likable. He leans into his own unlikable elements in a way.
He would probably just see us as quite a couple of chumps, though. I'd imagine he would be quite sort of, well, I mean, you're not thinking seriously about the decline of the written word on this channel, He would he'd be like that. I mean, I love the interview when the that company Intelligence Squared,
yes,
where they do sort of big interviews and debates and things. They quite often get Slavoj Zizek in.
Yeah.
But I have to say I've warmed up to in recent years. I do think a lot of his critiques of modernity and capitalism are very cogent. But as everyone points out, the big problem with him is that he's a bit of a sort of lefty student pop philosopher.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't really quite grip things seriously enough.
Yes.
And of course, the big issue is that he's made a very lucrative career.
Yeah.
Out of basically going on stage with books and saying, capitalism is turning us all into slaves. But the problem is he never says, well, can you just, because at least there are some people, I mean, we'd probably have this where we'd agree with a lot of the conclusions and go, yeah, but there's nothing immediate you can do, right? You can't, there isn't a sort of Leninist solution to this system or anything like that. You kind of just have to let it die or let it fall apart. But instead of just saying that, he always kind of does this annoyingly open-ended thing of, well, perhaps there is a solution, but I don't think that it is up to me to propose it. And of course, most people fawn over him, so they go, well, that's of course.
I know how I will resolve this story. I will tell you a story, an old joke from Soviet Union. Two gentlemen are talking on a seat. It's always a joke from the Soviet Union.
Yeah. And next week, Simon and I will be doing Max Wall impersonations.
Yes.
No, but of course, what Will Southwood does is go, yeah, but why aren't you giving us anything more, Slavoj? You're not actually pushing the envelope very far, are you? What's the next thing? What are we going to do, Slavoj? I'm not. And of course, Slavoj gets uncomfortable then because he's not used to being pushed on this. Go, yeah, but so what then? It's not really a finished book.
No, I think what Slavoj has forgotten is the quality of the numinous and how that produces the kind of postmodern idiom in which he's reflecting. Yeah, I think Will would have something. That will be a good death match. Will Self versus Slavoj Zizek. Ding ding, and off they go. And
well, I mean, they never really debate per se, but Will Self does give him a pretty good run for his money on those interviews because he just sorry, but all this is well and good, but you've not really finished your argument, have you? Per se, either admit there's nothing you can do or propose a solution.
And as you say, I think lots of these popular thinkers, I like them as well, but again, you do have to always have that little bit of distance and be prepared to say, do we need to drag a bit more out of you, or do I need to sidestep you and go elsewhere to find something a little bit more developed? But as popularizers of points of discourse, I mean, there's interest there. And thank you again to Recusant Pulse in the chat. He says he's got the dictaphone interview of that he has of Will Self. I hope he uploads it in some form that we can listen.
Recusant Pulse, do tell us if these were was this done for a particular publication, or did you just manage to sort of track him down and get him to spew some invective? Well, anyway, North London miserables aside, we will have a little watch of Jonathan Meades.
We launch into Meades.
Let's go. See if but let me know if the audio needs to go up or down.
And obviously, if we get the banhammer falls upon us, the BBC copyright axe descends from a height, we will improvise our way out of this in a really excellent manner.
Not to be too nerdy, Simon. See, there you go. Middle class self-effacement. I mustn't be too nerdy.
Yes.
I haven't killed the Enna Islington dad. You see, Simon. That's what I got to work on. And not to be too nerdy, but in Star Wars, if you strike me down, I'll be more powerful than ever before.
Yes.
If YouTube copyright strikes us down, you and I can natter for 6 straight hours about anything we want to.
Don't tempt us, guys.
Do they think we need visuals? That we need audio? That we need anything? These are all just toys to us.
Just remember who you're taking on BBC copyright. Incidentally, I will just say our last stream was nixed by a foreign company, a company based in the Netherlands called Lasso, and basically they're a digital rights management company. They manage the BFI's archive, which is why we got our eyeballs stabbed out with that particular stream, because they go around jumping on anybody who uses bits of mostly it picks up the visual moving image and bits of the soundtrack. So that was what we did. That was naughty.
Yeah, it was interestingly, it was almost entirely the sound, because that's why it kept coming back on. It was like cutting in and out, because as soon as I paused it, there was no sound playing, so it would resume. But yes. annoying. But as I say, not a problem to us. Nattertainment will go on forever, just like Clubland.
Yes.
Right. So, Jonathan Meades.
According to Jonathan Green, the incomparable scholar of the language which fell off the back of a lorry.
Sorry to stop straight
no,
away.
I think it's a good idea you did stop, actually. We should stop as
I've-
much as possible to break up the copy. Right.
I've just realised this is who Harry Enfield does an impression of when he does the fake BBC documentary.
Ah, right.
This is who he's parodying. I never twigged that before.
Well, it's either that or Simon Sharma he does, I think. He either does Simon Sharma or Jonathan. Kind of a mashup of them, but yeah.
Also, I have to say, well, actually, two things. One, one more thing about copyright. One of the problems we do have sometimes is that the video will be with no copyright problems, but it will contain a little snippet of something that may cause problems.
Yes.
Now, so that Jeffrey Bernard program, though it's on YouTube, has snippets of Frank Sinatra and one or two other things, and it picked those up. So just another little heads up that it might be funny with that.
So maybe if bits of Frank Sinatra come on, Panama and I will start an improvised song of some kind, or we'll just start wailing to try and confuse the algo bots.
We'll do an impromptu tribute to the rape of the Sabine women. Oh yes, Simon, we haven't plugged. Do that quickly.
Yes.
Sell.
Well, yes. By the way, I should just say, comment in the chat from Vingal. I would increase the audio volume of the video a bit to match our voices better. It might not be possible to boost the audio volume because I noticed with StreamYard.
Actually, I've got it at halfway. Actually, I can turn it up.
Okay, so put it up another little.
But I would have thought that might be a bit loud. But okay.
See what they say. I mean, in terms of plugs, there are several plugs, but of course, this is the Panama Hat channel, and I am very pleased to be appearing by agreement and a license with Panama Hat.
He's under contract.
That's it. Yes, we haven't agreed on the billing yet. I've asked for Simon Roberts in 58 size font with Panama Hat underneath in size 14 font. He hasn't quite agreed to that yet, but I am working on it.
I want us to have a sort of music hall billing as Hat and Roberts, as we come on, there's our agents are on the phones as we speak, screaming at each other. So
we'll be like Wilson, Keppel, and Betty doing the sand dance. If you've ever seen that. That's a classic routine.
That's how we should open when we do Hat and Simon live. We just come out doing the stand dance.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
Be wonderful. Then we'll do Professor Wolowski. Then we'll do Laurel and Hardy. We could do them all.
Yeah, I can slip on a banana. I can sing Gordon, Where's Your Trousers? If you want.
I'll do a Mary Lloyd tribute. The boy I love is up in the gallery. I'll do that one. I'll wear a big Edwardian hat or something.
Yeah. Oh dear. So anyway, we're here on this channel, and we are going great guns. We are going for gold. We want your money now. We have a Ko-Fi on the channel. Please do have a look at the Ko-Fi. We can shill that at the end of the stream. But give us money so we can live a completely abandoned and wantonly indulgent lifestyle. No, sorry, it's so we can get expenses for doing these kinds of streams because.
The more you give us, the more we can talk. So
the more you give us, the more we get, and that's great.
This bloody Johnny Walker doesn't pay for itself, all right? And nor do these Hamlet cigars. So cough up.
Yeah, I mean the Turks I get my heroin from are starting to put the prices up, and so I will have to switch to clinical morphine that I get someone to nick from the hospital. You see, poverty.
This is what you've done. You cheap audience.
Gary Stevenson is out there saying, "Come on! Simon needs less expensive drugs in order to do these streams. Come on, put your hands in your pockets."
I haven't seen Mark Commode and Simon Mayo down the Labour Exchange. I haven't seen them down there. No, they're cushied up.
Can I just say, in case people think I am joking, because secretly it's true, the strongest thing I ever took once was a tramadol a friend gave me because I put my back out, and he had a properly bad back, and he said, take 2 of these, and he gave me these tramadols, and fuck me, I tell you what, if that's what opioids are like, I will stay well enough away from heroin, because I was lolling in the footwell of his van like a bit of toffee under a heat lamp. I mean, I was really like, I was like, oh, and it didn't feel nice, because every time you get up when you've taken something like that, you feel incredibly nauseous. And the thing I hate most in the world is to feel nauseous. So
Fear and Loathing in Gravesend.
Yeah, I totally could not. I couldn't get into. I couldn't get into the old train spotting action if I wanted to. So sorry. Fine wines, expensive wines, yes. Skag on the streets, no.
We want the finest wines available to humanity. We want them here, and we want them now.
Want them now.
So, Simon, I've just received news of an investment. Your opiate supply is safe. Mr. J. Unrun,
yes,
£100 for the stream.
Hell.
Thank you very much.
Who's that? Mr. J.
Mr. Jared Uren. I don't know how you say it.
Uren? Like
Uren?
Is it like like the name Urians, like Sir Urians in the Morte d'Arthur, perhaps? I'll call him Sir Urians.
Well, thank you very much. So I mean, we haven't revealed this yet, so this is a bit of behind the scenes. But Mr. Uren, you will be honorarily appointed to the Sir Peter Ustinov tier of channel membership, which is being set up currently. Definitely, thank you very much, sir. And
the real thing.
Your help is appreciated. And the rest of you, buck your ideas.
It's Uren. I see Uren. Mr. Uren, thank you very much indeed. We are immediately extremely gratified, and this will possibly enable a contribution towards me going off to the Adam Curtis conference that takes place in Bournemouth in September.
Indeed.
Although I am hoping that they grovelingly invite me to speak and pay all of my expenses to go there, but I don't know. I have a feeling that they know my Curtis powers. You know, they are afeared of my depth of knowledge, and so they may try to keep me at arm's length.
He's big in Curto world.
Yeah,
you know, he's known in all the boroughs.
That sounds like a line from somewhere. He's known in all the boroughs.
It's Black Books. It's when when Manny decides to dress up as a gangster to go and meet the dwarf gangster, right. And they go, "Oh, what's this? You think you're a gangster now?" And he goes, "I'm known in all the boroughs." I've always liked that line. I'm known in all the boroughs.
It's funny, the lines that people like, isn't it? That they remember. I always when I worked at the National, when I worked at the National 30 years ago, I volunteered to help out in a play with Judi Dench called Absolute Hell, and I was kind of the director's assistant. I would give the actors their notes, and there's a lot of great, interesting actors in the company. And one was a chap called Pip Torrens. If you look him up, you may have seen him in
Torrens. That's
Torrens.
Such a wonderful. You got a very Matt Berry vibe about you today, Simon. Like your sales voice was almost that, and now you're talking about Pip Torrens, Cockapoo.
Panama Hat Channel, buy it now. He's a very lovely guy, tall, elegant English, very much the sort of naval archetype. Very crisply spoken. He was telling me I always get kind of called to play Hugh Grant's brother in films, but just like the voice of Hugh Grant's brother on a telephone. But we were regaling with Monty quotes and things from Withnail, because we were having a chat outside the canteen. He said, "Oh, my favorite line," because he was in How to Get Ahead in Advertising, the film that came after Withnail. And he said, "My favorite line of Monty's," and I wonder why it is, but he said, "My favorite line of Monty's is, 'I'm preparing myself to forgive you.'" You know, he loved that.
We can't trust him. He's so mauve.
Mauve. What's the Latin tag that they use? About the Queen. You know what I mean?
I used to know.
I know. We'll find it.
No, I get it. I have to look it up.
There she is, the Queen.
The Queen. So it's nonne solus sedetur.
Yeah.
And Withnail responds, "Reginae servandi defit." So what Monty says, it's not textbook Latin, but it roughly means only he, referring to the king that the I character plays, will be lost. Yeah. And Withnail basically replies with something along the lines of, "But it's not enough to save the Queen, or he must be saved by the Queen."
Yes.
Which of course is a pun, because he's set them up to, he set Monty up to be, you know,
the
other character's lover. So it's a dark hint at that.
The lush demi-monde of homosexual innuendo. It does make for funny dialogue. That's for sure.
I know you're not asleep, boy. All I have is vintage wine and memories. Yes. We should move on.
Wait, let's go. We've broken that bit up enough.
Because otherwise it'll just be 3 hours of us quoting Withnail, and that is wonderful. But
which is fine.
You know, we got. We'll do that another time. There will obviously be a Withnail special at some point.
An extended marathon. It'll be 24 hours. Of us watching and stopping the film. And yes, drinks will be
charity special,
mandatory. Yeah.
Well, what we should do is just have the we should have each scene with a still, and then have the audio of it, and then we just sort of review, because obviously we won't get away with showing the film unless we do it on Odyssey or Twitter or something.
Well, Bruce Robinson did a sort of watch along commentary a couple of years ago, I think, that's out there on YouTube.
Did, but I don't think the video is visible, is it? I think it's just him.
Maybe not. Yeah. Sort of. I mean, I've wondered about doing commentary streams where you say to people, look, get a copy of the film up in another window.
Yes.
With this frame. Okay, now start it, and we will talk, as it were. It's what they used to do in the 80s, like a simulcast, where before we had stereo TVs, actually more sort of late sort of 70s, early 80s, before we had stereo TVs, what you would have is a radio station. I mean, I was living in Australia, but it was like you would have the film would play on the telly, and they would simulcast the film in stereo on the radio, so you could switch on that radio station and it would play the soundtrack in stereo, like it would like be a show. I mean, there was they did Stephen Sondheim's Sweeney Todd, the film of that, but they said, we want you to have a good sound on this, so we'll simulcast it on the classical music channel at the same time, so you could watch Sweeney Todd and have it in glorious stereo as well. And so that's that was
we're gonna have to get clever, Simon.
I think we will get clever. We will get clever.
Yeah. By the way, our executive producer, that's who he is now, Jared Uren, asks, Simon, growing up in Australia, did you watch The Goodies?
I did, yes. I mean, I watched them in England before we left, because I'm not Australian, I'm English. We left in 1981, and The Goodies were on television before I left. And when I went to Australia, they were on heavy rotation almost every day as well. So, yeah, fortunately, it was the time where lots of English TV content was transmitted directly over to the ABC, Australian Broadcasting Corporation, for rollout over there. And it was only some things that didn't really get through. I remember things like Blackadder didn't ever get through. And that was something you had to get years later by getting it on videotape. And it had to be sort of smuggled, almost like Samizdat, out of Britain.
Do you think that was a cultural thing? They just thought the Australians wouldn't get it?
I think possibly, yeah. There was an element of it's not broad enough. Australians won't understand history somehow. They won't understand that this is the Elizabethan period. It's sort of typical. I think I always take the attitude of, I don't care what you think the level of intelligence of the audience is. You put the stuff out there, and they will stretch themselves to it. Their curiosity will go, what's this about? There's people who'll just reject it, but other people will be interested in learning, and they will then take it and say, I want to really read about that period now. I want to find out more. And that's the way to deal with people. You don't talk down to them.
Yes, I agree. Though I do wonder, with all, not trying to attack any particular nationality, but I do wonder how far that stretches with America.
Yeah.
In that, some places are more culturally closed off than others, I think. But
I would ask Mr. Uren, sorry, it's uncomfortably close to the word urine. I'm sure you get.
I don't want to call him Jared.
Mr. Jared. Mr. Jared, I would say to you, you said you grew up on Blackadder along with The Goodies, Red Dwarf. I just wonder, at your age, if you are of a senior sort of age like us, I'm in my 50s, because I'm talking about back in the early 80s. I don't know, Blackadder, I never saw it in Australia, as I say, until the 90s, and it was then it was like on videotapes that people got. I didn't never remember it on telly. So maybe in this century, in the last 20 years, it was on telly over there, but I never saw it. I did go to the charity screening of Withnail and I in 2000 with Bruce Robinson.
And Posh and Bex, apparently.
Actually, hang on, did I? I went to a screening with Richard E. Grant, and I remember at the time they were putting out. There's a designer called Andrea Galler who did the coat that Withnell wears in the film, and there were flyers there that you could actually buy these copies of the Withnell coat. I mean, I kind of wish I had now, although I'd be too fat to wear it. But
I was going to say the size must be quite brutal on that.
I think they were only something like £595 or something. But Richard E. Grant was modelling them on this pamphlet about the coats, the Andrea Galler coats, and but it would have just been great to have one now as an artifact, actually.
Well, all the Withnell stuff is hugely collectible. So I don't know.
I got Richard's signature on the train. He was on. I was travelling on the Metropolitan line, these dark little trains from Baker Street. And I went in one carriage one day, and he was sat there stuffing a sandwich into his face. And I just got a copy of his biography with nails, and I thought, oh, shall I? And I plucked up the courage to approach him and said, "I'm sorry to interrupt your lunch, but would you sign this? I think you're terrific." And he was like, "Oh, thank you very much."
He always comes off through interviews and stuff. He's quite a nice man. I don't imagine he'd ever turn down a request like that.
He smiled the same smile he smiles in the pub with the bits of pie.
With the pie, yeah. I don't know what my acquaintance
almost says friend.
yeah, perfumed puns. Anyway, we've got to be careful. We've got to be careful. Mr. D and I have ruined many of his Twitter spaces by just falling into voids with Nalia. So we have to really be careful.
I'll say one more bit. I did, when I first came back to London after living in Australia in the mid-90s, I went to look for the pub where they get chased out, the Mother Black Cap.
The old Mother Black Cap, yeah.
And it's out the back of Trellick Tower,
I think, isn't it?
In Westbourne Park. Yeah, it is. It was at the time. I went in. It had a strange name called Fuddruckers, and I've never managed. Funny, I tried looking online to see if I could trace Fuddruckers, and I don't think anybody remembered it. And I thought, oh, it's one of those things that people won't believe me if I tell them. But it was called Fuddruckers. It was a strange sort of semi-Irish pub, and it was painted black inside. I think I seem to remember it was painted black, but it had elements that you thought, is that the bar in the film? It looks sort of like it. The layout looked like it. Yeah. There wasn't any gouged graffiti in the toilets, where I feared for my life or anything like that. But it was there, and it looked sort of similar. It was painted up, but it wasn't kind of as grotty looking as it is in the film. It was there. Anyway, Jonathan Meades.
Jonathan Meades.
Slang is the poetry of the gutter. It's the poetry of the disenfranchised, the poetry of the have-nots. Poetry is also, as Houseman noted, the straightest way to starvation. Not much future there then, and not much future in the gutter either. We're looking at an OG and an OD. Doesn't stop poets writing. Gore Vidal described irony as the weapon of the impotent, and so it is. Always has been, always will be. It doesn't change a thing. Peter Cook recalled how the doughty Weimar satirists prevented Hitler coming to power in 1933. They both might as well have been talking about slang, which is euphemized as unconventional usage, though of course it's not particularly unconventional. It's just kept out of the puritanical media, which ignores whatever trespasses beyond the limits of decency, whatever is outside its self-prescribed boundaries. Wall-to-wall witlessness and unbelievably low IQ fodder for slow learners is okay. The language of the street isn't. We are not children. Satirical exercises may be as politically and socially impotent as Vidal reckoned, but is corrective change really the point of them? The real satisfaction is to be had in the creation of texts, of slang which will be deemed offensive, and of satire. Satire need not be funny, but it must be mordant, vicious, aggressive, and hurtful. Unless it's hurtful, it's no use. These, then, are the weapons.
I think he's a pretty cogent point these days, actually, because a lot of people you know, they just think satire is just about getting laughs. Of course, it's not. You know, you have to stick an arrow in your target, don't you? Simon? Don't know if we've lost Simon or if his mute button's stuck.
Sorry, am I back again? Sorry.
There you are. There you are.
I was gonna say, I'm a big fan of satire, and I used to show friends a lot of things like Chris Morris, and it would always kind of often fall flat because they didn't understand what the form of satire was about. They were kind of looking for ha funny, like Dad's Army or something, and
yes.
they wouldn't get it. And I think it's important because, you know, sometimes the only sort of yardstick they had for satire, I remember years ago, you would say, oh, this is satire. And they would think, oh, yes, minister, that's political satire, right? But that was kind of really more like a political sitcom, although it's got a satiric purpose in a way. But it's important to remember that satire indeed has a strange tonality about it sometimes for people, and the humor in it is in the kind of rictus grin laugh, the sort of painful recognition of things. And Chris Morris was a great craftsman of that kind of satire, where, as I remember critics saying, the point about what Morris did at the time when he did things like especially Brass Eye or Blue Jam was that it did hurt people. They didn't like it. They kind of felt struck by the especially things like Blue Jam, which I'm hopefully going to talk about with Proper Horror Show in the near future. We're going to talk about Blue Jam and Jam, the social satire, which again is a milieu that people don't understand. It was satirizing a time in the 90s when people got just a bit too comfortable and up their own bottom, and he was rendering that ridiculous, and the very people who I knew who were like that didn't like it. They didn't get it because it was them.
Well, yes, and of course, Brass Eye got a huge amount of flack from the media because all of the parody, no matter, even if it had a different target, was mostly aimed at media itself, because it, of course, was through the lens of an investigative broadcast show, wasn't it? That was the whole, you know.
And it was very much in the context of its time. The thing about it is the TV was like that. They would go OTT on the graphics.
I went back and watched a bunch of early 90s sort of like news programs and dispatches and stuff. And it's you almost feel secondhand pain. It's so spot on. I mean, it's really, they really get the knife in for just how stupid a lot of that stuff had gotten by that point.
And it had the current affairs TV, it had that pornographic quality of lingering over suffering, and making it trite. And that's why what he did worked so well, because it was a sickness in the system.
And also the total self-seriousness and the real sense of inflated self-importance of the media people, in that the way they would present what was basically just a freak show. You know, they'd find something that was just lurid and give you as much detail as they could, but you could tell the people doing it thought they were like, you know, Woodward and Bernstein, or you know, some great investigative force.
You
know, it's a really good. If people haven't seen Brass Eye, it's all on YouTube. Please do go and watch it.
I would say the Brass Eye 2001 special, the Pedogeddon special, is regarded as a difficult one, because obviously people don't regard the issue of paedophilia as being inherently humorous, and it has to be reminded that what it was about that level of hysterical pitch in television, dealing with the worst crimes, and the way it became a prurient kind of ambience of people being interviewed in dark rooms, poignant piano music, almost interviewers taking a therapy approach with people who'd suffered things and kind of calming them, and almost like you could see in that show, like, you know, brushing the person's hair, you know, as if you're, you know, it's another, the predation of the news and current affairs producer is itself like a predatory relationship. So that's kind of what's being satirized. But with good satire, sometimes it gets into a kind of laudanum haze mixed up, and the sense of your involvement in it can become disturbing. And I think that's why a lot of that, because it's such a hot button topic, touched people's nerves at the time. But I hardly think Chris Morris thinks abusing kids is a great idea. I think you've got to take a step back.
It's clearly the paedophilia thing is not what's being satirized. It's the media attitude. Of something extreme. That's the whole point.
If you do get confused about that, give your head a wobble, mate.
Oh, give your head a wobble.
Yeah. Chill, touch glass.
Bloody cup of tea, sausage roll,
Yeah.
Oh, God. Bloody Paddington Bear. Right, let's go.
That the weak possess.
Also, I've genuinely not seen that this documentary presenting style is just absurd, isn't it?
Isn't it great?
What's he doing?
Little model figures in the gutter, huge banana skin.
Because he's got such a sort of flabby old git style of speaking and holding himself. I just should talk about a very serious topic today, and we're going to have a look. Look at him.
That's the thing. He exists in this kind of viscid, kind of Hogarthian sort of satiric tableau, and he himself is this kind of lumpen, mordant creature in a suit.
Yeah,
almost giving a boring lecture.
He looks like how I imagine sort of, Horace Walpole or, Pitt the Elder or sort of like Samuel or some Georgian figure would have looked and spoken. Is how I imagine them basically is this.
But I don't you love that though? I like the idea of
a
serious man talking about the frivolous.
Yeah, well also because it demonstrates a sense of self-awareness that there is the things he's saying and also playing off of the way he looks and sounds to greater effect. And with all good sort of didactics, they understand that in order to make serious points, you often have to embrace humor.
Yeah.
So what if we, use language which is reckoned bad or unsuitable for polite society, whatever that is?
Pause. Just going to say that bit of music there, I recognise that. That's from the Peter Greenaway film, The Falls, if you've not seen it. Early bit of Greenaway experimentalism. I think it's called The Bird Song. And I think it's a Michael Nyman. It might be a Michael Nyman one when they started their association. So, I like that piece of music.
Very good. That's Peter Greenaway and Michael Nyman are both figures we should cover at some point.
Yeah.
Very good. Very much so.
The self-interested actions and irresponsible actions of the powerful are infinitely more.
Also, I have to ask: who started doing their docos first? Was it him or Curtis?
Who, Meades or?
Yeah, because I can sort of see an influence on the other. They clearly both have a kind. They seem to, unless it's just the way that BBC4 produces these things.
I think it's in the nature of the archival documentary that people have made such great stamps on it, Meades and Curtis simultaneously, really, because from my brief cursory knowledge of Meades, he seems to go back to the early 90s, if not maybe even the late 80s. In that sort of very fertile period, I think, for television at BBC and Channel 4, where experimentalism was still a thing you could do, and the characterful, TV essay, very much like what Patrick Keeler is doing in a sense. Those things that are orthogonal to the way you see the world normally, within the kind of the crisp interiority of ideology as it is now. The people who stood outside and played with form in these ways were kind of given their head, and so I think there was an effervescence of this stuff going on at that time, and Curtis, as he was back in the late 70s with That's Life and Esther Ranson doing the humorous animal segments, and then he went on and did these One Day, I think they were called, a strand of documentaries for BBC Two, like the one on Selfridges, the one on Southend-on-Sea that we covered on the Deepest Law, and Meades a little bit later is just making his own characteristic foray into this, but with a very much a mashup sensibility, a collagist approach to using all of the kind of ephemera of both popular culture and traditional and literary and textual images as well, to give an underpinning to a sort of a seamless kind of flow of argument that he's predetermined, as an essay before the shoot, and which he is kind of effectively just reading off, but it's situated in ways that give you these interesting tangential tones of image, where it's a combination of, footage like this or the kind of crappy little models in the gutter with Meades superimposed slightly poorly against them to show his workings, to show his artifice, to show his whimsy, and to show his own management of the vulgarity of tone that he's trying to emphasize.
Yeah, it's a masterful combination, isn't it?
Really, I like that messiness. That people do interesting things. They often do things which they're not your well-made program in this sort of conventional linear sense. They dot about. They bring in influences.
They like to have the set wobble a bit,
Yeah.
have a door fall off here and there.
Damaging than words, which are reckoned unseemly and unfit to be spoken or written in public. Further, the powerful targets of the voices from the gutter are frequently incapable of recognizing that they're being held in contempt. They just don't get it. Because they speak a different language, a language which, as the late Geoffrey Hill observed, they hold in contempt. They don't.
Geoffrey Hill mentioned.
There you go.
Immediate 5 stars from Mr. Meades.
There you go.
Also, just on that point about, I don't know that I totally agree with the idea that the class being satirized doesn't quite get it, or necessarily always being true. I think sometimes they not only do they get it, they rather like it, because I mean,
the spitting image effect in a way.
Yeah, well, because that got to a grotesque point where you had people like that horror show Chris Evans. He used to it's so sad. he used to track down the producers of Spitting Image in pubs and things and come in, and you can imagine how awful it must have been to have Chris Evans come in and go, hey guys, all this kind of thing, and basically ask them, hey guys, how come I'm not on it yet? You're going to do a puppet of me? Because of course, because for people who are narcissistic and crave fame, if you hadn't been on Spitting Image, then you weren't famous, right? Yeah. You had to, if you were current, you'd have been on it, and eventually there was a Chris Evans puppet, and he wrote in asking if he could voice his own puppet.
Oh,
I mean, it's
well, that's perfectly
terrible,
informed, isn't it? I have to say one thing: I hate Chris Evans. He's one of those people I viscerally dislike.
Me too. I cannot stand the sight or smell or sound of the man.
They're trying to revive TFI Fridays at the moment. The Talk TV kind of network, or whoever it's on. Yeah.
Bad news. I hope it fails as hard as when they try to revive Spitting Image.
I mean, 90s retro-stalgism as reinvigoration of a form. But I mean that is a thing of, you can directly relate to that. You were live at the time. TFI Fridays was on. He's interviewing Liam Gallagher again. Okay, he's interviewing whoever again, and now it's just doing it again. Same setup, same studios, same kind of audience, hyped up to cheer and laugh and clap, and it's interviewing Liam Gallagher again.
Have you noticed what a hard pull there is right now to try and rebuild the 90s?
Yes.
Like such a really grotesque attempt to bring back that feeling of kind of sort of cool, chill, I've got to pop into the office later, get a copy of Nuts, I'll be going to Sandra's house this weekend for a bit of a bevy, all this kind. It's never going to come back, because that world was predicated, one, on a different form of technology. You didn't have social media, you didn't have the internet as much, and two, it was predicated on economic good times, essentially, in that there was a much easier level of wealth that you have now.
I wonder, because I was sort of thanking my stars here that you were born in this century. So I'm wondering, are you immunized against this 90s nostalgism? Yeah.
Which it just like someone saying, let's go back to let's do 1920s nostalgia. It's like, why? Also because it's not that I don't like it. It's the fakeness of it. But we don't. You can't just survive on dry nostalgia for Britpop and celebrity tattletale and Tony Blair. Like, it's not. It's you can't exist on that. It won't take away the pain of where you are now.
Yes.
And because I don't like the fact that people will go for it, but they won't admit the obvious problems of now. There's a reason that they want to go back, right? But no one can be man enough to turn around and say, well, actually, no, this is why it's all bloody horrible. you know.
And I think you've got to also have a slightly tetchy relationship with those elements of the past that, you know, being at my age, of course, you know, lots of people my age are nostalgic for the 70s. And I find that's always a bit dangerous, you know, because you can, you know, I'm interested in the critical mode, like the hauntological mode, which is sort of revisiting a 70s that didn't exist, you know, which was hoping for a different future. But that's not the same as being a nostalgist of actually wanting to go back to live in the 70s. Although there might have been things which people go, oh, well, I'd move back there in an instant because of X, Y, Z.
Well, this is it.
The reality of actually living in that time is different.
Well, I mean, like, exactly. I mean, for example, I mean, if I'm someone who probably would say, actually, I might prefer to live in the 90s. You know, I've got no memory of it. I wasn't there. But the idea of being able to live without smartphones, without computers, you know, more analog, you know, still more of the old world left.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, sure, I'll probably have a better time. But of course, you know, it's kind of a specious thing to say anyway, because when you're living anywhere, you've got your own problems, your own worries. You're dealing with the present. You know, you don't think of it as, oh, great, I'm living in the 90s, you know, or I'm living in such and such a time. I mean, let's face it, as horrible as it is, in 20 years' time, there'll be nostalgia for 2026.
Well,
right?
this is
there will be.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by these nostalgias. I mean, we do stuff on Academic Agent's channel, and he has, you can see there's a particular linkage to the elements of the 90s where there was a trashiness of culture, but it was kind of a fun trashiness. And part of what he does is he resynthesizes parts of that into his brand, so to speak, if I could put it like that. He uses the elements of the way the TV looked, the way the hairstyles were worn, you know, the colors, the outrun aesthetic, all of that kind of stuff. There's bits of that, you know, that it relishes some of that tonality of the time, and you know, we've always got elements of that we can linger upon in our childhoods, for example, or even our teenage years. But I wonder if I would ask someone like yourself, is there a sort of element of your time of being a child and of having nostalgia that, you know,
there is
for that period in the sort of early 2000s?
I divide the world into a sort of pre-2012, post-2012 thing for me, in that I believe that when I was 2001 to 2012 was, to me, a different world to what came after, in that the things changed fundamentally on a societal level, just on a personal level. I mean, you know, basically it's the invention of the smartphone, to be blunt. Like, that's what really felt like it changed everything. Before that, you had the old web. You had, you know, lots and lots of things that kind of disappeared or faded.
Yes.
After that moment. So, and also because when I look back, and because it was a weird time to grow up. Actually, I mean, it was a strange time because I was born just before 9/11.
Yeah.
In fact, well, as it happens, today actually is my birthday. It's the 16th
Oh,
of
happy
July.
birthday!
Thank you. So yes, so quite a cogent moment to have this discussion, really, isn't it? Exactly 25 years, quarter of a century. Oh God. But
first person to donate £2,001 will get a special tier of membership where we will literally come and buy you dinner. And
we'll take you to Claridge's or something. I don't know. But yeah, so I wrote a longish poem recently about this, in reference to there's a poem by Geoffrey Hill called "The Mystery of the Charity of Charles Péguy," all about this French philosopher who died in the First World War. And I wrote one semi in homage to it called "The Mystery of the Charity of Said Qutb." Said Qutb, of course, being the guy famous in the Adam Curtis documentary for being the intellectual weight behind the Taliban attacks and so forth. And it was kind of about how much that atmosphere dominated my childhood in a way that I didn't even recognize at the time. It was so normal. I mean, one of my earliest memories is walking around Waitrose with my mother, because it would be Waitrose. Before anyone makes a joke about that. And one of the earliest memories is we stood in the way in which she was looking at the wine section, as was her wont, and an announcement came over the tannoy saying, "Can we have a 2-minute silence for the victims of some such bombing?" And I can't remember which particular bombing that was.
7/7 or something like that, probably, I imagine. So,
I think it was before then, to be honest, because that was 2005, wasn't it? Or
yeah. So
it's slightly earlier than that, I think. So some other Muslim terrorist, maybe it was 9/11 for all I know.
Bombing of Dresden or something.
Well, it's funny you say that, because one of the big confusions I had in early life was people kept saying about the bombing. And I didn't know what the bombing was. And one day I asked my mother why we didn't live in London anymore, and she said partly it was because of the bombings. It made it unsafe. It was one of the reasons, because it was quite a volatile time.
Yes.
And I was also occasionally told by older relatives about the Blitz and the German bombing of London. So I started going around telling people as a kid that we'd moved out of London because the Germans were bombing it. It's like, I thought that was what they were referring. Oh, right, the Germans are bombing London. Okay. So when you're a kid, you just accept that. Oh yeah, okay, fine.
In a very real way, they were.
In a sort of way, yeah. And then of course, as I got older, there was this horrible, looking back, this horrible speciousness where everyone would talk about this incredibly serious topic about the terrorism and the war on terror and and all this kind of thing, and sort of in a way that made it, as a child, that they wouldn't ever just tell you straight what was going on, or so you could understand it. It was this sort of you don't know what it is, but you just have to be respectful about it. You just have to talk about it, and you're not allowed to make jokes about it, and it's very serious, and people are dying, and there's bombs going off, and all this. It's a horrible sort of serious atmosphere, especially in middle class circles. It has to be talked about, discussed. And then I remember going to a friend's house who had a proper telly, because in Wales we were about 10 years behind the technology, so we still had sort of 4 channels. I remember I had this rubbish. I had to come in from school and watch Weakest Link. That was all that was on. It was horrible. And I went to a friend's house, this huge, great, giant plasma TV, which of course we know would have been verboten in my sort of Camden Town, Belsize Park sort of television just wasn't for us.
I can see you running a finger on it in disgust and going, "What? No teakwood veneer?"
Well, no, I was just amazed at the huge. It was like being in a cinema. And one of the things that there's a very naughty sort of runaway type child I was friends with. And he was kind of a bit left to his own devices. It was quite sad, really. His parents used to just leave him on his own for huge stretches, and because he was clearly very intelligent and very capable, but basically was very badly let down, I think. And I often wonder where he is now, really.
Wintering with his mother in Guildford.
No, but and of course, because he was so sort of unfettered, he was allowed to watch anything he wanted, and he put Family Guy on. I must have been about 8, 9 at this point, and I didn't know. I'd never seen Family Guy. I didn't know anything about any of this thing. And it was an episode where they were doing jokes about Saddam Hussein and where he goes to the devil and all these jokes about the Iraq War. And it does kind of mark that period for me, and that it was the moment where I realized that was it had become part of the culture, right? In a way that was, sort of. I think Martin Amis is right. Once you get to joke about it, then it's just part of life. You don't really think of it as serious anymore. He said that about the Princess Di death. He said everyone put on this sort of clearly quite fake and quite mawkish parade of sadness. And then one day he heard a club comedian make a joke about her, and he said, "Well, that's it. That's the end of the morning." Then.
Yeah, that was that's the Hitchens thing, isn't it? That was the sort of the watermark of the hysteria over the Diana death. But it's interesting. You've got this different one, 2012. And I especially think of the way the Olympics went in that year. The way that did change a political tone.
That was a huge memory for me as well when 2012 Olympics happened, because there was such a preparation leading up to it. I seem to remember, and also because just to actually answer the question you're asking, that period, I almost do feel a quaint sort of nostalgia for it, because it seemed simpler.
Yeah.
In the age before, obviously it wasn't, but to me it was, because I was a child, and because there was more of I had less reason to question anything. So, or even to be honest, I didn't really understand any of it, let alone begin to question it. So it did seem a simpler time looking back, in that you just had, the worst person in the world was, George Bush. Why? He just is. He just got to laugh at him. That's it.
And I think you were right. I think you were right. I mean, of course, it's always a thing that old farts say is they look back and they say it was a simpler time. But there was an inflection point at that time. There was, you know, we had the long 90s, you know, as you would say, of a decade. You had the long 90s of Blairism that continued on. And I distinctly remember Blair falling out of favor over Iraq. And then, you know, it was around 2005 that you'd see people being openly hostile on Question Time towards the Labour person on the panel. And this had been building up for a few years. And then, but the long 90s drifted on. And I remember sitting in my flat in Brixton in about 2009. It was a very hot day. And it was just a sense of, you know, like in a film where a character suddenly, you know, the soundtrack goes off and the characters, you can just see what's going on, but you can't hear anything at all. And it was a sense of everything had become becalmed in a strange way. And everything had it was that thing of, you know, cultural time, as we say, grinding to a halt. And everything became a repetition or just a plastic replacement of the thing that happened last year, but it was exactly the same thing. It's Mark Fisher's thing about the future will be the same as the past, only on higher definition screens. And that's it did feel like a lull, a real time of you know, a great stillness in the world before, you know, you went on to the kind of the populist turmoil of, you know, 2014 onwards or so. It was still like the end, the super tanker was still gliding along it, but it was slowing, but it was still kind of calm in that way.
And I remember 2012 was the moment that everything snapped into sort of despair, really, in terms of the kind of zeitgeist, because growing up in the 2000s, there was an enormous technological optimism in that very early on we were shown, you know, what now look like, you know, comically outdated sort of old PCs with curved CRT monitors and whatnot, you know, and we'd be kind of shown, we were taught how to use these things really early on, and which is great because, you know, that was obviously the tech was going, and of course, whereas now I'd have great compunction about the idea of introducing a young kid to a smartphone. Yeah, that was interesting. Like that seemed fine because it's it's basically just a word processor, right? And you can go on MS Paint and draw funny things. Okay, it's okay, you know. And it was, and you remember that that aesthetic, fruitage aero, as they call it now.
Oh, what is that? I don't know that word.
So you know, like the classic Windows background with the green hills and the blue, the really oversaturated, like that aesthetic, with kind of bubbles of water and bright colors and sort of weird little cities dotted over a plain, and you know, that like, aesthetic. There was a hope to it.
It's like it's like an evocation that is simple enough to be powerful enough. You know what I mean? Yes. When things are too high definition, when everything is laid out, when everything is CGI'd up the bum and looking immaculate, it loses magic.
Well, that was it, because all that old tech had a shonkiness to it.
Yeah.
That was really human. And remember people used to have like a mouse that was clear with water in it for no reason, or like a keyboard that was made of jelly, or something. You know, it was
like the first Mac computers, the see-through Mac computers that you had. The really trendy ones back in the early 2000s. I remember thinking, wow, something very, you know, jewel-like about those, very desirable, and you could see the sort of libidinal pull of them. Yeah.
I mean, I remember people would have like a little CRT monitor that was like branded after a kids film or something, so it looked really silly, but it was kind of endearably silly. You'd like, you know, it's funny. It's a funny bit of plastic tech, and there was, and also because the internet at that time was basically just silly. Like you'd go on. I remember using an orange dial-up modem when I was about 6 or 7.
Yeah.
To having to wait 10 minutes and hope nobody picked the phone up in the house. Which with 2 older women was, you know, not a very optimistic hope. And wait for it to, you know, to dial up just so I could watch that video of those 2 cartoon characters singing the line "Sleeps Tonight." Right. Just that, and it was that there was a real sense of just simple, silly joy about all that.
Yes.
And I remember the minute I felt it all go away, because a lot of people felt it go away a lot sooner, because I was younger. It lasted on until about 2012, when all of a sudden Google bought YouTube. I remember it was all just, now it's companies own it now, and it's big channels doing silly celebrity endorsed thing, and it all became corporate. And you know, in 2008, Steve Jobs brought in the iPhone, which then announced the era of everything being brutalist, right? Everything's black and sleek and inhuman, and you don't get to have funny little Winamp plugins dancing. It's all got to be, and you know, and of course, they then try and inject that stuff back in with like corporate,
Yeah.
design. I mean, for example, the laptop I'm looking at now, in the bottom of the screen on the search bar, little cutesy illustration of like a city for no reason. I didn't ask for that there. It's just because, hey, isn't this fun? Isn't this, don't you like this? No, I don't, because it's just bland and corporate.
That is really interesting, because I mean, as I said, being a bit older, for a long time, a lot of my Generation X, looked back at the 70s for the nostalgia and kind of stopped looking at it at the 80s, really. And they've kind of stayed there. They sort of want to go back to that. They are nostalgic in that way. But I've learned to actually come to terms with the nostalgia for the people who are young adults now, where there is the kind of, the Outrun aesthetic, the early 90s or the 90s kind of, graphics and all that sort of stuff. I'm sort of beginning to see it. And what I'm beginning to read is the magic and the charm in it that's there for them. Because that's what I'm interested in, is where the people relate to the thing. The older people will automatically look and just go, oh, it's trash and it's rubbish, we had it better. But that's going to be always symptomatic of being older. Whereas if you try to actually find what's at the seed core of the thing that's pulling people in, that's always more interesting, because you see they are like us. They are just responding to the same sorts of things, of the hint or the evocation of something magical that's there in that simplicity, and we can connect with that as well. And once you begin to sort of read the codes of it, it sort of comes out, and you go, actually, oh yeah, I can see why they're interested in that moment. And the loss of that moment, as you say, as technology refines, you always lose something. You don't actually gain verisimilitude. You lose the imaginative, poetic of its limitations. That is interesting. Just also want to draw brief attention to a comment in the chat from Shanko Laughlin, who said, I photographed Harold Pinter once and also had a very awkward hour of chit chat about Hackney. And there you go. Lucky people we've got. They've met Will Self. They've photographed Pinter and had a chit chat. We don't meet anyone. It's rubbish.
You and I, Simon, we've got a quality audience. Our nattering attracts people who have met the big boys.
You are nature's aristocrats, and you are welcome.
Yes, you're nature's aristocrats, and therefore you have funds with which you can
absolutely
pay your humble players, your humble servants upon the stage who come.
Did I say you are on the Panama Hat channel? Donate now. Buy tiers of membership coming soon. Also donate lots and lots and lots of money to us so we can have fun.
Heathcote Pursuit. No. Yes. I was going to make a point there. Yes, I was going to say we're like the, in Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Dead. Yeah, where that little troupe of like really desperate straggling actors come on. Sort of go away, do anything for you, really. I mean, we can do the play, we can do
comical, historical, pastoral, tragical.
We can do rape if you want. We could do rape. We've got rape plays. Do that.
That's it. Yeah,
whatever you want. Yeah. Well, because I always like the idea of what Philip Larkin said when a young Andrew Motion, the ex poet laureate, Sir Andrew Motion, when they met at a bar in Hull when Motion was a young student. Larkin said, "What do your family do?" And he said, "Oh, we were beer brewers and farmers." And Larkin said, "Oh, that's wonderful." He was really interested because he said, "Beer is something that people will always have a demand for. Art is something people can take or leave." So it's
and we're here to reverse that.
We're here to reverse that. Yes,
you will. You will have a demand for.
I always like the idea that any artist should sort of have that built, like just unquestionably built into their being. The idea that what they're doing is of great importance, but can also it's not necessary per se. It can be chucked aside, right? In that I think too much self-importance on a cosmic scale is never very good for an artist.
Absolutely. I mean, we mentioned Peter Greenaway earlier, and he was one of the first people who said, I think way back in the 80s, about people would interview him and say, what do you think about the power of art to change the world? And he said, well, I think it's quite an incredibly arrogant attitude to think that you as an artist are going to change the world. People may or may not change the world, but you're there to just inject it with these ideas, these textures, these kind of these moments of egress, these moments of exiting from the world that you can use imaginatively. But the idea that you're going to be Che Guevara hacking your way through the Cuban Revolution or something and becoming a hero by being an artist, you can see that some of that in this sort of conceptual art boom of the 90s and 2000s is about an abandonment of a kind of heroism and an undermining of a heroism, and that the age has meant a flavor the return of heroism is now more delicious. But at the same time, you must also not be, too uncautious to think that, your position as an artist of any kind, and we love our artists, don't get us wrong, but that it's intrinsic to changing the world, especially in a political sense. Art is also there to be art and for art's sake, and for its reflectivity and its imaginative engagement.
And you remember that you don't have to like it. You don't like it. It's a lot of people will drag themselves around galleries and go to see things that, okay, fine, maybe they're appreciating it, but a lot of the time I don't think they are, right? But it's the sort of thing of you're allowed to kind of do what you like, the only way to really begin to engage is to have that freedom, I think,
Yes. Yeah.
And that's, hopefully, I think, what we're trying to inject on this channel.
Now, chat is probably thinking they should do some more Jonathan Meades at this point, but this is the sort of channel where we say, no, we're in charge. We'll do Jonathan Meades in our own good time, but we might just do some more Jonathan Meades.
I was going to actually loop it back because the point came to mind about the thing about the elites and satire. And of course, as we kind of got onto the point of people who actually like satire.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not uncommon. I mean, Hermann Goering used to collect satirical magazine drawings of himself.
Interesting.
Because he found it genuinely entertaining, and was probably also because he's probably somewhat narcissistic.
Yeah.
And apparently he used to write fat jokes about himself and then have them secretly distributed among the Luftwaffe personnel because he knew they were going to make them anyway. So he thought, well, they may as well be good ones.
Yeah. Isn't that interesting? Because the other week you had what was he talking? That horrible Adam Bolton from Sky. And he was on Twitter somewhere. Someone had clipped a bit of him. Was he talking about Anne Widdecombe? I think he was, and he was talking about Anne Widdecombe. And in the background of his room, he had caricatures of himself on the wall. And so I'm tending towards the narcissist interpretation for him, at least, anyway, because he's such a vile man.
See, the thing is, if it was me, if people were making regular characters of me for some reason, I would collect them, but I would never display them. I'd collect them because I would find that personally entertaining. I would never be that's a kind of real cringing vanity.
Images of myself are the last things I want on the wall.
Exactly.
I don't want to see myself. I see in the mirror every day.
Exactly.
That's bad enough.
One of the nice things about being in your own vision is you're going to see yourself, right?
Yeah, the only regard I have is when I look in the mirror in the morning and I say you again, and that's it.
Well, this is probably why a lot of celebrities get driven mad, isn't it? Because they never, they can see themselves all the time. They can only see them as other people see them, which must be a real form of hell if you think about it.
I think this is why I didn't sort of really go for it as an actor in the way that the business tends towards film and television, and you have to sort of look at your own work. And I sort of like theatre because you can only see it through your own eyes, and other people watch you, and that's why I much prefer because you're in the moment more as well.
Yeah, it's definitely true. Right. Oh yes, and sorry, there was one more thing before we go on about. It was actually about Margaret Thatcher, who was obviously an enormous target for satire and sort of political invective, especially because all the the young arty types who were living rich on. It amazes me how you all hear them complain when they were young. Anybody could just go on the dole and it would pay all your expenses and have somewhere free to live, and they could just spend 10 years, being sort of irreverent young students, bloody Thatcher, bloody Tories, let's just do that for 10 years and then waltz into a job.
If only.
But anyway, it was an interview with one of the original producers of Spitting Image.
Fluck or Law, one of those two.
One of those two, And in typical self-unawareness said, well, yes, we considered ourselves to be Margaret Thatcher's greatest enemies. Because of course they did, they were that self-important.
Reflected
and he said
glory.
That for years, for a decade and a bit, they just did endless anti-Thatcher, making the puppet look more grotesque, more horrible, more absurd, even more surreal when she started wearing a suit and a cigar, and this kind of thing. And then he said, 15 years later, I was reflecting endlessly as I did on how come she kept winning? How come we were doing that? We were having the whole country watch it and get it forced down their throats. It was in all, everyone watched Spitting Image. It was in all the papers, and it was a huge thing. And yet she got more popular.
Yeah.
How could it be? And it suddenly came to him. He said, "I know what we did wrong."
Yeah.
We made her look monstrous, vile, grotesque, evil, bitchy. You know, we did all these things, but we always made her look powerful.
Yes,
right?
yes.
They always made her look so dictatorial.
Oh no, you've made your villains look really cool.
Exactly, because you could make her look horrific and haggard and sort of, you know, sexually aggressive and, you know, burning people with a cigar end, this kind of thing. But she was the daddy, clearly, right?
Exactly.
So I think in a way it almost reinforced people's minds that they might go out and vote for her because, well, clearly it's sort of like, well, people will actually vote for the powers that be if they seem like they're the powers that be, right?
It's the Star Wars story, isn't it? Really, it's like, this film, you got to be with the plucky rebels. Oh no, look, here's the terrible Empire with their immaculate tailored grey and black suits, and their really cool helmets. Oh, you mustn't like them.
They're clearly good at being in charge of things. But yeah, it made me think of that.
Value it. So they don't acknowledge its venom, its loathing, its barbs, which are hardly noticed. They are impervious. Politics is inseparable from the people who practice it. The feeble pleading that it is not personal.
I'm pretty sure that's Bonzo Dog Band, Simon.
Ah, well recognized.
I may be wrong because it could be sort of any bit of incidental music there, but
that
sounds like one of the tracks from, I think, Gorilla, where it's called like a site, and it's just a minute of harpsichord like that.
Well, I'm sure if my friend Michael Livesley is listening in, who works with the Bonzo Dog Doodah Band in their present somewhat decrepit incarnation, he will be instantly in there to tell us if he's watching in the comments, but probably not.
They're still technically going then.
Well, Viv Stanshall died in the mid-90s, and the band kind of obviously rumbled on for a time. But was it Rodney and Roger and Larry, the main sort of, features of the band who are still going from the 60s? And my friend Michael did a show called Sir Henry at Rawlinson End, based on he said thing.
Sir Henry at Rawlinson End. Yeah.
Very successfully, did it in London years ago. He had people like Stephen Fry come along, Ade Edmondson, and Neil Innes became involved with it as well. And then he asked Mike to come and sing with the Bonzos as they were touring. And Mike did so for quite a while. And he's over the past few years been the lead singer for them, a series of anniversary celebrations for birthdays of Viv Stanshall. So in a sense, they are still going strong, and they are marvelous people. I've spent some time with them. We did a video shoot with them. Was it last year or the year before for a DVD set that been put out about the Bonzos? So very nice people, very good fun. The real thing of that time, no airs and graces, ridiculous and intelligent and charming.
Very good. Very good. Yeah. We'll have to do a stream on the Bonzos at some point. I mean,
On the other hand, I will say Tim Farron and Vince Cable on the screen here are less charming and delightful than the Bonzos.
See, this already feels like an age ago, doesn't it? Theresa May and Vince Cable.
Yeah.
There you go. They'll probably be nostalgia, won't there, for the Brexit days when everyone, get Brexit done, will we or won't we?
I'm just thinking of a version of the Hunger Games in which Lib Dems are ruthlessly hunted down for TV entertainment. But that's something I would never, ever encourage anybody to think about.
Silly sausage Britain, Simon.
Silly sausage Britain.
Silly sausage Britain.
It's all a
joke. Son. Yeah.
It's all a joke.
But about issues is a cross-party lie.
Boo.
Politicians from the extreme left to the extreme right are more like each other than they are like normal human beings. Their shared language is proof of this sameness. They all spout the same cliches.
Hard-working families.
Hard-working people.
I am seeing a few green shoots.
Green shoots of recovery.
The green shoots of economic spring are appearing once again.
It is personal, which is why we should mock the member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip for being the rear end of Caligula's horse.
Pause.
Which is
his examples of extreme right and extreme left there. What?
Yeah, I know.
Hello.
I know.
Hello.
Sorry, Boris Johnson. Well, this is where someone like this inevitably falls apart, isn't it? Like, Jonathan, is that like they're so like they get everything right, but they're so stuck in that little world.
Yeah.
Of
I wonder if it's
you know.
senescence on his part, people tending to play towards a median as they get older, like John Cleese, enfant terrible of the 60s, tended towards becoming more and more received thinking over time. And now latterly his shtick, which I'm suspecting is partly for engagement, is to be, oh no, look what's happening to the world, it's falling apart. And everybody's thinking of that bit of 4chan copy paster.
No, not but in English city.
Yeah.
That's basically John Cleese.
Cleese's latterly affected splenetic mode.
Yes. Also, that line there, the right honourable member for Uxbridge is we should compare him to the rear end of Caligula's horse. That's just a really, really badly done middle class way of saying Boris Johnson bloody twat. It's just. Because why? Let's get to why are these people twats? Why are they so? Why do we hate them?
Yeah.
Because if you prod them, they can't go any further than we're a bit racist, you bloody Bullingdon Tory, blah, blah, blah. But if we sit down, we can actually give you a comprehensive, here's why these people are horrible. Here's why they're evil, and also because in order for any of this to really work, you have to believe that these people are in power. You have to believe that Boris Johnson or Theresa May is sat there pulling the levers. They're not.
No.
They're obviously not. And I think that's partly deep down why we hate them more. And these people just don't understand that they can't put the paradox together in their mind.
Exactly. They are those avatars that represent a desperate, neurotic, grasping desire to be the king of the world, as Boris Johnson thought of himself, and yet to be utterly empty within. To be that's you get that dreadful sense with them. That the way Boris Johnson, for example, was puffed up and primped and photographed, the way that in his ascendancy towards being prime minister, there were all these kind of features in newspaper websites showing pictures of him at Eton. And, you always get that feeling of who is so photographed when they are at school? As if they were being set up from early days. I'm not going down a conspiratorial line here. I'm just talking about there are people who, in a sense, are constituted as performative personae in their social circle to be the boy most likely to do that.
There's nothing wrong with wanting to get into power either. The problem with these people is that they
not having anything to do with it.
Well, but also because he didn't want to get into power. He wanted to be liked. He wanted to be our Boris. He wanted being prime minister for him was just his version of being on the stage or on the TV. It's just that's just where the path in life took him. But he clearly wanted to be liked more than he wanted to do anything that might endear him to people. And that if he'd come in with being a narcissistic, egotistical, blah blah blah, whatever, imagine, but also come in and say, actually, you know what? I'm going to sort this bloody civil service out. I'm going to see if I'm going to try and claw some power back and see if I can do anything. But of course, he won't, because one, he doesn't know how to. He doesn't really want to, and because then he wouldn't be elite anymore. They'd kick him out the club, so he wouldn't have any. He wouldn't have a foot to stand.
I mean, can you imagine how wonderful it would have been if Boris had been an honest to goodness Caligulan dictator, and literally he'd come in and he'd just start knocking people off left, right, and centre. People's bodies would be thrown down the Gemonian stairs like they were in Rome or something, and heads would be on pikes outside of Westminster.
I almost yearn for that, in the sense that
just be honest, just be a bloody dictator.
People used to interview Orson Welles, and they used to say, how is it that such a young man could make when he'd never directed a film before, never held a camera, didn't know anything about the technical aspects of making movies? How did you make something so radical as Citizen Kane on your first try? And he said, well, what you have to realize is, as you say, I was a 24-year-old kid. I knew nothing, right? I didn't know anything about movie making. I got a guy to show me how to do set framing and camera work in an afternoon, the day before filming started, basically. And he said the reason that it was it's so radical is because he didn't know that you couldn't do those things. So when he said, right, I want to have the kid playing out the back of the window and the long shot draws back, keeping the focus all the way through, right to the back of the room. Any actual film director, any trained director would never have thought that was conceivable at the time because of the technical limitations. But Orson Welles, because he did no idea what he was doing, said, we'll just do that. Like he just came up with it and said, do it. So it's almost, in a way, if had Boris Johnson been some, as you say, some spoiled Caligula with no idea of this or that, it may have actually worked better than than if people who are kind of lifelong politicians. And of course, that's in a way the wonderful thing about monarchy is that it allows you to have total strangers delivered into power sometimes, which is actually pretty healthy, I think.
Exactly. I mean, there you go. He has the opportunity to make a film, and literally he wants to go straight to the most technically complex, deep focus shot that he can. I mean, this is like me if I'd been a film director, and I did some theatre directing, but I would have been like, Ellen Klimov in Come and See. I would have been saying like, why can't we use real bullets in the guns? What's wrong with that? I mean, it just looked better.
Yeah, we'll just shoot them. Yeah, yeah. And of course, Records and Pulse quite right. I'm not being totally serious. I know it wouldn't have worked, because you can't, because the system is designed to keep out outsiders with real ideas, so it wouldn't have.
We are layered with an oozing coat of postmodern irony on this channel.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. Thank you, Mr. Self. Oh dear. All right, Theresa May. We go. Oh. Sorry, I put a comment.
Oh, that's good.
Why
you can
we should
do that.
mock the out of her.
Yeah, I can highlight stuff that's really good, but people have got to work for that. They've got to say something really choice and really witty. I'm not just going to put any, because you might leave a good or a funny comment. I can just reference that. I can just say, oh yeah, so and so in the chat. If you want to get up on the stage with us, you've got to have
And that's because it's not all just about money with us, although that is a great part of it if you do want to throw money at us, and diamonds are always in good taste. But if wit and magnificence and aplomb land in the chat, we will celebrate you.
Yes, indeed. You'll be up on the stage. What is it Goldberg and McCann say? You'll be making decisions.
Absolutely, you'll be integrated.
You'll be integrated. You'll have animals.
You'll be a man and a woman. Animals, yeah. I've done the animals.
I've done the animals, yeah.
Depth and massively compromised schoolmarm Mrs. May ad feminam for having willingly submitted to the Trump lout's radical hand-holding. Which is why we should mock her husband for making a nation cringe with his proud admission that he carries out menial domestic tasks, which most men would do without noticing.
I definitely do the taking the bins out. I do the traditional boy jobs by and large.
Slang is the expression of what...
Simon, I almost didn't want to stop because it feels like at this point, I mean, we've said it. We've said it. How much more invective can we have against these types of people?
Yeah.
It almost felt like I was a chump for actually pausing there, because it's like,
no, there was something in her body language, wasn't there? That was like he was talking about cringe, and you almost thought, she's actually cringing more that he's her husband. Than he is aware of his own cringeworthiness. Also,
I always had a vague sense of sympathy for Theresa May, in that I felt she's probably vaguely autistic. You know what I mean? She seems to have that.
The naughtiest thing I ever did was run through a field of wheat.
Yeah, it's that I think she was sort of sincere, if you know what I mean.
She was a gentle soul that should have been cloistered, preferably in a religious institution for the rest of her life, and not allowed into the world of actual power. You think you can work with men?
Yeah, exactly.
No,
exactly. I mean, again, not trying to salvage the legacy. We're not having Theresa May nostalgia.
No, I think you're right to be sensitive. I mean, the thing is, some of the people we hate are such deeply fractured individuals that it is right that we have Christian sympathy for them now and again. And even though I'm not a practicing Christian, I would say, I do believe there is an element of charity which it is worth adopting as a secular man. And things like that are important to recognize. That some people, we mock them, we hate them. But I mean, like we said on Deepest Law yesterday, I'm not going to celebrate people's deaths in any case, really. And even in life, I will acknowledge that there's some part of them that's probably terribly, terribly damaged. I know I am, certainly,
No, Simon, you're weathered. Not damaged.
Well, that's it. Yes, I'm.
Yeah,
weathered.
Weathered like a nice trunk. Yeah.
That's right. I've got a great patina about me, like an old antique piece of wood.
Yes,
it's my more expensive.
What we think, rather than what we are enjoined to think, what we are bullied into not thinking, what we are liable to censor ourselves for thinking. It describes the actual, rather than some sort of ideal which we are enjoined to achieve by hypocritical politicians, sodomitical bishops, and exploding imams.
The bust. What I got arrested for in San Francisco. San Francisco, I got arrested for, what do you think? We can hear that, Daddy. I'm not going to repeat the word because I want to finish the gig here tonight. It's,
Lenny Bruce was, as usual, on the money. There is no what should be, there is only what is.
Get in the court to swear the heat in. What do you say? Your Honor, he said blah, blah, blah. The judge, he said blah, blah, blah. Then the guy really yanked it up. That's right. I hadn't believe it. There was a guy up on the stage in front of women in a mixed audience saying blah, blah, blah.
Pause.
I think
just going to say about
know who Lenny Bruce was, weren't they?
I hope so. Lenny Bruce, widely credited as the man, as the godfather who invented stand-up comedy in a sense. Although I suppose you could say stand-up comedy had a lineage from the music hall entertainer, so there were probably maybe some bridging figures in there that don't get the PR that Lenny does. The interesting thing about that routine there, where he's talking about his prosecutions for obscenity, which it's conventionally thought certainly helped drive him to his early death, but then being a heroin addict probably, did a lot of that work as well.
Yeah, there were other things going on.
but he was certainly put under immense pressure in his professional life. He would say that he was in the court, and it's a routine where he's saying that the lawyer said, he said blah, blah, blah. I mean, I think the word is like blowjob or something like that, the actual thing that he was busted for. And then he says, and then the judge said, he said blah, blah, blah. Yes, that's right. He said blah, blah, blah. And not the punchline, but the next line that is cut out there, Lenny Bruce, his insight is, and then I suddenly realized they kind of liked saying blah, blah, blah. He was talking about the middle class repression of obscenity was the thing that was actually being tested.
Definitely.
So, yeah. I mean, definitely. I've got respect for Lenny in many ways. Some of his stuff is unlistenable, I find, but some of his stuff is good. I did a RADA audition years ago, and I learnt his routine. It's a famous routine, and it's just called. I won't say the word on air, but it's the N word, and it's about all these sort of racial slurs that people use. And his idea in the routine is to say that if you just overuse the words, they become commonplaces and then they lose their kind of explosive power. And that was his kind of theory. And he said, if only President Kennedy brought a few of the top ends into his cabinet, and started saying, this, that, and the other, nobody would care anymore. And, racial harmony would ensue. And that was a sort of idea that was popular back when, some of us were mistaken classical liberals.
It's all about the marketplace of ideas, Simon.
Absolutely.
If you put enough sunlight on things, you'll get to the truth eventually.
That's right, my boy.
That's right. Simon and I will be appearing with Milo Yiannopoulos at the Cambridge Union on the 23rd of September. Rally for free speech.
Yeah.
And what about those bloody Palestinians, eh? Anyway, let's move on.
I must say, a recusant pulse, imagining Simon repeatedly saying N-word in a RADA audition is making me chuckle. It didn't go down very well.
I was going to say, you went up and just started throwing racial slurs at the RADA judges.
I did, Edward Will Use Women Honourably, which is a long speech from Henry VI, Part 3, given by Gloucester, later Richard III, which is a great speech. And I gave the N-word speech from Lenny Bruce as my modern piece. And I felt that their attention wobbled a bit in terms of their sympathy towards me.
I'd love to see a recording of that. You just walking in saying, "Do you require any accompaniment?" No, it's all good. And then okay, in your own time, Mr. Roberts. And then you just launch into the most racially, like a Tarantino film. You just start throwing racial slurs out.
This is like 1996, I think, or 95. It was something. It was lots of arms folded and eyebrow raises. But then they got rid of me at the end because they said, well, what about the fees? And I said, well, I was hoping there was a scholarship or a bursary, and they kind of did a closed lip smile and shook their head and went, no.
You were hoping for, I like your moxie, kid. You have a scholarship.
You got balls coming in here. No,
saying that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, that would have been wonderful.
But Jonathan Meade went to RADA, interestingly.
Nice segue.
Yeah, he did.
But unfortunately, there's one more thing. I was going to say, if I'd love to audition for RADA and just read one of Celine's pamphlets or something, like School for Corpses or Le Juif, la d'amour.
Yeah. Was it Carlyle's essay on? Anyway.
Oh yeah, discourse on the a certain question. Yeah, it comes to my head a lot. Is that famous Bowden speech where he's talking about Punch and Judy?
Yeah,
and he introduces and of course in folk memory there's another character, the black man, as we'll call him.
Dear, oh dear. We absolutely disavow all of this kind of unpleasantness.
Bigotry, racism. Yeah.
We must love one another.
Rude word. Is it a dolphin in a bathtub, Simon?
Dolphin in a bathtub? Perfect.
Slang is exhilaratingly contemptuous of those who attain power, those who attempt to impose their will on the rest of us. We are capable of thinking for ourselves. Slang deflates the preposterous notion of human perfection. It acknowledges what we are rather than what we should be. What we should be, that is, according to our supposed betters. Who are just...
It's amazing to hear him say all this when he just is also the archetype that he's talking about, and he doesn't seem to realize it.
Yeah.
He is the better. Surely.
This is 2018, so yes, this is very late Meades, I will say. He's maybe become embalmed in BBC-ness at this point.
Bloody Boris Johnson, bloody Theresa May. Also, I just
need
to hear that. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much that level. I just need to hear this music because I think it's an amazingly obscure. Whoever's putting the soundtrack together for this is really onto something. If this is what I think it is.
Yeah.
I think depending on taste and religion.
Is it blessing
Allah's suicide bombers, dating a.
Okay, so this is a bit of a real segue here. There's a now dead, sadly departed Japanese electronic music artist called Susumu Yokota. And he did an album which is extremely close to my heart for a number of reasons I won't go into now, called Symbol. And it is a set of, they're not really remixes, they're kind of riffs on various classical.
Oh no, hang on. Are we talking about Isao Tomita? Is it? He's like who did Snowflakes Are Dancing?
No, this is Susumu Yokota.
Definitely. Interesting, because I think Tomita did synthesized renderings of classical pieces like Messiaen Sansons, stuff like that. Yeah, right. Okay, so maybe this was an oeuvre of Japanese.
Yeah, no, Susumu Yokota. He did several albums. Acid Mount Fuji is probably his most well-known one.
Right.
But my particular favorite is Symbol, 2005, and this is one of the tracks on that album. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the track is Traveler in the Wonderland or possibly Long Long Silk Bridge. I don't know.
Wow. He's dead. He died at 54.
Unfortunately, he did. Yeah, it was quite tragic. It's not been published. I have an ode to him actually written, honoring his legacy. He's very, very, kind of a quiet man. Didn't make much, but he lived, he traveled, and he made some very, very deeply.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, he's like on the level of when I listen to some Bach or some Beethoven. I shut the door and put the album on and just sort of space into the music. Really, really quite.
So it looks like his first album was Sakura, which is Cherry Blossom. I know, 2000, and then Symbol is 2004. Grinning Cat. Right. Acid Mount Fuji. Oh no, sorry, I'm going backwards here. So okay, Acid Mount Fuji was earlier, 1994. Yeah, well, great artists are great artists, whichever way you cut it. And clearly, he was a sensitive young man who had great talent and died very too young.
Tragically died young. Illness, I believe. And well, I'm glad. Of course, see. This is the thing. The like minds we get in this circle, Simon. Vingel. A long-standing stalwart of mine, long watching watching my stuff. He has Acid Mount Fuji on vinyl. Wonderful.
Oh wow.
There we go. Well, so I'm glad we have. I'm surprised to hear it in a BBC4 documentary. Somebody in the know was putting this together.
That's the thing. I think the sound editors you get at the BBC and Channel 4, or whoever the music advisors, they do know their stuff, and they just pick out great stuff. And they probably also use people like Johnny Trunk, who runs Trunk Records, because he has a business advising on what bits of music are just perfect from any period of history, usually modern music, and they'll find something really obscure but really tasty.
I mean, sure, you know, back in the day, you're working at the BBC, you could just go up 2 floors and go and speak to John Peel, or you know, something like that. You're not going, hey, John, you know, can I have some advice on this? You know,
that's what I'd love to have, that brain of music, real music, deep cuts. You know, that are just, you know, people listen and go, oh my God, that's fabulous. I mean, the other day, I mean, this is pathetic, but this is me catching up. You know, the wide walking Putin meme that that people put out, and there's that song. Yeah, Song for Denise, that Italian synth pop from the early. I mean, I'd never heard it before, but I heard it the other day. I thought, oh, this is brilliant, and I went and looked for all the versions of it that have been. I look for all the covers, like all the orchestral covers that are done. Things like that are such delight, because they may be like something that was regarded as obscure rubbish years ago. Then it finds its moment in an image, and it sort of sings again. You know, and that's the marvelous thing.
I have a collection of music which I've saved entirely for that reason, is that if I ever make a documentary and I need to, like, again, not all of them necessarily songs I like, but I hear them and go, that fits a certain music and certain. I mean, to be brutally honest, almost all the videos I've made on this channel, the actual point being made was secondary to just the matching of the words and the music. All the words and the aesthetics of it. I mean, to be brutally honest, that was always more important. It was kind of like more like making a poem than it was making an essay, really.
This is a Curtissian mind. It's about the creation of mood. It's not about literalism with the music.
It's you know, Gesamtwerk. It's the whole thing.
We even got a German word for it. That's brilliant.
We have Wagnerian German words. We have words for everything. You know, we have a word for that in German. It's that thing you just said, a Kuchen. You know, Germans on the internet are like that a lot. But yeah, anyway, I do urge people to check out Susumu Yokota's music. It's very good. Anyway.
Choir boy, or getting pleasurably whipped by a lady in latex whom they will pretend not to have heard of when the slime of the gutter press comes to blackmailing. The more one sees of this end of humankind, the more one's milk of human kindness turns sour. Slang is the most sour poetry. It does not wish you well. It's demotic. It's the spoken, and very occasionally written, invention of the tap room, the bar room, the workplace, the barracks, the private place. The received idea about slang, that it's a form of language which occludes and excludes, is, I believe, wrong. Slang is about showing off.
I fuck asses. Who fucks asses? Does he fuck asses?
Maybe he fucks asses. Maybe he's written this. It's a moment of drunken sincerity.
Perfumed pants.
Yeah. Dara O'Malley is the actor who plays the Irish wanker, as he's called in the script.
Or as he always been known to me and many others, Sergeant Harper.
In Sharp, I believe. Yeah. Yes, I saw that. I didn't know that before.
Yeah, that's mainly how I know.
Yeah. This point he's making, though, is interesting. I think it's true. The difference between slang and jargon. This point that slang is not what I'm calling a privatized taxonomy. It's not an exclusionist taxonomy. It's a manner of what you, in cultural theory, fancy word. It's a manner of ostentation. You know, and you know, being ostentatious, as it were. It's about showing your knowledge, but it's also a nod towards a group understanding, a shorthand to say, "Ah, yes, I know what you mean when you say this person is a cockwomble," or whatever.
Well, yeah, and because slang by necessity denotes an in-group.
Yes.
You have to be in the know, and if you ask, it kind of destroys the point of using it. So you can't. You have to have an intuitive grasp of it. And I'd just like to say something that's getting really on my nerves about this program is the fucking slang he's choosing is so boring and dull and QI.
Yeah.
It's so Richard Osman Dictionary Corner. You know, Hampton Wick. You know, hundreds. Come on, there's so many better choices for incredible, burning poetic slang.
I mean, I can imagine what Ride the Hershey Highway is, but it's not really germane to the English idiolect,
really,
is it?
No.
It's
they really couldn't have anything else. I mean,
yeah. Some of it's a bit.
Come on,
missing the note.
Some of this stuff is naff, really naff slang.
Do better, Jonathan Meades. Do better. Educate yourself.
even like 50s like Alec Guinness slang's better than this. You know, you could have like Butcher's Hook or Arthur Rank. You know,
Well,
those would be funny.
In a short while, he will claim ownership of a literary trope that he coined, but it's one that I looked at when I watched this program and thought, oh, I've never even really heard it used. So why are you being so gloating about it? You know, there's no need to gloat your own successes like this.
Because it's it looks a bit like another word. I'm going to look up what nin gimmer is.
Yeah. See, we're holding him to...
Oh, of course.
What is it?
It's some completely obscure one use in all of literature word from 1699.
Oh, okay.
In a dictionary, and because the OED website is shit, it's not giving me the.
I mean, that's another fascination of the Cockwomble, isn't it? Is to sort of take these things from, I found it in a pamphlet from 1623, and I'm going to use it, because it's an old English word that's very amusing at this moment. But it sort of feels like it's a nod to their sort of their status is affirmed by quoting things from quote fact. That the sort of imaginative ravages of the poetic that are more spontaneous and original.
Dictionary Corner. It's just Dictionary Corner.
Exactly. It's outside Dictionary Corner. Yeah.
Giles Bendrith or Dictionary Corner. Yes. So a nin gimmer or nim gimmer is obsolete 17th century slang for a doctor or surgeon who specialized in treating venereal diseases.
Right. Okay.
The pox or the clap. So I don't know what there's no etymology for it. It just says nin gimmer. So rubbish. Try harder, Mr. Meades.
Yeah, come on.
About increasing one's idiolect. About finding a better expression for blowjob than blowjob. It's about flexing one's lingo muscle. It's an expression of verbal dexterity. Imagination costs nothing. The pleasure of slang is in the making. It's a boast. My boast is that I added to the already brimming store of words for drunk with barded, i.e. legless, like the air race, and to the sexual lex.
Right. Let's think about this. Bard.
Just first, before we go ahead, just one canard we have to stamp on. Imagination costs nothing. No, it costs a lot. That's why you're listening to the Panama Hat channel, where you can donate large wadges of cash to it.
We need to stop. Because people are going to get genuinely annoyed. Yeah. So someone in the chat said, "Well, you're the one that had the money to move to London. What are you paying for money from us from?"
No, that was a sign of desperation. That wasn't a sign of good fortune.
Exactly. I had to come to London where the streets are paved with gold. So right, there is a kind of surface cleverness to barded.
Yeah.
Right. But do you know where I think it goes wrong is the poetic, in that the word doesn't sound right for it being legless drunk is chaotic, right? Or it's dead, right? Trolleyed, wankered, rat-assed, hammered. In fact, when I was at school, a friend and I, who was equally as nerdy about wordplay and stuff, we had a game where we said, well, theoretically, any noun with the ed verb ending can basically be used in casual English as a synonym for being drunk, and nobody would really notice.
Yeah.
You got absolutely tabled last night. Oh, mate, I was laptopped. Oh, you should have seen me, mate. I was lampshaded, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, once you listen out for it, but like, so but barded, but also because there's an uncomfortably close bar. Like it's too.
Or bard, I thought, actually, like as in the bard. It's you've got to get the onomatopoeia right, haven't you? As well.
It doesn't sound right.
You can't just coin the word. It's got to sort of sound. That's the thing about when things really hit the nail on the head in English, is that it's a combination of the sound itself being reflected in the concept in some way and mirroring back to itself in a pleasing feedback that makes it ring, like a tuning fork being struck.
Well, I mean, this is why I've always loved a lot just beautiful slang, because I mean, one of my ambitions is to one day write a book called The Poetry of Obscenity. Just listing, like, and talking about beautiful old, horrible old soldier songs, and delving into the meanings and things, and just because there is a way to use this stuff poetically, it's satisfying. And yeah, I mean, also because I think there's also a slightly mean-spirited aspect of Barda, because the guy lost his legs in the war, get his legs shot off, and then traumatically. Also, again, another reason it doesn't really work. Famously, he was fitted with prosthetic legs, learned to walk and fly with them, so he wasn't legless.
Yeah, exactly.
He wasn't really famous for not having legs, if you see what I mean. It doesn't.
No, I
really,
felt that essential
here,
meanness as well, basically infected that coinage. It doesn't kind of work for that reason. It's sort of, I mean, so taking someone who has suffered in some way and using it as a metonym for something else is kind of a little, bit.
It's not that I have anything against something being a bit mean-spirited or like,
but in the right way.
You will pick up, but it's, and also because look how it's used in the prose there, where it's not capitalized and the word doesn't look right. So if you're reading that, you wouldn't immediately go, oh, he means barded. Oh, it's a pun for legless. You'd go, baited? Oh, this must be some old word I don't know. I'm going to look it up. She was baited. What does baited mean?
Yes.
It's not. It doesn't. That's bad writing. You need to have. It's a long way from Finnegan's Wake, Simon.
I'm going to quote Dennis Potter in The Singing Detective here, that with words, it's about the sound it makes in your mouth and the shape it makes on the page. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, just thinking about obscene verse, I might just do a one-off, like maybe a YouTube short where I just sing like one of these horrible old ballads that I've got collected, just for no particular reason. Yeah, might be funny. Yeah, it may also be very cringeworthy. I don't know. Get very, very drunk and give it full voice. Couple of bottles in and sing the King Farouk song. And now aboard the good ship Venus, my boys, you should have seen us. The figurehead was a horrible blow. And the captain. There was an old sailor who sat on a rock. Moving swiftly on. His mitts and rubbing his... Yeah. Right. Dennis Potter in Blue Velvet.
Rubbing awful.
I reckon. Which is Chris Morris reference. Yeah.
Dennis Potter in Blue Velvet.
It's a Barside quote. Yeah. I love me singing detective watch along, says Rex Impulsius, Think could be thought on. We could do a little bit on Dennis Potter. I don't know how we feel about him. We'd have to see. This is Dennis Potter, not Dennis Hopper, the actor. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah. Yeah. Heineken. Fuck that shit. Pabs, Blue Ribbon. Sorry, can't help it. Yeah, Dennis Potter in Blue Velvet is a Brasside quote where the character is misquoting. He should be saying Dennis Hopper in Blue Velvet, but he thinks it's Dennis Potter in Blue Velvet, which makes him ridiculous when he says it, which is why it's funny. That would be great, though. Dennis Potter in Blue Velvet, with his glasses and his pipe, looking at what's his name? Hiding in the cupboard watching Isabella Rossellini, and that would be strange. It probably would have been Dennis Potter's kind of preference, to be honest. Yeah, I went to school with his granddaughter. Oh, no way! Yeah. Wow. Abby Potter, to dox her. Yeah. One of his descendants. She was constantly being grandfathered. People. Oh, that's that is, don't you? That's Oh, interesting. Potter, so, yeah. Did she have a broad Forest of Dean accent or anything like that, or was she better brought up? No. She was better brought up than that. They long moved into the trappings of middle classness. I mean, you can. I had the name Dennis Potter in my head as soon as I could learn to walk, practically because of her. Because everyone was saying, "Oh, she's a Dennis Potter's granddaughter." Oh, yeah. It was a very well-to-do thing. Anyway,
pretty much what intercourse is. I'm absurdly proud of these coinages. Slang is centripetal. It gets to the core of what it describes, and whatever it describes is made vital.
Pause.
The gap between
pronunciation, centripetal is the way.
I was going to say
Centripetal is putting the stress on the third syllable, whereas in English generally the custom is on the first. Centripetal, not centripetal.
Centripetal sounds like an actor that Toast would have worked with.
A classic one that people get wrong is they say lamentable. The actual pronunciation is lamentable.
Lamentable, yeah.
You have lamentation and you have lament. I did it there. Lamentation and lamentable, not lamentable. Stress on the first syllable in English, generally speaking, is a rule.
Half the time I trip over this stuff. I know it's not right, and I end up saying it anyway. You know, lamentable.
I think because spoken language has become so destabilized, it is a little bit like the way people look back at the, how you had alternate spellings in the 16th and 17th century, and then eventually they settled and sort of congealed into, well, whenever what was it, conventional spellings were
early 1800s. That became I think Johnson's dictionary played a big part in it.
Yeah,
everyone just started using his spellings.
Yeah,
this was standardized. Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of ones that I often think I'm not quite brave or memorable enough to do them all the time because I've come off a bit of a twat, I think. But I always love to bring back sort of 50s BBC pronunciations of things like finance.
Yes,
like I always imagine it's spelled with a PH. It's in Ubura, the stage direction is called for some lackeys of finance.
Well, yes, sometimes there are idiosyncratic pronunciations which just kind of land better in a way. They have more, they add more force to a word. When you do Shakespeare, you look at John Barton, one of the great sort of formulators of verse speaking roles, and he talks about the accent in Shakespeare's time. And there is a way in which sometimes, the accenting of words in the past actually gave them a greater force, and a greater spaciousness. So sometimes you corrupt pronunciations a little bit as well to reflect that, and at least you can do it in Shakespeare because at least there is a kind of an argument which links back to archaeological pronunciation reconstruction that's being done.
That's right. Well, because also if you're acting Shakespeare, you will have to find a middle ground between older pronunciation and modern pronunciation because the meters and the rhymes.
Yeah, they're dependent.
You're going to have to do a bit of experimentation with them, probably.
Yeah, and
especially because Shakespeare's such a fan of dropped syllables and adding syllables on to pentameter lines. And,
and the iambic pentameter pattern of stress and off stress means that you end up having to pronounce certain words in ways that sound unnatural, but because you're observing the scansion of the meter, you pronounce it in a different way. So Richard II has a famous line. He says, "My manors, rents, revenues I forego." He doesn't say revenues.
No,
and
he would have said
things like that. Or Henry V says, "And the wild and wasteful ocean." You make ocean 3 syllables effectively because of the way it scans, and the expanse of the word then gives it more power in the speech as well.
Yes, and of course many print editions will actually put stresses in, won't they, and accents to point out where you should pronounce it as
we don't often think about stress patterns in words anymore, of course.
No, well, some of us who are autistic about prosody do all day, but unfortunately, no, it's not as common as it used to be. Iambic pentameter.
Signified and signifier is narrowed, exaggerated. You fucking cunt! You fucking.
We've got to clip that. We got to clip Jonathan Meades.
We can sing over the top of it. Requisite Pulse mentioning the word, the pronunciation of Milan in The Tempest. They don't say Milan; they say the Duke of Milan.
Duke of Milan, yeah.
Fucking fucked up fuck.
La 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 la.
Mr. Meades, timeout.
It's BBC. They're allowed.
Jargon, the prissy net curtains of language, prescribes instead, "You sexual intercourse," and "You fornicating pudendum," and "You crass genitalia." Words. Is it the actions and objects themselves that the petty-minded get so enthusiastically worked up about? Or is it their verbal signifiers? The words attached to the beast with 2 backs? Is to accuse someone of being a have-sex or a make-love or possessing excrement features and a fecal head what bodies like the dim-witted football authorities call foul and abusive? What sort of cunt decrees that cunt is unacceptable whilst vagina is okay?
I mean,
just as we were demonetized today, apparently.
No, I don't think the swearing. I don't think the swearing is going to have a problem. I'm more concerned about. I'm to the music. I'm more concerned about. But yeah, the swearing I think is fine. We can we can F and Jeff and blind
Yeah.
as much as we want, I think.
Verbal obscenity is fine, but offend the corporate gods and you will be smited.
Yeah. Well, of course, also the video doesn't have to be monetized by AdSense because people can do memberships now, Simon. It's just I've just been informed it's gone live. So
there you go.
Anybody want to pop us a? You can be what is it? The lowest tier is cornflakes and fried bread tier. Very nice breakfast there. Meg will bring you a breakfast.
Pinterest breakfast, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah. If you're feeling a little bit more flush and risque, you can get us a Jim Davidson racist joke tier membership, which
perfect for a Father's Day gift.
Yeah, exactly. And best of all, it's just under a tenner.
Yeah.
If you're a real patrician raconteur, then you can get the Sir Peter Ustinov membership, and
real class.
You will have the rights to tell funny anecdotes and stories about your time on the stage and in the army for as long as you like.
We will doff our caps and tug our forelocks if we meet you in the street if you are Ustinov class, and we'll say,
"Oh yes, indeed,
proper gent ye are, sir."
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
right.
Cheaper twice the price.
Shall I use this as the thumbnail?
Could be. Yeah, I have a feeling that this is capturing something about.
I feel like there used to be a screenshot button. Hang on, let me just use Screen Clipper and grab that, because that's
you see, as we make the stream, we bring you into how we manufacture the stream. It's very meta.
I love the slight look of pain and fear on his face as well.
Yeah, the slightly wonky left eye and the distress in the right eye.
All right,
you can
take us on, Mr. Meades.
Jargon is everything that slang is not. Centrifugal, evasive, drably euphemistic, unthreatening, conformist.
But isn't jargon also its own form of slang? In that, obviously you've got famous cases like the Sakal affair, right? Where they were writing in fake academic ease articles. And getting them accepted. The reason being that you had to be in the know to really understand what that, because when they use terms like intersectionality or the black body or something, they mean something very specific, but only if you're an insider.
Yeah.
They're talking actually in very, very clear-cut racial terms, for example, when it comes to that stuff. But
I think he'll make this. He is using jargon as it is a privatized taxonomy, and it is exclusionist, and it's in a way that is kind of reflective of a certain kind of personality that uses it as well. So there is something that is you could say it's a kind of elitism, but it's not a sympathetic elitism. We're sympathetic elitists in a way. It may seem like we're giving demands for high standards, but these are things you can have if you strive to attain them. As we poor grammar school boys, I wish I was a grammar school boy, by the way, I'm not, we've pulled ourselves up from the gutter by our bootstraps, Panama, haven't we? We've dragged ourselves out of it and onto the curb of life, and we're just trying to get up and walk the pavements of the mean streets where every man must dwell. But I think the idea of jargon here, and academic jargon, I both have a love-hate relationship in. I like some of the jargon that I use from cultural theory, because I think actually sometimes some words are actually very useful shortcuts and do give you a grasp of certain concepts, which people could say to you, oh, well, there's an English word for that. You could use an Anglo-Saxon word for that. But sometimes that word isn't quite the same meaning. It doesn't have quite the same nuance. And sometimes it is the classic, 200 words for snow, that there are subtler qualities which are. The example I often use is jouissance, the idea of joy. It's not just joy, as in a straight translation. The academic cultural theory idea of jouissance is it's a joy that is also hurting you. So you have the Big Mac, but it's giving your cholesterol a bad time and it's going to kill you. So you both bite into it knowing it's tasty, and you also know you're going to pay for it. So that's a different form of joy. It's off-cut by a conscience that bites into you at the same time. So sometimes the words have slightly different meanings and they're kind of useful for that. But this sort of corporate jargon that he's going to go on about feels ridiculous in a way.
Yeah. Well, Simon, when I gat up in my Riz with the skibbity, but when man moving like a real chud,
See, I can't use any of these words. I could
bring the Zoom. I could bring the Zoom and speak.
Yeah, I could strive to learn these things, but skibbity, I still don't understand. I mean, I looked at that skibbity.
No one does.
Yeah,
no one does. It's not meant to be understood. It's meant to be felt. It's like T.S. Eliot. You just
we're down with the kids here, 6, 7. Okay.
Oh, we are 6, 7. For real, no cap, Simon. So. And ting.
Coinage of jargon words is not a creative act. Jargon does not attest to our capacity for linguistic invention. While slang belongs to the gutter, jargon belongs to the executive estate. It is the clumsy, graceless, inelegant, aesthetically bereft expression of houses with 3 garages, of business people who insistently refer to their workmates as colleagues, of drivers who think it important to distinguish a Mondeo from an Astra.
I have to say, I know we are stopping, and so I'm cutting his flow a bit, but I am really starting to lose the thread of what it is he's actually getting at here, because because that's not really what jargon is it? I mean, as I say, all slang, all argot, all particularist language is in some way what he's describing. If you go into a philosophy department, also because there's reasons for these things, in that reading Derrida is quite hard, or Heidegger, for example, but because a lot of the jargon they're using, they've had to invent to get to really, really specific concepts that are really important at that level of discussion. So I don't really see that it's necessarily a problem. It's only a problem when it's being deliberately used to keep people out in a way that is
That's why it feels a bit BBC-ish, doesn't it? Because he will develop as it goes through, because he'll talk about football jargon or football expressions, and he'll talk about, I think he does talk about received pronunciation in this one as well. So he ranges a bit further. This feels a little bit like a slightly generalized, don't we hate those people who give presentations kind of use all this jargon. And he will do a little parody of that in a bit, actually, which is quite amusing. But I think he's making a basic contrast in this first section only between slang as the public, demotic, inclusive, and ostentatious form of invented taxonomy, and jargon as part of a world that is about concealment at some level, which may reflect on the psychology of the people involved. So I think it's as much as that, and it's also an opportunity to put the boot into the to the people who work in open plan offices and are doing very nicely, thank you.
Yeah, he even got a jab in at the Mondeo, man.
I'm trying to be generous always with the subjects of things, whether it's Adam Curtis or whether it's Jonathan Meades. I like to find the sort of bright side of what they're saying, but I think sometimes it's fair to say that they're leaning a little bit on their comfort and their luxury.
Yeah, and of course, this is basically an introduction to Meades for me. So it may be that once I get further into his over, I'll go, okay, I see he's aiming for a specific tone that I didn't quite get at the time,
his earlier stuff I think is provocative in it's different, and as I say, I think this is an aging Meades, not in his classic mode, and he could be phoning it in a little bit in terms of who it's the thing of sometimes people change their address to their audience over time when they read the room differently. I always remember I used to like the radio DJ Nick Abbott, who was on LBC, and years ago, about 20 years ago, he was very funny and very irreverent and kind of even-handedly irreverent. And then what happened was the Olympics happened and everybody started raving about the opening ceremony, the Danny Boyle opening ceremony, all very kind of right on. And Nick Abbott went against it and he criticized it, and he got such fierce pushback, he completely did a 180 on his political attitude to his audience. And then he changed, and he's become kind of unbearable now, which is a shame. He's got he's great timing, funny, witty, but I observed it in real time that he changed his view because he knew that that was LBC used to be colloquially known as Nazi cab driver radio, it was thought of as very right wing,
Right.
exceptionally right wing. And then it underwent this change. James O'Brien came in the early 2000s, I think, and over time they decided to go with the O'Brien brand of things, and left-eyes the station, and everybody kind of fell into line. Julia Hartley-Brewer used to be on there in those days as a sort of token conservative, and she sort of was squeezed out by that. There was a bit of a thing of them having presenters from across the spectrum, as they say.
Well, they've got like Andrew Marr and things. I mean, he's pretty, he's pretty highbrow for a bloody tell it to you straight. Nick was it says Nick Ferrari.
That's it. Tell it to you straight.
It's got a radio station. Yeah.
And he's always been kind of median voter, and a bit kind of, timid as a character.
But what's weird about that station is because I've only known it like sort of post-COVID. I never listened to it before then.
Yeah.
But it seems like a station that gets people on who have the voice and the character of, I'll just tell it like it is, I'll tell it like it is. I'll say how I feel, But then all their talking points are the most vicious, hardcore establishment. All these people are just stupid, thick racists, aren't they? I mean, I think the Prime Minister's doing a great job, or alternatively, depending on whatever the line is that day.
That's the problem of the performative outsider.
Yeah, exactly.
I know this because I'm an actual outsider. I've always been a psychological outsider to everything, and I know what it feels like. And the actual reality of being an outsider is you are not popular, and that's fine.
No.
I've come to terms with that. You can be niche, but these are guys who pose as the outsider, telling it like it is, as you say, and really they are. Well, I won't use an expression I was going to use, but they are sucking on the right thing for them to suck on, and it is, as you say, it's kind of hideous. I'm always terribly cautious of anyone who's tell it like it is now, because you immediately know that's signaling I am safe, edgy, or I am, I'm going to parrot it in a kind of bluff way. They think the manner of address, and to an extent they use a certain amount of slippage of class codes in their vocal mannerism as well. It's a little bit like Tony Blair, dropping the T's a bit sometimes, and giving it a little bit of the street in order to sort of say I'm well-hard, I am, and to push points and sort of make them feel like they've got a kind of robust, football fan kind of durability about them. But what that actually belies is a deeply sort of sentimental and often socially timid kind of person that needs to conform in every way. And
it's also the modern insistence that seems inescapable that if you're a politician, you have to be seen doing chummy things like Theresa May eating a bit of scampi or Ed
why do they
Miliband
do
with
these things?
Because this is it. Because if it was, say, I don't know, 1920 odd, and I was your average median voter, there's a certain sense of correctness in the idea that, like, I'm never going to see Stanley Baldwin or Lord Curzon down the pub, am I? Doing photo ops. they're gonna be in their own little world because they are the governing elite, made of men who look and feel and act like they are governing, right? So the idea that I don't need Lord Salisbury to be likable, right? I don't need King Solomon to be likable. I need them to be in charge and making sure everything's Bristol fashion. Another bit of jargon for you there, Mr. Meades.
Well, Panama, we really love your script about Vladimir Putin, but we've got to make him kind of more relatable. You know what I mean? Kind of like,
does he like hot dogs?
We want to see him with his family, having fun with the kids. Not putting polonium in people's tea.
But this one of the funny things is that obviously in the West, Putin's held up as this very imperious dictatorial figure. But he is just another modern politician, right?
Yes.
I've known quite a lot of people who are from Russia or who have spent a lot of time there, and they say what's hilarious is that in Russia, Putin is he's John Major.
Yes.
Right. He was a bureaucrat who was picked out because he had, as we watched the other week in Curtis, because he had no views, no discernible pull one way or the other, and would just sit and hold the fort. And then he managed to cobble together a political base around himself. But fundamentally, he's just a Russian version of a boomer truth liberal.
Yeah.
He doesn't really. He's not this great far right nationalist figure who's, remember everyone was saying, oh, Alexander Dugin's there, like Rasputin telling him to do this and telling him to do that. It's not the case at all. Putin is just the Russian equivalent of a regime politician.
He has been memed into a level of impressive, glowering demeanor by us.
And it's, you can tell because he has to do all the stuff. He still has to go to gyms and kiss babies and eat borscht or whatever the equivalent.
That's
you
know,
right. And it's sort of like if somebody was a really serious, high level, elite who was really in charge and really felt they had a fist over a country, they wouldn't be eating bacon sandwiches in cafes by the sea. Yeah. They wouldn't be doing it. Like, you just wouldn't, would you? Because you don't. At that point, you're not asking to be liked. You're asking to be respected or feared, even.
Yeah.
You don't want to be. It's.
Can you imagine if Putin got the John Major Grey spitting image treatment? More peace, Norma. That kind of thing.
In Russia, some people do see him that way. He is actually this epitome of like a boring old, very conservative boomer, basically.
Yeah.
He and also because apparently his voice is, I can't back this up. This is just what a few people have said. I don't know if they were making it up, but I presume it's true. His voice and accent in Russian is very kind of slightly laughable. He's got a very dull, a very boring, sort of uncharismatic way of speaking. And so it's kind of funny to see him held up as sort of a badass in the West, because it would be like if we had, John Major is this, like, he'd been in PM for 25 years.
Yeah.
And for some reason in France, they've got images of him riding bears and killing people and, doing judo. And there's no, it's like, why?
Yeah. It's like as if you could bring Hitler back and make him speak English, but he would actually sound like Terry Christian or something. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
It is delusional. It inflates pomposity, officiousness, and self-importance rather than punctures them. Slang mocks. Jargon crawls on its belly, giving great forelock, hoping for promotion. Users of jargon often can't speak because they are stifled by having their head trapped in the jejuna.
Do you know what this building is, Simon?
I don't. I was wondering about this architectural contrast shot that he does. I think it's something about a kind of po-faced sort of, Pomo architecture.
Well, I'll tell you where I think I've seen it before. That room with the big wooden staircases is the thick of it.
Right.
I'm sure there's been some episodes of The Thick of It filmed in there, or possibly it's one of the BBC television centres. I think I may have seen it because there's episodes where they go to the BBC to go and be on the radio or be on the telly. So
it looks like a typical modern, what I imagine a modern hot desking kind of workspace.
Yeah.
You don't really have your own place anymore.
You don't have your own space. No.
You're these canteen sort of trellis tables of.
You just have a laptop. You don't get a permanent computer or anywhere to keep things long term.
You get a moderately uncomfortable office chair, but they're all kind of the same.
Everyone can see you. Everyone can see behind you as well. They can see if you've got solitaire open or something.
They're all cheap versions of Herman Miller Aeron chairs. That cost well over £1,000, but they're the 65 quid version from Argos or something.
Yeah, bought on mass. Bloody hell.
Of someone senior to them. And that person, for example, a high-flying multi-platform forward
There's always a broken chair in the corner as well.
Is also unable to speak due to the position of his tongue. In jargon world, this can prove a problem.
Another Bonzo track. Another Bonzo track. Yeah. Someone's having a field day. A lot of royalties going to the Vivian Stanshall estate right now. I just want to say, speaking of The Thick of It, I think one of Meades, maybe he'll make this point later, but I think something he's missing here is that the real purpose of jargon as opposed to slang is to fill in for time, where as you say, you're puffing the thing or the language beyond its actual content. Whereas slang is the opposite; it gets to the heart of the matter more quickly. So, I mean, that character in The Thick of It, Stuart Pearson, like the bald guy with the beard, who
the spin doctor from the opposite side,
the sort of Yeah, he's in the Tories to make them sort of, cool and,
Yeah.
media friendly, and he has this thing where he always talks in terms of, let's okay, well let's do a 4-level synergy on that. Yeah, let's get and there's a great bit where they've got him in the hearing about leaking, and the Baroness Token woman asks him, can you speak in plain English? And he's like, well, I thought I was,
Yes.
and he says, just give us a straight answer. Are you responsible for this problem? And he goes, okay, let's synergize. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk. It's like he can't actually not talk like that. It's all just air.
And those are such hateful people. But I mean, London, of course, is full of those people. That's
they make a living being those people. It's a marketable skill actually to be that type of person. Yeah, because it makes people feel like they're onto something important, doesn't it?
Yes, exactly.
If you're a company that does something as basic like, I don't know, sell accountancy or insurance,
and
you've got a guy running around going, okay, what's the fourth sector strategy here? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I've drawn a big funny circle graph on the board. What's our contingent innermost thought as to this particular synergetic strategy, right? They're not saying anything. There isn't actually a substance to it.
It's got a sort of technocratic grandiosity about it. It makes people feel like they're on the bridge of some immense starship, like in Starship Troopers, about to deploy some absolutely decisive killing military move on some planet. Some operation that they are putting into, by these kind of little Lego bits of language that kind of strap together to make something that's undefeatable in some way, and it's rubbish.
Yeah, it is, and it's just endless PowerPoints and cardboard boxes full of paper. There is one of my favorite sort of little tropes in more recent media is people in sort of faceless corporate office environments, but you never find out what they actually do or what the company does, because it's sort of like funnier that way because it's also fungible. Do you remember in Black Books where Fran gets that job in that office, and like it's really quite cleverly written where you never. There's never actually, she never gets told what she's meant to be doing there, so she's really confused and a bit lost. And there's no idea.
Again, it's this sort of direct descendant of Kafka, isn't it? It's the same iteration of, the endless kind of bureaucracy of modern day work. That it's you being filtered through a system which is ultimately meaningless and is simply about a process to defer an end goal, not to actually transport you to it.
Why ought we to respect scum of the earth like the Trump lout, who have attained power by grasping every opportunity for self-promotion?
My hair is blowing wildly in the wind.
By backstabbing, by lying, by making themselves Croesus rich by borrowing so much that the banks can't foreclose on them.
Nice hotel.
They do this in order to be able to boss their fellows. Rub a successful politician, and you'll find a busybody who refers to him or herself in the third person, always knows best, who yearns to display its prefectorial pettiness on a global stage.
God, it's actually making me feel quite ill. Looking back at this era when Trump was a cogent, cognizant human being who could actually come out on stage and talk and seem to have some logic going, whereas you look now, he's just this desiccated corpse held to ransom by Jews.
Exactly what I was thinking. He's just such a shabby fucker when you look at it now. It completely removes the veil from you.
And it gives me such sort of, it gives me such pause to think all the years I defended him, and we all basically sort of sat there and said, no, all this stuff that he was promising to do, being this kind of I'm going to fix everything, I'm going to make the market good and send all the immigrants home, all this type of thing. And we all said, no, he's call him right wing, call him a fascist, call him all this. No, this is necessary, and it's all going to be good. And then it turns out, we were wrong for defending him, not because if he'd done the things we wanted him to do, we'd still be defending him. But turned out he was just a repulsive, bloated Jewish, probably paedophile. Jewish aligned.
Don't sit on the fence, Panama. Tell us what you really think.
But it's sort of like what a way to pull the rug. And yet there are still people out there now, trying to get back on the reservation for the vibes, because didn't it feel good? Didn't it feel good to be a groiper, to be a pro-Trump in the years where all the normies were crying and wailing? And remember owning the libs? Remember Trump mania? Don't you remember?
Yeah, exactly. We're all kind of like battered wives now, aren't we? Everybody has to kind of release that, the fact that they did believe in a figure of a kind of revolutionary potential, and as you say, the rug was pulled, and now it's fine to pick yourself up, dust yourself down, and not step on that rug again, and move on and learn that lesson, which is, that's great. We've all done a great service.
There's a few of us out here that say that, let's learn the lessons and not do the same thing. We get hated for that, Simon. We get very hated for that,
Honestly,
because people want to step on the trap again.
Yeah,
they want to they want to get, because this time, if we put the right flags on the right lampposts and vote for the right, elite packed Zionist banker, it'll be great. It'll be anyway. Let's not get.
I will say something I observed the other day. I mentioned to someone else, but around my area, there's lots of the flags that went up last summer, I think it was, or was it whenever it was, last spring, and a lot of them now are just completely in tatters, and you sort of feel, kind of says something, doesn't it? Something has kind of.
Didn't it feel good, Simon? Didn't it feel good? Didn't it feel great hoisting the colours to own those bloody elites?
See, I won't go in hard on it, because I know there's people who felt a genuine sense of the thrill of the rush when it all happened, and it was a sense of invigoration and a potential and again, like a re-enchantment that was happening, and I don't want to put the boot in hard, because I think some people felt they were doing it in a kind of good conscience and a spirit of a kind of an aesthetic revival. But it's always the thing, isn't it? You've always got to be aware of, we live in a world of manipulation of symbolism, and at least we've known that for some time. And it's just how much do you step over and make that, the leap of faith, like Indiana Jones, you're going into the invisible bridge, and of course now people will be far more reluctant to engage. And I think there's always the danger of saying never say never, but certainly it's not a question, like you say, of the next thing that comes along will definitely be the one this time. Yes, there is the cope of telling yourself that the next time will be different. I think there is the problem, though, of then retreating into a jaundiced, cynical, and untrustworthy, or an untrusting, I should say, mode of being towards people. It's a difficult one, because you can't in good conscience say right now, yes, you should believe in the next person that comes along. That's not what I'm saying. It's melancholy, if anything, for the sadness that ensues by people becoming a little more blunted and cynical and jaded and withdrawn because of these experiences. That's all I'm saying, really. You don't want to see that wound kind of fester. But it does mean you maybe have to redirect your energies into things which are more like the Panama Hat Channel, where we are now.
Well, I should say, no illusions. This is not going to lead us out of anything. This is just is pure and good entertainment for the soul. But this is it. Is that the problem is people want to feel like they're doing something, and they want to feel like they're getting out of the despair. And the problem is that you just have to kind of man up, really. I mean, sorry, but as Oswald Spengler said, optimism is cowardice a lot of the time.
And I'm going with it. I'm going with AA's Arnold Toynbee in terms of cultural retreat here, in terms of stepping away for a few years and reconnoitering with the bits of our soul that we've maybe left behind and neglected, doing those kinds of things. So for the time being, Panama and I are gloriously irrelevant to whatever is going on in the world, and we're not saying anything pointed in any way at all about anything relevant to what's going on now.
Exactly. Anyway, back to Mr. Meades.
Rub the Trump lout, and you'll find that along with being the most mortgaged man on earth, that's what leader of the free world means, along with that debt of $750 million, his proudly proclaimed racism and misogyny.
Why not?
His cosmic ignorance, his chilling nationalism.
We have to build a wall, folks. We have to build a wall.
His blatant nepotism,
It's a massive problem.
his tax paying, his bullying, sheer nastiness, his complete lack of generosity,
Have Trump.
his success in turning America into a pariah state. He has launched on an undeserving world a leatherette-faced consigliere called Kellyanne. The New Jersey...
See, it's so horrible, Simon, because I'm just being reminded sort of why I quite liked him at one point.
Yeah,
it's nasty because it's like, again, it's never a case of like, I want this guy to be my ideal statesman, because he clearly, it was never lots of things I didn't like about him on that level.
Yeah,
but it was a thing of, well, he just showed up and said, actually, we do have big problems with the borders, and we do need to get rid of all these old geriatric elites, you know, and of course, it's a case of, well, it's not a case of I got what I wanted and that was the problem. It was a case I got nothing that I wanted. I got something completely different. He just turned into the most extreme evil example of the elites we hated to begin with.
Yeah. It was, and it's the pain of knowing that he wasn't from the start a towering heroic figure. He had. I talked about this idea on Curtis streams before, but there's this thing of we've moved into an age where authenticity, the fact that they don't kind of look like machine politicians, in itself became a kind of value of substance. The idea that even if the person was, kind of a bit objectionable or a bit gauche, at least they were authentic, so you could trust that instead, right? And so he definitely wasn't a kind of ready-made towering heroic figure. But I think the pain of his betrayal is that people compromised on that because they thought he would give them what they wanted, and people would rightly say because he was the best that was going at the time. He wasn't a figure of an all-round excellence in any way, but he was the best that was going. And the fact that you've been diddled out of what you thought you were going to get by something that was a compromise in itself already makes it kind of even worse. If it was if it was a genius who had had a sudden Shakespearean tragic flaw emerge, and they were broken by events or by history, and you can say, oh, well, he was the best. He was the best prime minister we never had. But he isn't the best president you never had. He'll never be a figure like that. It's the thing of, you might, I don't know. Would we be disappointed if an Enoch Powell had actually been a prime minister and exercised a thoughtful, intelligent and discriminating regime? Or would he have had a failure at some point that we would then, we'd predecease our liking for him and chuck him in the dustbin of history? My sensibility towards him actually is probably we would have had something really interesting and good because of what a fiercely intelligent sort of a persona he had.
See, to be honest, having read a lot of work on him and also read his diaries and so forth, I'm not convinced he ever could have really been prime minister. I know this is kind of obviously beside the point somewhat. I know what you mean, right, in terms of the figure, but he couldn't really work with people. He was too much of a sensitive young chud, to be brutally honest. I mean, he really was. Like he didn't have that ability to grease up offices, make departments work under him. Exactly. I imagine he would have struggled to run a government in the way that would have been needed for him to be effective.
And that's the problem. One likes and one burnishes the idea of the excellence of the individual, their intelligence, the fact they speak 12 languages, the fact that they are the youngest brigadier in the British Army, the youngest professor, all of this stuff. That's what. But we also suspect and know that the grubby world of politics means, and the organizational and corporatized mode of its operation means that excellent person, we know that they won't fit into it because it already works in a corrupt manner, and that guy who is really good he'll be destroyed by the system. He's kind of too good for it in a way, and the way he operates is going to be like an autistic trying to fit in.
And also because any skill at politics does require by default just an innate skill at middle management. In that, if you're the PM, or even if you're like an undersecretary for something, the management skill you have to get to make your department function, even on a basic level, is pretty intense. And it's not that I don't think he couldn't have done it. I just don't think he was. He was more the artist than the politician. If you see what I mean. I think, but again, you know, they said this about many figures who then went on to become great leaders. So you know, the simple fact is we'll never know because he simply was cut out of the network before he could get that far. But so there you have it.
Blueberry Princess of 1983, who has in turn brought us a useful new turd of despicable jargon: alternative facts.
Our press secretary gave alternative facts to that.
Which means lies.
Can't resist, can he?
See, what's funny about this is that all these people who, if they're leftist intellectuals, and Meades isn't really what you call a leftist, but he would obviously be familiar with postmodernism, Deleuze, Derrida, all this kind of thing. The stuff they lean in, the stuff that they basically believe in by default, is all about the idea that there is no actual truth. There is no one objective truth. It's all about presentation. And also because in politics, that like in society and culture, that's always been the case.
Yeah.
There like when it comes to memetics, if you like.
Yeah.
There is no like the thing is that it's kind of true. That there are facts and alternative facts and 50 other types, you know. It's what you want to believe more than
in the abstract. These people are all about, yes, there is no objectivity. There are subjective accounts of truth that are all contesting in the discourse. But of course, when it becomes an issue on which they are very deadly partisan, there is only one set of facts.
Yeah, of course. So, and then all of a sudden it's Stalin, you know.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
Lord Acton was wrong. It is not power which corrupts, it's the other way round. Power is neutral. It can be exercised beneficently. But power is more often than...
Don't show this to Nima Parvini, for God's sake. Power is neutral. You'd have a heart attack if you had told him that. I mean, Meades is really quick with the platitudes here, isn't he?
I think that's why I say it's got a sort of a veneer of BBCization at this point. You know, this is post 2016, obviously. This is post populist revolt. This is, you know, the de rigueur sneer at was it the Trump creature? I mean, I always feel it's kind of feeble when people try to do these kind of little lashings out and they try to monster somebody by these kinds of...
like it just doesn't... There's better uses of intelligent minds and good language than just saying things like this. You know?
Quentin Crisp could diminish somebody by calling them Mr. Trump, you know, and addressing his faults in a witty way. He didn't need to do this thing. Again, he's leaning a little bit into that the cockwomble desire to rub your nose in the shit and show you how naughty they can be.
And he's tying into the legend, isn't he? It's almost like I don't think Meades is doing the kayfabe. I think he doesn't realize it, in that this is partly what Trump's image was. Everyone's saying he's a monster, he's a fascist, he's a he's going to come and do all this thing. He's going to overthrow all the people's rights and do what he's going to stage a coup. And that was all part of it. I mean, as you say, the most withering thing would have been someone who was sincere in their criticism, just told it straight, didn't play in, just said Mr. Trump.
The best slicings and dicings are like revenge, best served cold. Cold cuts.
Yeah, exactly. Cold and cutting.
Not corrupted, abused by the people who are attracted to it. Power is attained by those who already harbour the germ of corruption, but who usually keep that germ hidden, even from themselves, behind a mask until they've attained the throne. That mask may be smooth or clownish or lovable or populist. Whatever it is, its wearers give themselves away with their abasement of language. They coarsely simplify complicated ideas in an access of patronization.
I wanted a northern powerhouse, 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 northern powerhouse.
I mean, that's quite a choice one, isn't it, for these days? Because look what's come back around in the slop cycle. Northern
Careful.
powerhouse again.
Careful what you wish for, George.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I just think we've got to be a bit more caring in Britain. I think the problem is our needs have been ignored for too long. We've got to have
That's
more.
right.
First of all, I don't think teachers and nurses are paid enough.
That's right. You got to think of the teachers
suffering.
and nurses. That's what it's all about.
Austerity.
Yeah.
No more austerity. When I lead Britain, I will lead Britain from Manchester. I will lead from the north.
Andy Burnham. It's going to be amazing when he comes in. He's going to say, Ange, get us a pint, will you? It'd be lovely.
Right. Well, I think from now on in cabinet we'll use first names only. Right. No more surnames or titles. We're all equal here. More caring.
Fantastic. Yeah.
We've got not enough care in our society.
That's the perfect one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's again, jargon, Mr. Meades. Quote here by Bron Warg, I see, who's somebody we should probably look into another time as well. Have you read much Bron Warg?
I've not. No, I've not. I've been aware, but I've not. I've not looked into his writing. But I'm interested in this. Anyone who puts himself forward to be elected to a position of political power is almost bound to be socially or emotionally insecure or criminally motivated or mad.
See, I have to say, this kind of ties into that old school Roger Scruton, we just sit in the shires and play cricket and but it's sort of, well, this isn't true. It isn't true on the face of it. It's liberal pap. It's soothing cream. It's
coming from the people who do exactly what this is.
People. Well, yeah, exactly. But it's
they insert
we're
themselves.
Good people because we can sit in the shires and watch the cricket and eat custard, and we don't have to worry about things like politics, power, and being grubby. But it's almost it's allowing people to be weak and live with their weakness.
Yeah, and that kind of, as you say, a comfortable sort of Scrutonian maxim then descends to someone like the Cockwomble through things like Douglas Adams, who said a very similar thing. Those people most, was it the people who most want to sort of, engage in exercising power, those least suited to doing so, that kind of thing. So there's always this idea of a suspicion. But when in fact those people, though, as you say, the little platoons, they make sure to wedge themselves in very firmly to pursuing power, but they do it as these groups which exercise a kind of discretion and a kind of insipid and hypocritical politeness about doing it. They'll shaft you, but you'll never know which one of them did it because they'll have done it as a group behind your back, and they'll be very, very ruthless about it.
Yeah, but it's always for petty things, isn't it? It's never for
The
little platoon people are never going to get to number 10 and be ruthless, ruthless power curators, are they? I mean,
no.
It's again this I hate this idea that it's only the people that don't want it are the good rulers. It's sort of this is what it doesn't make sense because power and politics are not just one objective science. It's a tapestry. All political regimes are more like works of art than they are scientific lab experiments, right? You work with what you have at the time. If like Vladimir Putin was like, there's not much indication he was out there trying to climb the greasy ladder, because if he was, he would have been in the bureaucracy, wouldn't he, of the Soviet Union? He would have been in he would have been climbing the hierarchy. But it's just so happened that as things worked out, it fell to him. Or in cases where people want power and they might have been very good with it, but they for whatever reason they never make it because circumstances didn't play out that way. It's silly. Liberal Tory platitude is what we're getting here.
Well, it is a kind of liberal thing, isn't it? I think we were talking about it recently, but the libertarian, the way they say things like, I hate power, no one should have power, it's them in their compound with their guns and their weed and their crypto, and everything will become a self-stabilizing system, which it won't. It just won't, but the idea that you therefore neglect power and you ignore it and you shun it as sort of an emotional taboo, the idea of wanting power, I would love to have power to change things in a certain way, but as you say, I might not be well suited to the actual mechanics of being in government and being bored with all those meetings, and having to deal with all the paperwork and all of that rubbish in order to do it. But nonetheless, I think there's a nice sort of honesty that you can have about, well, yes, we'd love to have the power to change things, but we can't necessarily change things easily at that level. Maybe we can change things about ourselves and about how we live and what we do in our local environment and in our lives and in our relationships. But the idea of power being shunned, I mean, maybe some people are capable of exercising this power.
Yes, and of course, because a lot of the time, whether or not you want it isn't actually that relevant, is it? It's what you do once you have it, and to what end you use it for. Anyway.
Don't they realise how tired, how clapped out their paltry jargon is? It's the language of people who can't think for themselves and arrogantly believe that the rest of the populace shares their infirmity.
The gall of him to say that after having just taken us through Trump the monster, fake news, alternative facts. But I mean, come on, I'm half thinking that he's doing this as satire now. The whole thing. I mean, because it's so. Come on, Jonathan.
You wonder, don't you? You wonder. That's a good point, actually. That there could be an element of a Meadesian approach, that he is simply reflecting the audience back to itself, which again is appropriate for the age of algorithmic desire. That
possibly.
It's a reading. It's a reading. But I mean, there is this sort of thing of, let's make the Trump and the press officer look grotesque. Let's kind of punch that bruise in nice and firmly. But it is the monumental irony, of the idiot saying, "I'm surrounded by idiots."
Exactly.
We don't.
We are all in this together.
Education,
Real change,
education,
real change,
and education.
with the strong, the stable,
Strong and stable, strong and stable, strong and stable, strong and stable. Coalition of chaos.
But I bet Meades wouldn't take the same tone if it was Churchill saying "blood, toil, tears, and sweat" or "V for victory," would he? He wouldn't.
No.
He wouldn't say, "Oh, look, it's another stupid politician doing jargon."
Yeah.
Would he? He'd say, "Oh no, but that was good because it was because it was good."
He knows where the lines are.
Yeah. Silly.
These people are programmed morons. Their threadbare formulae are more than just pockmarks. They're seething buboes, signalling an absolute contempt for the populace, whom they regard as gullible patsies to be patronisingly talked down to.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing about television presenters, couldn't you?
Yes.
I mean, why is it only politicians that are privy to this?
It's the problem of the BBC mode of address in general. That's where,
I mean,
there is an element. I think you're right. There could be parodic here. It could certainly be read parodically because he is doing it. And yet I feel you could credit him with more intelligence in some ways. But maybe this is a moment of great blindness. I think 2018 feels like the height of hysteria in a sense.
Philip Hammond there. Remember Spreadsheet Phil?
Yeah. Well, he is a kind of grey zombie character in a way. So
They signal, too, a contempt for the language of the country they're meant to be governing. They signal their own poverty of thought. Are they brainwashed? They're certainly tongue-washed. Drip down, trickle down. Jargon words which, like so many jargon words, describe a non-existing process, a non-occurring phenomenon. Sure, in an ideal world it might exist, but not in this one. The hypocritical, knowingly dishonest theory and the illusory practice are worlds apart. It is part of the organised social lie. The Gospel according to Matthew got it right, and nothing has changed in the last 2 millennia. Jargon begins at the top, which is where putrescence and decay begin, fish rotting from the head down and so forth. The trickle-down of wealth is illusory, a blatant lie. Rottenness stays at the top, just ask the bottom. However, the drip, drip, drip of septic jargon is undeniable. It is to be heard everywhere. The received idea about slang, that it's a language which occludes and excludes, is, I believe, wrong. That definition is, however, appropriate to jargon. Jargon has stealthily nicked slang's clothes from the washing line of usage. It is today jargon which occludes and excludes.
I agreed with the fees office that a proportion of the maintenance and cleaning of my house, hence the housekeeper, should be on the parliamentary allowance.
A Scottish grandee remarked of the Douglas pig, "If I had a moat that small, I'd have mucked it out myself." As well as pigs with tragic moat problems, we have further expenses poor MPs, countless wealth-sharing CEOs, business gurus, altruistic bankers, white-collar paragons, philanthropists, lovers of mankind. But which bit of mankind? Patrons of what are called the arts, high IQ media innovators, humble barristers, internet billionaires who rob the rich to give to the poor. Is that right? And let us not forget the management consultants who have meekly inherited the earth. Blessed, blessed, blessed.
Yeah, but Mr. Meades, when any of us step forward and say, okay, let's get rid of all these people and reform society, you go, no, no, no. That terrible fascism you're foisting upon us. You know. All right, then don't complain then.
Yeah. The system has a kind of, you know, stale but benign resting point that needs to be preserved. I think that's the difficulty of that thinking, isn't it?
This is what I find grotesque, especially when I look back at sort of Gordon Brown era sort of political coverage. It's like, well, hang on a minute. You've got, so you're chasing around this like awfully funny silly sausage MP with his bloody moat Tory MP with a moat. Gosh. All right. So what about? I'm sorry. I mean, I know it's pushed almost to the point of cliche, but okay. Thousands of girls raped and trafficked. Paedophile MPs still sat in Parliament. Cyril Smith was still alive. Jimmy Savile was still alive. Loads of other people on that Elm Guesthouse list were still there. Police corruption, people having their lives ruined.
Yeah, but you're
murder, terrorism.
You're operating in that embarrassing mode of earnest sincerity. Hat. That's not
exactly
cool. Touch grass, man.
Oh, you just have a bit of a laugh.
Give your head a wobble. Give your head a wobble.
8 out of 10 cats does countdowns on in a minute.
Yeah,
come on.
Not all of them are like that. Yeah, not all of them.
Yeah, exactly. What about our democracy, Simon? What about our democracy?
Our NHS.
Our NHS.
Yeah, we're going to give all the money to our NHS.
Well, it's sort of why it's funny as I find it. I always have a sort of grim sense about shows like The Thick of It that kind of feed into this idea that aren't they all just a little bit stupid and a little they're all just a bit bloody twonks and look can't even do that right. But it's like, well, yeah, a lot of these people are like that, but they're also venal and vicious and will burrow into institutions to extract wealth and favors.
Yeah, but it's all just humanity, Hat. It's all people are just like that.
Well,
we're all like
Simon,
that, really.
At the end of the day, we're just a bit, aren't we? We're just a bit, life really. It's just a bit, just a bit like that, really.
You've come for Misanthropy Hour on the Panama Hat channel.
Yes, you have.
We hate everybody.
Donations. If you'd like to donate to the Misanthropy, please see the link in the description below.
Whilst this creme de la creme de la creme de la creme de la creme talks ceaselessly about transparency, its mores and practices are as densely opaque as the law will allow, or even denser. Jargon is the language of the trained liar, of the professionally mendacious, of the dishonesty trainee who learns from its masters. It is the language employed to construct what the American journalist Ben Bradley called the non-denial denial. It is the language the French call la langue de bois. It is the language of the culpable who will always sidestep admission of guilt. It is the language of bad faith, of people without conscience who, if they ever suffered shame, have long forgotten what it felt like. What part of the brain is it that barristers have surgically excised?
More Susumu Yokota there. Just to point that out.
In order that they can, without shame, without the faintest obloquy, defend the indefensible and prosecute the patently blameless.
Right, now come on. This is just silly. He knows full well how a legal system works. The whole point is you have somebody who fights your corner to the utmost, even if it is, hopeless, because it's fair. That's why there's two barristers each fighting a corner. Is that you don't have to have, obviously, that the successful ones often are what you'd call slightly on the dark triad end of things, but you don't have to be a psychopath to do it. It's fair. You can do that important work, which fundamentally is the long-standing legal tradition, without being a psychopath.
I think the American expression is the attorney is obliged to jealously defend their client.
Exactly, and I think Jonathan Meades knows that. I don't think this is probably his script, to be honest. He doesn't come off as quite that thick.
It is presumably that part of the brain which suppresses moral infirmity and transforms life and liberty into a game. Their parallel world.
I'm not going to comment because I've said it's just silly. He knows this is not. This is it's nothing to do with I'm gonna actually for the fun of it defend a paedophile. It's that someone's been accused of a crime. There will be facts in their favor and facts against them. We have to have them both argued. I really think this is very specious coming from him.
Is rendered yet more ludic or ludicrous by the anachronistic garb, the wigs, the ritual, and the jargon, which is what Latin borrowings are.
Yeah, but yes, Mr. Meades, it's almost like power and authority has an aesthetic. I'm really struggling to understand this.
The law does not concern itself with trifles. A victim's body, whereby, in proportion to the value, criminal act. The English translations of all these are unexceptionable. They're clear and comprehensible. And that very clarity is, of course, the...
Yeah, but again, the reason that you have Latin definitions for these terms isn't purely for the sake of obfuscation. It's because they refer to really specific things. Because the Latin meanings have stayed fixed, the English meanings will change over time. That's why the Latin's stuck around so long. It's because it's a far more choice-specific way of saying very specific concepts.
I see. I'm just sorry to cut across you. I've got to say though, I can see people in the chat who are starting to turn on Meades here, and I think it's also correctly being said that his earlier work is better. Well, perhaps more simpatico. I think maybe there's an element to what you're talking about with Meades here that there's that thing of when you get very old men and they really fixate on some verbal tick or manner of speech and they get really, really upset about it. And it kind of feels like an old man thing. You're getting just really cross at something sort of trivial in a way. I mean, sometimes it can be an important indicator of something, but there's the element of, I'm beginning to wonder if this is just Meades investing a bit of personal animus. He's got a bit of a bug about language, hasn't he, in a way that we're all interested in and concerned about and like to parse language and language games. But it feels like something a bit old manish here, a bit. It really annoys me when people say this. And it kind of gets to a level of ferocity that you think, yeah, it's kind of, yeah, case feels a bit thin in some ways that he's making, and it feels like it's invested with a little bit of animus, but that kind of slightly irrational animus that old men tend to bang on about rubbish.
Do you think he lost a legal case? Like,
you might be onto something.
Bloody barristers and their bloody Latin.
Yeah, I sort of I do prefer some of the earlier, as I say, the Ray-Ban Meades, where he's all in a black suit, black tie, white shirt, and a pair of Ray-Bans.
I'll tell you, if we do like a Meades part 2, we'll do one of his earlier ones. We can contrast it. But again, it's like it's not the style I dislike. It's just the rhetoric in this is just really foul.
It's this particular case. It's an interesting subject, slang, jargon.
Well, it is because I want to actually hear him discuss how slang and jargon work. That's very interesting.
I think I found this one got more interesting towards the end. I will say.
Is there?
Yeah.
Should we risk moving it on, or should
you could jump it a bit?
I'm not constrained for time. I'm happy to just keep on going.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to keep on going. I mean, I might take a break just to nip down and get a drink because I was
going to say if we
we could let this bit run and sprint get a drink. So talk among yourselves.
Ready, Simon?
Yeah.
All right, on your marks,
go.
Get set.
Problem.
Go.
It fails to blind with archaism. Your learned friend, who is most likely your pompous friend, will seem markedly less learned, markedly less pompous if it speaks the common tongue. The words and expressions remain hermetic. They do not advance beyond the state of jargon. They are wittingly spoken weapons of bafflement. They deliberately create incomprehension and bemusement. And it should be noted that legal Latin was once just Latin. It was co-opted by the law. It is not the law's coinage. There is a qualitative difference between Latinisms whose use is exclusively legal and those such as ad hoc, caveat emptor, post facto, sui generis.
Back again.
And so on.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm back. My headphones are disconnected there briefly.
Oh.
But yes, he was basically going on about the Latin again.
Yeah.
These latter have entered the English language as denizens, if you like, immigrants if you don't like. They have crossed an invisible border from jargon into the vernacular. They're used by speakers and by writers like me who have forgotten most of the little Latin we once had and can recall only such things as Horace's marvelously graphic simile.
He did a bit of a obvious visual quotation of the Nigel Farage refugee poster there, didn't he?
Yeah, very. I mean, to be honest, I think
that is a bit slop.
Yeah, I mean, even for the time, that was the Liberals would have rolled their eyes a bit, probably.
Yeah.
Got to say, it's actually a pretty good impression there.
Yes, I remember reading about this. The soldiers in the Falklands would call the Falkland Islanders bennies, and I think the officers had to tell them to stop using that slang.
Yeah. He looks like Compo from Last of the Summer Wine.
He does a bit like Bill Owen. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but it's funny how he goes from very patrician looking to very sort of plebeian looking by just putting that woolly hat on. His face kind of compresses, doesn't he?
It does. Old saggy floppy bag. Yeah, I mean, Crossroads was a very cheap kind of what would you say? Daytime soap opera.
I've never seen it, but I do know sort of various things about it because it was quite big, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was from the sort of mid to late 70s. Very, very dull. Very dull. I mean, I know people who are really, really into it. It's got 260 odd or 300 episodes, and they get the whole box set and they watch it. I mean, I think it was rubbish, but I mean,
Was it as good as Neighbours?
One good thing was there was a great actor in it called Ronald Allen, who people may remember from the comic strip Presents Five Go Mad in Dorset. He played the hilariously camp Uncle Quentin. He was a very funny character, and he would pop up in some of their films. Yeah. He was good in well, not in Crossroads. I've never watched Crossroads. My mum might have watched Crossroads, but I would have thought it incredibly dull.
You were waiting for Rainbow, and you were on the
carpet.
Yeah,
that's it. Rainbow and Blue Peter. I was a nice child.
Yeah. What was who was your sort of favorite Rainbow?
On Rainbow? Well, I probably was a Zippy man because he had a kind of cheeky northernness, which was funny and amusing. But as I said before, I've also said before, I was more of a kind of fan of Pipkins, which had a mangy old hare called Hartley, who was basically a kind of avatar of Larry Grayson, a very camp presenter who did the Generation Game after Bruce Forsyth, who everybody kind of thought he was really funny. He was camp in an amusing way. That I mean, there was a bit of innuendo and all of that sort of stuff, but it wasn't too heavy. He did it very artfully, and he was very likable as a person. I think he came across well on the telly. But Hartley Hare was a kind of a kid's version of him, sort of strangely affected, flea-bitten old hare, and I enjoyed him more.
I remember when AA compared me to some sort of talking cushion character.
That's right.
I don't know what that was. So we had to. It was so obscure, and we had to look up what it was even from. It was a really forgotten old kids show.
Yes, that's right. I remembered it briefly, and then I've forgotten it again. But yeah, I know the one. Yeah,
I was always a George man because there was something so sort of genteel and sort of staid about him. He seemed sort of above it all,
That's right. Slightly dotty, but a pleasant pink hippopotamus. I mean, who can take offense?
Exactly. He just seemed to be on a tier above, I think. Anyway.
Those who put off leading a full life are like this mouth-breathing Benny, who's going to wait till all the water has flowed by till he crosses. The river will flow and flow, he will wait and wait. This is a more expansive version of the same writer's Carpe Diem, another maxim which has crossed that border and shed the constraints of jargon. It should encourage us to Epicureanism rather than opportunism. There is very little jargon, as opposed to slang, which describes, let alone celebrates, enjoyment and exhilaration. Very little jargon which accords with A.E. Housman's indisputable dictum that the pleasure of the moment is the only possible motive for action. Only a fool, fluent in jargon or crippled by religious belief, would disagree. Immediate gratification is what makes life bearable, or the anticipation of immediate gratification.
How can you be such a predictable old liberal broadcaster figure with all your sort of really predictable morality, then come out and say something like, well, we need to live for immediate pleasure? I mean, that's like all of us. Oh, okay, we're gonna pretend to be decadent radicals now, are we?
Well,
he obviously doesn't believe that.
Well, there's always this element of Meades. He's always got a kind of a European inflected idea of the good life, that it is perhaps a little bit more spontaneous, a little bit more spicy, a little bit more of the flaneur about.
I mean, looking at his biography, perhaps it's not surprising he says that, because he's had 3 wives and he had to lose his job as a restaurant critic because he couldn't stop eating meals all the time. So, I mean, maybe he really does. Maybe he is a sort of Epicurean, sort of Henry VIII type figure, really, but he's forced to have the mask of a sort of stolid BBC presenter.
That is very notable in his earlier work. He is much more orotund than he is here. He's been deflated quite considerably. In fact, his silhouette in his suit and his Ray-Bans is kind of very amusingly distinctive as a trademark of his documentaries, in the way that he enters the frame and stands there kind of monumentally in his own way against bits of architecture or human behavior.
It almost sort of on Hitchcock levels, I can see, really, like the way, you know, standing in the suit, very silhouetted, you know, the way Hitchcock used to enter for the Hitchcock Presents, you know.
Yeah, and he's much more angular in his let's be frank, fatter form. The way the suits are cut in the earlier 90s documentaries. So he's almost, it's an air of a kind of an exclamation mark that he makes in the frame, and also a bit of the kind of the quality of a Max Headroom, if you've ever come across Max Headroom as a kind of TV visual figure, something of a kind of, the spritz of that as well. So yeah, he's kind of got a more enigmatic quality in the past. Here it feels maybe he is phoning it in for his BBC buddies. Come on, Jonathan, we want you to be rude about Trump and Brexit.
Yeah, come on, Jonathan, make us feel good again.
Or anyway, the possibility. In Houseman's case, this would have meant a plentiful supply of guardsmen and gondoliers.
Are you going to shave here or wait till you get back to barracks?
Anyone who watches football will be familiar with the nutmeg. Lad A passes the ball through Lad B's legs. That's a nutmeg. If Lad A persists in nutmegging Lad B, he will be deemed to be lacking respect, a very important abstract concept in football as in life, and Lad B will elbow him in the eye. Whereupon Lad A will fall to the ground as though felled by a Tonton Macoute hit squad, and Lad B will...
I mean, right, I haven't got a problem with learned references and things that require sort of, you know, to be well read or well informed to know. But the way he throws it in sort of awkwardly, it doesn't, like, I mean, to people who don't know, so once upon a time, the little island, well, half an island of Haiti, you know, was actually not just a sort of hellhole full of cannibals. It once did have some semblance of government. And that government was under a father-son pairing called the Duvalier. And the Duvaliers were Papa Doc, because he was a doctor, Francois Papa Doc Duvalier, and his son Baby Doc, who was not a doctor, but because you know, bringing the name. And they had a hit squad, a government-mandated torture sort of hit squad called Le Tonton Macoute. A Tonton Macoute meaning, well, it doesn't really have a direct translation, but it's like a sort of Krampus figure, or like a sort of Uncle Gunnysack, or a bogeyman.
Is it something related to voodoo culture, I wonder?
It's more to do. Well, I mean, it kind of became that, but Tonton Macoute is like an old French, I think, folk legend.
Yeah,
it's I think it literally means like Uncle Sacky. Like it's someone who the bogeyman who comes in the night with a sack and puts you in it and carries you away.
Yeah.
That's why they were called that. That was their official name, by the way.
Good branding. Yeah,
it is good branding, and played on sort of peasant superstition, and yeah. So the sort of, it's perfectly fine to have that as a unexplained reference, but the way he's put it in here just seems so clumsy. He's in the middle of doing kind of ha-ha isn't football stupid, and then he's all of a sudden a reference to the Tonton Macoute. It's very just, come on.
I agree. It's in the sound it makes. Again, he doesn't pull it off, and it does feel a bit too. Sometimes you know, in an effort to be funny, we can all be a bit too arch in the moment and over florid the metaphor. Yeah,
jokes never work when you can hear the person thinking they're funny as they
scripting them through. Yeah,
that's because you can hear with the way he added extra deadpan inflection. He thought that was really clever, you know.
Yeah.
Bloody Tonton Macoute death squad, you know.
When the panting former Gauleiter turned referee arrives on the
Gauleiter now.
Another one, yeah.
In the space of a second, you know.
It sort of clangs a bit. It's kind of like student union kind of prose attacking the establishment, man.
Scene be sent off, or will see red, as they say. One thing that a nutmeg will gain you, as well as an elbow, is half a yard.
We can talk over this stuff because, as I've said before, unfortunately I have no interest in football, and cannot contribute meaningfully.
This is a unit of measurement which is peculiar.
You didn't see that ludicrous display last night, then, Simon?
Afraid not. Yeah, blokes from the waterboard, I would say, were around this morning, and they were doing something to the drains in the street. And I tried doing that thing of, making conversation about football, even when I don't care about football or know anything about football. I said, "You didn't watch the match last night?" And they were like, "Yeah, unfortunately." But they were remarkably chipper about it, really. They kind of had got over it quickly.
England were defeated by Argentina for the World Cup semi-final.
Yeah.
For the first time in my life, I watched the footy, purely for the reason that I was in Paraguay when they qualified for the World Cup, and I decided that I would at least watch, because it's so rare for them, and it was so nice to see everyone in that country so happy. So I watched it this year, and yeah, I mean, it's football. It's just not my thing. But it is what it is.
If you enjoy it, if you love it, I'm happy.
Football's wise and articulate pundit philosophers who week in, week out employ it as though it were everyday speech, when in fact it is as arcane as such measurements as a peck, an oxgang, a livre, a mark, a pennyweight, a London quarter. By the way, Lad A has now recovered from his life-threatening injury. I suspect that these experts...
Not much of a thespian, is he?
No.
Not much of a stage matter about it.
No, that was nice and flat. That rendering.
Don't actually know what half a yard, 18 inches, looks like, how long it is. And they drone on about the back of the net. What about the front of the net? Half a yard, nutmeg, back of the net, see red, have entered the language to the extent that people who watch football on telly are apprised of what they signify. Yet they remain bound to their original locus, their original meaning. The sole exception derives from the philosopher footballer Joseph Barton, whose paradoxes are said to nutmeg one's mind.
Joseph Barton. Well, that's an Orwell pseudo quote.
Yeah, one of these attributed things.
Yeah. I like the way he calls him Joseph Barton, though, as if it's almost like he's like a 19th century mill owner or something.
So is that the joke? Because I don't know who this man is, so I assume he's Joey Barton to everybody.
I have heard of Joey Barton, yeah.
They did it pretty. I mean, that is funny. I like that, referring to him as Joseph.
Yeah.
Because as you say, it's like Jethro Tull or, William Cobbett. It's sort of...
Yeah. That's quite good.
See,
That's quite funny.
The funny thing is, though, nowadays, with the kind of extreme postmodernism of Twitter, this could just be a real tweet.
I suspect these are possibly real tweets.
Oh, is this actually real? Oh, okay.
I think so. I think, yeah. Joey Barton was sort of a thing a year or two ago, wasn't he? He was kind of popping up for being a bit politically incorrect, on social media. And he was on podcasts and things. And, he was kind of, you're thinking footballer. Yes. Showbiz Sam in the chat says that Joey Barton was convicted for calling Jeremy Vine a bike nonce.
Oh, that was him.
Yeah.
Now there's so you want to talk about interesting slang or jargon slang, but nonce.
Yes.
Because it doesn't only refer to what people think it does. It does have other meanings as well. Like there's a nonce word, which is a scrambled or deliberately sort of mishmashed word.
Yes, yes. It's a prison. It's a prison expression, isn't it? It's like an acronym.
So it's one of those ones where we don't know that is the case, but that's kind of the only explanation. So supposedly it began at Strangeways Prison, Block 9, which was where they put the sexual offenders, paedophiles, and so forth. and it would say not on normal courtyard exercise.
That's it.
Which would mean basically they couldn't be mixed with the general population because obviously they'd be lynched. But I have to say I've always found that slightly tenuous. It just doesn't like
it feels too perfectly good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's kind of acronymic alignment is it feels too pat, doesn't it?
It's sort of would that really have been the designation?
I don't
There's
know.
so many easier ways to express that, surely.
You have it in Shakespeare on I mean, as a sort of talking about on the moment, like on the nonce, I will meet you, for example, and obviously not. It doesn't seemingly get applied in that way in Shakespeare.
No.
So the word is around, but it's interesting. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's an early example of the way in America institutions create lots of. Would you say it's acronymy? Multiple acronyms that in a way kind of sound like the thing you're talking about, but do express a strict order of words in an actual expression or a sentence. So it feels like it could be something like that, maybe a very early example of it, but it's sort of over lengthy, isn't it, for a British sort of thing? It's sort of almost too complicated for a British prison thing. They would have just come up with something else, simpler.
I'm more keen to believe the explanation that it's simply a variation of Ponce. It's Nancy Boy and Ponce nonce.
Yeah, I would
imagine it's more likely to be like that.
While we have been on the air, I've had a live update from our friend Ben Pyle, who came and joined us on All Watched Over by Machines of Loving Grace on the Deepest Law. He has said another explanation for the word nonce is abbreviation of nonsensical crime, and this may have been, I take it,
nonsensical crime.
Some sort of may have been some sort of legal euphemism. I don't know, that was always contracted. That would strictly be it would be a contraction, wouldn't it? If it was.
I mean, I'm somewhat skeptical just because. I mean, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Pyle, for your input. We do value it. Just because I mean, bear in mind, I was a law student and I was a huge legal nerd. I was always in the library looking at old cases and stuff like that. When it comes to sex crime, there was never much euphemism in that sense. It was always you'd always just say buggery or sodomy or
like
you'd say illicit relations with a child. Because the problem with nonsensical is it's not nonsensical. It makes sense as to what they've done. It's it doesn't go back that far. Nonce only appears as slang for a sex offender very recently. It's like a past 50 years kind of thing. It doesn't go back that far. So my money's on the Ponce Nancy Boy conjoinment to nonce.
Yes, because Ponce certainly. I mean, I certainly remember hearing Ponce around in the 70s as a kid. There was TV programs where characters were referred to as a Ponce, and the idea of the Ponce. And the social definition of Ponce as a man who lived off the immoral earnings of a woman, as I understood it. And there was I remember there was a joke in a TV show once where a prostitute was calling her pimp the Ponce of the Pampas, I think, or something, because he was a Spanish inflected gentleman. So
of course you can ponce around, you can get just to be a bit,
ponce, mince, it's all kind of, again, it's the onomatopoeic element, isn't it, that lends it the air of motion that it describes.
So apparently it may also come from an old Gaelic or perhaps Gypsy Romany word meaning an informer or a snitch. And in prisons, in order to get protection, the sex offenders and pedophiles would turn snitch to try and, as I say, to make sure they were guarded. And so it may have become a synonym. And a nonce then became synonymous with a fiddler, if you like, another the slang word.
Cthulhu Rise in the chat says pounce, and although I'm not sure if there's any relation etymologically to ponce and pounce, I'm thinking of a pouncet box, which I think was a kind of smelling salts box or something, I think in the Elizabethan era.
A pounce pot. Yeah, it's like it's a little shaker full of powder that when you've just finished writing with wet ink on paper, you pour it, you sort of shake the powder
that's a
over
pouncet
paper,
box. Okay,
and it
right.
dries the ink.
Okay, then.
Ponce,
That's it.
a ponce pot or a pounce pot. Yes.
I was thinking of something like a smelling salts kind of thing that may have existed, but I must be confusing it. Yeah,
I mean, there's probably a link because they're both small containers of powder, so possibly it's a general word.
We're becoming like a Radio 4 quiz show from the 70s now. Aren't
I like
we?
this because I'm genuinely very obsessed about etymology and root words.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is kind of what I was hoping this documentary was going to be, would just be some real nerdery about etymology. I mean, just I have to bring this up now because it's reminded me. But one of my favorite mystery ones is okay.
Yeah.
No, there's no definitive theory. The most probable is that it was the American sailors in the 1840s, 1850s on the East Coast. When they were setting off, they had to confirm to the captain that the ship was all correct.
Yeah.
And of course, in the East Coast accent at the time, you wouldn't have said all, you'd have said all, like modern Americans do. And because of the relative lack of literacy, people would have written it as okay, all correct.
Yeah.
But there is no basis for that. That's just as like as any other theory. But no one knows where okay comes from.
I've just looked up pouncet box. Actually, it does actually cover the meaning of a small container, either containing dry aromatic powder or a sponge soaked in scented pungent vinegar. It is the one mentioned in Shakespeare. I remember because it was Shakespeare's Henry IV, and Hotspur mentions a pouncet box. So it was like what's it called? The thing they used to hold up to their noses to ward off the plague, like a
posy. Or
like they used to use oranges as well and stick them full of cloves. And you would waft around. It's kind of a very foppish thing. You would wander around with a sort of thing held under your nose to ward off the foul air. And a pouncet box was certainly that. A poncet, a small pounce bag, is also there. So it sounds like it is kind of like it is used, and it perhaps is used more broadly as a receptacle or container for powders, utilized to sprinkle pounce to dry ink. Yeah. So that's claimed to be an evolution of the Elizabethan or early English term. So yeah, we are both correct. Of course, we usually are both correct.
Exactly.
All the way down the line.
Well, Simon, I have my alternative facts. So.
Otherwise, no use has been found for them outside football. They're well known, but exclusively in their original context. They are definitively jargon. So too are football's thefts from a blue-collar lexicon, which is now as extinct as the factories and mines which gave rise to it.
He's got guys in there who are willing to put a shift in. He should put a shift in.
They've got to play those slide rule passes.
Yeah. Just let him run all day.
You say Arsenal not really at the races.
You say we're at the races today.
Put a shift in.
See, I've never liked football, but I always have quite enjoyed listening to pundits and enthusiasts talking about it because I love hearing cant. I love hearing sort of particular slang that I don't understand or need to understand, but there's a beauty to the words.
Yeah. It's all forms of argot and as you say, cant, like beggars can't. Have an interest in and of themselves as a kind of hermetic world of, linguistic particularity. That's you're right. There's always the interest in the specialism of the way languages develop in groups.
Yes, and I mean, I'm a huge enthusiast of nonsense verse, and I mean, even some poetry that isn't nonsense, but just has a feel to it, like Dylan Thomas, for example. Or a lot of the time, I don't know if it's no one should sit down and tie a poem to a chair and go, what does it mean, really? It should just be on a kind of direct aesthetic level. But all that kind of stuff I love. And I mean, hearing people say things like, talking like they talk there, put a shift in, half a yard, nutmeg, they weren't at the races today. I mean, because it puts you in mind of all that wonderful lost demotic culture, all these working men doing things like going to the races on the regular, and this sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's rather like when we talked about how in order to really get the birthday party, you have to have some awareness of the rep characters and the seaside postcards and, you know, that sort of world. It kind of has a foot in that world. It's wonderful.
Hmm.
Yeah, love it. I've got quite a few slang dictionaries around, just because it's interesting stuff.
Then, slide rule pass, not at the races. Does anyone under the age of 60 know what a slide rule is? Has anyone under the age of 60 ever missed a works outing bus to Haydock Park or Market Raisin? Jargon conditions behaviour. As we have seen, when a footballer brushes against another footballer, one or perhaps both will fall over. If this grave lack of balance were transferred to everyday life, then scenes such as this would be all too familiar. Footballers regularly increase the proportion of their body that is graffiti. They disfigure them.
Whoa.
Unusual imagery for the BBC to feature there.
Excuse me, Mr. Meades. What was that?
Little Sonnenrad.
There you go.
Oh dear.
Right, now hang on a minute, Simon.
Who's going to walk around?
You're going to secretly reveal to me in a minute, aren't you, that you in your youth at the BBC, you know,
I used to weep in butchers' shops. Yes, I go.
You were there and you edited this program, and it'll say at the end in the credits, you know, edited by Simon Roberts, ASC. You know,
that's interesting, isn't it? Interesting that was slipped in.
So an obscure Japanese musician who myself and some people in the chat know, Bonzo dog music all over the bloody thing, and now a Sonnenrad. I mean, come on, Simon. Which one of our community was involved in this?
I don't know. I think some covert Zoomers got into the the BBC Accelerated Promotion Program and started a little bit of discreet memeage in the graphics adornments of Jonathan Meades documentaries. They must have been very young to do so, but they got their edgelordism in.
Mm-hmm.
Is that sun on the right significant of anything? That particular, not the Sonnenrad in the middle, the one on the right.
It just reminds me of the P&O Cruises logo.
I was going to say, there's Grim Reaper, Black Sun, and then the other one. I just wondered if there's particular significances. You know, I personally don't like tattoos. I have to say, by the way,
I think
not a fan.
Trashy. Unless you were in the service or in prison, then there's no reason to have them.
Yeah.
Or unless you need them for medical reasons, then there's no.
But again, it's a form of modern ostension, isn't it? Of having, you know, your tribal designs and your this and that, and it's the thing of lending yourself a history. And whereas in the past, the history might have had, you know, you could have been in a significant military engagement or a criminal underworld, you know, where things happened that were commemorated. Whereas the tattoos now are just commemorative of themselves, of having undergone the pain. Enduring the pain of having a tattoo applied. And it's not like you're necessarily getting people who have achieved things and said, well, you know, I did this, I climbed Everest, then I got this tattoo of you know, whatever. It just feels like sometimes it's the tattoo that's the achievement. And you think people are so heavily loaded with them now that it becomes
for the sake of it, really.
Bit bogus.
Yeah, and it's just trashy. You know.
It can be.
That is graffiti. They disfigure themselves with hideous tattoos, with brand marks. They may be Croesus brats, but they treat themselves like cattle. They have not read Leviticus, nor do they know that the SS tattooed as an insult, as well as a means of identifying their victims.
The thing is, I think he's confusing like modern tattoo culture with old school like skinhead type stuff, where those skinheads, those like the actual authentic combat sort of 18, or the pre Joy Division types. I mean, they were a genuine underculture. They weren't sanctioned by the elite. They came in and went, no, we are very angry, very hateful, and we believe in this ideology to some extent. And you know that was different. I mean, you do still see the occasional old boy with his Sonnenrad or you know SS or the dagger or the cross grenades, you know, Yeah. What's the interesting thing is, whenever I've like seen one of those occasionally, and I make the effort to talk to them, they're actually just really sweet old men a lot of the time.
You do get, it's difficult to. Years ago, I used to sort of go sometimes to the military reenactment shows that you used to see, and of course in Britain, there's quite a thriving military reenactment scene, and a lot of people dedicate themselves to reenacting the modes of the German military of the Second World War. And particularly the SS is very popular for its chic and couture, and you get the dedicated people who will. I think the SS had things like their blood group tattooed on the inside of their armpit or something like that, and they will get all that kind of stuff done in the sort of search for authenticity.
Oh, sorry, and of course because the stuff like death before dishonor and indications of Nordic sort of Nordic inspired Nazi stuff. I mean, it stands for something. It's sort of like there is a meaning to it.
Yeah,
it's almost a yearning, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's the question, but it's the question. It's maybe it's an aesthetic question of I hate to say less is more. But it's the thing of when the body kind of becomes an advertising billboard in some way, or it becomes a site for brand markers or symbols of ideas. I wonder about that. I'm not giving an answer, but I wonder about it.
It's the endless desire of the young man not only to be part of something, but for everyone else to know he's part of it. That he doesn't have to. He doesn't have to find a way to tell people who he is. They should just know.
Yeah,
I mean, I was speaking with a friend the other day about the apprentice boy gangs in Shakespeare's time, where all the major cities were beset by gangs of apprentices who would have turf wars. In that, all the apprentices of the Carpenters Guild would all fight the ones who were in the Blacksmiths Guild, and they would all fight the ones in the Joiners Guild. So they would spend the money they didn't have on ostentatious clothing. And garb and swords and things they weren't allowed to carry around, because it was it's like kind of like a slightly more real version of being a teddy boy or in a razor gang or something. But it's absolute as well. It's we are it and we will kill anyone who isn't us sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's very appealing to a young man. It's sort of, as they say, high thumos, isn't it? In a very brutal.
Yeah. And again, it's like the football thing. I can't, you don't want to be seen to be putting the boot in too hard to that thumos. But at the same time, there's also something about holding things back, which I find more interesting, that people do. It's that word ostension, that thing of, he's saying here, like slang is about ostension. It's about protruding into the social space for recognition, for in-group evaluation and status. And I think the problem is my sensitivity is not towards necessarily always the thing itself. It's the degree of protrusion that's going on. And there's something about me that's more kind of the, English qualities had also an element of restraint and conspicuity that was like this, was kind of antithetical to that. I like the fact that James Bond is a reactionary man in a suit who kills people. He doesn't need tattoos.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have to. A man like that would never have a tattoo.
Yeah.
Consider it completely. Well, I mean, until very recently, it really was like, if you have a tattoo, you were proper. You'd either been in some horrific military unit or you'd been in prison for 50 years. That was that. I mean, people really were scared of it, and then all of a sudden it became fashionable in the 2000s. Didn't it? It was a Blair era thing. All of a sudden, people getting loads of tattoos, sleeves and random colors. It's horrible.
I just say hold back. You don't need to, impress your legitimacy as a person on the rest of the world by anything, by how you dress, how you style yourself. In a way, everybody's become over-styled. That's another thing. The way that, I mean, I'm sorry, I have to say to sort of slightly older people like me, but there's a level of grooming now that goes on. I'm not going to infer that it's unmanly or anything like that. I think the problem is men have adopted a female ornamental culture to an extent that it can become, it becomes a kind of indulgent excess, which then speaks kind of against the qualities that you're wanting to project.
Yeah.
I don't know, It's
very true. I think
thing.
Men should be properly styled without ever being groomed. You know.
Yeah.
You don't want to have all that crap on. You know. It's also because a lot of it's just to sell things anyway. You know.
Yeah.
It's a capitalistic exercise.
Be like James Bond. Wear a tie with a side knot. Specify how you want your eggs boiled in a very particular way, and learn how to kill people with your little finger.
Mm-hmm.
That's more
You'll have a much
interesting.
better time.
I think so.
And as for free will, well, the poor sods have never heard of it. They're team players, so they follow the team, the mob. Team spirit isn't a virtue. It's merely falling in with the flock, obeying the common will. They alter their daft hairdos and their makeup weekly. So why can they not alter their accent? Their often incomprehensible regional accent. Accents are no more natural or inevitable than daft hairdos. It's not as if the lads have regional tattoos or regional daft hairdos.
I tell you, woman, I be sick of we clack.
Suppose now most everybody deny love poetry.
You go bear me, you wish to boat, you play cricket.
Why should regional jargon, regional dialect, regional accents be regarded as so admirable if they are incomprehensible to those with a different regional accent, a different regional jargon, a different collective lexicon?
I mean, some would say that's the beauty of it, is that they're mutually incomprehensible. That is actually why they're special. You know, I mean, I don't really, because he's sort of, is he just saying that we should all do the Blair thing, that everyone just has this horrible estuary Thames inflection?
Well, he's preempting a section that he's going to do on RP as he calls it, a lingua franca,
right.
which I have some sympathy with, and at the same time there is the interest in the particularity of the regionalism, the mutual incomprehensibility, and the subtleties of dialectical changes that go across counties and maybe a few miles, which, you know, inform and shade and, you know, give nuance to concepts and uniquely English expressions or Scottish or Welsh expressions that give us, you know, all the diversity we need, you know, and so there is an interesting point to be made, and there is also, you know, a little bit of relish here for some archive of people with accents. I mean, I don't know where they were from. Was that first lady like from old Suffolk, you know, something like that?
Yeah, Suffolk, one of the West Country.
Maybe some Forest of Dean or something. I don't know, but. Interesting stuff. I don't know. I wish I could locate these things perfectly by ear. That'd be wonderful. He's going to tell a story about that. I think about when he went to RADA. They pinged his accent straight away. That's a great skill and interest, and to have that knowledge, especially the British Isles, would be a great thing. I don't have it. I wish I did. But I think there is also something about the way that is bridged with received pronunciation in a way. I think there's a great sense of that. But then to me, that would be like being in a country of your own and having several different languages within the country. I mean, wouldn't it be great to be able to speak Gaelic? You know,
and you don't even have to go back that far. I mean, you go back to sort of 1950, say.
Yeah.
I mean, all the regional dialects now are still going pretty bloody strong. You know, I mean, even now you haven't got it. I mean, especially as someone who grew up in the Welsh marches, where you had to go 5 minutes down the road to hear a completely different dialect and accent. You know, between Gloucestershire and Monmouthshire and all else around. You know.
Yeah.
Often are incomprehensible.
You can see how the pig population is going down.
Yeah, you should add another 300 there at least. You can make it compare with them.
But it's Elsie glad. But I'm dazzled with the mysteries of living.
There was, and still exists, a wrong idea that mass media have caused regional accents to disappear.
Pause.
Television is supposed to have killed...
Just want to say this archive footage here, that is, when I first saw this, I thought that's a good evocation of my memories of the 70s. That's how things looked. Things were kind of grey like that, and people did sort of shuffle
there really
about.
was a filter. There's a filter.
Yeah, vehicles with the color of mold, basically. A color of mold or diarrhea. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But this is.
I'd still take it.
Yeah, it's just a tonal thing. It's just how it looks.
Pulled them off. It's an idea without foundation.
Why, we call them cosies down yonder, but up here they call them buyers.
Do they?
Good.
Well, it's a very fine mare, isn't it?
It's a grand one.
Yeah, it is indeed.
In fact, both telly and radio display a wide range of regional accents, regional dialects, regional jargon, but perhaps not quite wide enough. West Country and Black Country accents, both stupidly regarded as signs of stupidity, are in short supply, whilst there is an overabundance of mid-Atlantic, generic Northern, estuarial, and Irish. I deeply care in hypersensitive big heart blades when I see a tiny child without limbs bleeding almost as much as my deeply caring hypersensitive big heart blades.
He's doing a Bob Geldof bit there, I think.
Yeah. Bob Geldof, God, I hate it.
Speech has changed. I don't mean usage, vocabulary, and so on. That is, always has been, always will be, in perpetual mutation. I mean the very purpose of speech. It is no longer exclusively a means of communication. It is increasingly employed as a self-conscious badge of identity. That is, of separateness, of difference. Mancunian usage is not that of the Lancashire towns. Tyne and Tees do not allied, nor Cardiff and Swansea. It's a badge of pride in your particularity, in where you come from. Where you come from, not me.
All faiths, all moral codes are instruments of repression. Accents are too. Dumping them frees us to go who knows where on an adventure.
After I heard a tape recording of myself at the age of 17, I struggled to lose my South Wiltshire, West Hampshire burr. I had no desire to be bound by what came out of my mouth to a particular place. I did not want to be instantly classifiable. Nonetheless, I was horrified in my first week at RADA when a voice teacher, the late Michael McCallion, listened to a group of us read the same text and then told us where we came from. He got me banged to rights. Somewhere near Southampton, he said. Spot on. I grew up only 20 miles from that city, which is where all of my mother's family lived and which I visited every couple of weeks throughout my childhood. Michael's correct call was shaming. It made me strive even more to erase this banner of belonging.
Pause.
Shedding an accent.
Just saying those old pictures of Meades there at drama school. He could have had a bit of an Oliver Reed, sort of slightly tough guy kind of career, couldn't he? If he'd played his cards right and not eaten so much in restaurants.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
I mean, Oliver Reed wasn't a small man. I mean, he liked his grub. You know?
Yeah. And just he had a bit of street about him there, didn't he? In his pictures, I thought a little bit of that kind of scruffy haired.
He would have been very good on 70s telly, wouldn't he? It's like a sort of long haired young. I can see him in episodes of Minder or some street kid. He looks a bit like Godber, in Porridge.
Yeah. He could have been even earlier. He could have been in Z Cars, maybe as a sort of a young ruffian. You don't hear ruffian anymore, do you?
You don't hear no ruffian. No, not unironically, as they say. Yeah. I mean, I had a bit of a Welsh accent, but I lost it through speech therapy.
Yes.
So, there you go. Bleach.
Yeah,
and as part of the process of
you must high Brian Kai,
Yes. Yeah.
See, what I find really sad is that people talk about RP, as in sort of vaguely how I talk, but actual RP is you don't hear it anymore. It's gone. Or gone.
Well, he's going to talk about RP in a bit coming up, which is quite interesting, I find. And there's always a thing I've had arguments with people about that they certainly from an actor's point of view. accents, RP is not posh. People misinterpret RP as posh, and posh people, really posh people, don't speak in RP. I'm sort of approximating a kind of RP right now. It's a kind of flattened English accent, such as you would use for a voiceover or a narration. But proper posh people do speak as you did just then. They live in a big house because they have lots of pounds in the bank.
House
And
money.
it's quite an exaggerated kind of sort of clip
Princess
thing.
at the top of the tower.
Yeah, and there is the thing of, you actually keep your upper lip stiff. You keep it very still. So it makes a lot of your...
I bless the ship, the shitty and all who sail upper, inner, oh bugger.
Yeah. So yeah, it's different from posh. Posh in itself is a regional accent of a form. It's a regional accent of a class that can have regional variations, but it also it's an in-group accent.
This is it. It's the remarkable thing about it is it's not regional. It's purely class based, and it's also very recent in that a lot of people would have assumed that, say, especially foreigners or Americans, they say, well, would who should we pick? Say, I don't know, Charles I has spoken like that, but of course he wouldn't, because it didn't exist then. Charles I probably would have spoken some sort of lightly Scotch accent, or kind of London. I'm sure you know about the original pronunciation of Shakespeare.
Yeah, that's the thing I was talking about. John
Grove.
Barton. Yeah. He'd talk about like the word war. Would be usually pronounced as war. It would have a much more growly sound. And there would be these. There's always these things about, I think, like Sir Walter Raleigh or Raleigh, if you prefer.
Sir
Walter Raleigh would have had a much more regionalized accent. It's thought.
Do you know any OP? Can you give us a bit of Hamlet in the original?
No, I've never gone there. There are people who can do that sort of stuff. There's that what is that young man online, Simon? What's his name? He does the
Simon
channels.
Roper. He's good, isn't he? I like his
very
channel.
Interesting, very detailed,
Yeah.
very detailed.
Very good.
I think he's quite liberal, but nevertheless.
Never mind. We're not here for the politics. We're just
not here to judge.
Elocution. Yeah.
He's like Tom Rousel in a way. He's got very detailed, very minute knowledge of things, and that's good to go to such people to learn from them. And he's very good on the minutiae of how somebody in London in the 13th century would sound, or how someone in Shropshire in the 17th century would sound.
People are quite always surprised to hear that Shakespeare's English was quite close to modern Dublin English, and the reason that we know that is because the Dubliners were taught English by the Elizabethan army under the Earl of Essex, who went there in 1590. And it hasn't actually changed very much. So a lot of the inflection isn't what you'd call Irish. It's not because they had an Irish accent and then spoke English. It's because the English, that's how they were taught to pronounce English, neutrally, if you like, by the occupying army.
True, yeah, and this is very much a commonplace. It's often talked about with Shakespeare, that there's elements of Irish, elements which actually the Americans are closer to. Still in their received
R's. All the R's would be sounded.
Yeah. So I mean, it's always a thing when people get sniffy about looking down on Americans for the way they speak. They should speak with their accents when they play Shakespeare.
They should.
And they've probably actually retained certain heritage pronunciation through their accented lineages. And I mean, it depends which part of the country you were in, but who knows?
If people should look into the original pronunciation, and I also highly recommend a video on Simon Roper's channel, where he found a record of a courtroom conversation which took place, and it was funny because it wasn't a piece of poetry or formal prose or court dialect. It was just judges and people in court talking, and it was funny because you can actually see the rhythm of the conversation. It's not designed for. It was just how they spoke. It's really interesting because he reconstructs it, and it is like you're just hearing them talk and joke, and it's quite an amazing thing to hear.
Yeah.
But yeah, the RP as we know it came about at some point in the 1800s. No one's quite. It's very difficult to date exactly. It's also
Yeah.
because, of course, there was no audio recording, so until
Yeah.
very, very late on, so we don't have it. But it's by the 1880s, 1890s that it stabilized as what we know it now.
Yeah.
Or not. It kind of got slightly more sort of as the Queen spoke in the 20s and 30s. Actually, it actually picked up in refinement around then. But broadly speaking, you had it in place. And what makes it notable is it's believed that people started to cut parts out of words as a kind of class indicator.
Yeah.
So that's what makes RP notable, is that it reduces words down to almost single sounds. Like you wouldn't say tower, tar, right? It's the very base of the vowel.
Yes.
Is sounded, and that's it's pretty much that recent. But before then, aristocrats, it didn't really matter where there wasn't a class accent as such. You would have probably sounded a bit more refined in that you would have had more of a book education, if you like, but there wouldn't have been an accent that you'd have heard outside of the regions. Basically, if you for example, the Earl of Manchester would have sounded like he was from Manchester, for example, of Manchester at the time, so forth.
There's other particularism, especially about the English as it's spoken, that can be very unfair as well. We all joke about, Americans come to London and they ask, how do I get to Leicester Circus? That kind of thing, or something like that.
But it's not intuitive.
Yeah, there's the elements of, unfortunately, you only know how to pronounce certain things, and they're not consistent as rules, in pronunciation terms, as you might think. And there are things you only know if you know them. That's the problem. I was DMing with a friend in North Americas the other night and saying, it would be actually interesting if somebody did a pronunciation guide for people coming over, so we didn't have to feel that there was that awkwardness about pronunciation of things which seem very obvious to us but make people seem comical if they mispronounce them. And there's the inside information, such as you only really get from looking at old dictionaries, as you say, and they're very interesting. We've got very old dictionaries at home, and well, my mum's got some of the. I think I might have it in my home now. I've brought it over. You have names, for example, aristocratic names. So the famous one, like that's the one that is spelt Cholmondeley, which is pronounced Chumley. It's just the way it is. The name Levison Gower is pronounced Lucen Gore. It's not just a posh affectation. It's just that's the
Featherstone Hall,
the town of it's Tocester on print, but it's Toaster when you say it.
And it's also funny that in the intervening years since all the Americans left and went to the New World, we've stopped saying Shire, Monmouth, right?
Monmouthshire. Yeah.
So, but of course, the Americans also because they can't actually say the sh in their dialect. They struggled. It's like how the Japanese can't say the soft L.
Yeah.
Like they kind of have to say Shire.
It has to be emphatic.
Hamptonshire, because you can't in that dialect just say sh.
Yeah.
Like that. So, that low U doesn't really exist.
Yeah. So instead of Leicestershire, Leicestershire.
And of course,
you deprecate the Shire bit.
Well, as people have pointed out in the chat, because we don't say, Bilbo Baggins doesn't live in the Shire with a Shire horse, does he? It's a Shire horse and a Shire.
Well, of course,
so we only do it selectively. It's, we don't do it all the time anyway.
I mean, to Vingler in the chat, I mean, of course, I mean, it's ignorance, but I mean, it's a bit cruel to accuse the Americans of ignorance. I mean, how could they know this thing? Their country is so much vaster. Well, why would they care?
I mean, also because you show up in America and there'll be some place called like Shakita Boyd or Wescowan, and it's a town of 5 people. That's a hot. Once you get to America, you got all the other linguistic influences. You got all the other European languages, native languages. All that kind of thing. So Worcestershire. Yeah. Anyway, I want to hear this bit about RP.
Self-obliteration, which necessarily precedes self-creation. It's a manacle which binds you to wherever you came from, to whatever faith or moral code you were brainwashed into. Dumping them frees us to go who knows where, on an adventure. Scotland has a population of 5.2 million people. Just over 1% of them, 55,000, speak Gaelic. And of that 55,000, 65,000 work for the BBC, which funds the Gaelic channel Alba with actual money. Alba is comprehensible only to that 1%, all of whom speak English. There are no monoglot Gaelic speakers. Thus huge sums are frittered away on life support for a language which is a luxury, not a means of communication, but a symbol of tribal belonging. You have only to go back a mere 7 centuries to a time when Gaelic was spoken in Lothian and the Borders. Authenticity will link you to the distant past of your ancestors, that idyll of freezing mud, untreated animal furs, plague and woad. It was assumed that the advent of mass media would obliterate the particularities of topographically determined jargon. Newport, Shropshire, Newport, Monmouthshire, Newport, Isle of Wight, Newport, Pembrokeshire would become orally indistinguishable parts of the same community. Homogeneity would prevail. They would, as team spirit mentorship advisors advise the easily advised, all sing from the same hymn sheet. A sheet soiled by overuse, lack of originality, and maps of Ireland.
At the third stroke, the time will be 6 o'clock and 20 seconds.
At the third stroke, the time will be 6 o'clock precisely.
At the third stroke, the time will be 6 o'clock and 10 seconds.
Homogeneity didn't prevail. Regional accents, along with regional everything else, have been revived, or have revived themselves.
If anyone is acting daft, I say, "Why gone Coiby?"
These accents are worn with such pride, such misplaced pride, in their differences and their tics and their whimsical peculiarities, that they have become foreign to one another.
What are you like? Shut up, I'm on the computer, all right?
But Babel is inimical to social mobility, to mobility full stop. It signals a fractured society composed of countless exclusive communities which, whilst they may not be actively antithetical to each other, are certainly separate. This is willing apartheid, apartheid with a sugar coating, apartheid disguised as vibrant diversity, but apartheid nonetheless.
Hello, Radio Olympia. This is direct television from the studios at Alexander Palace.
Received pronunciation, RP, was the linguistic monoculture which has disappeared. It was practical. It enabled a pyromania.
Well, this is what often gets forgotten about it, is that one of the reasons it had such a renaissance in television and radio is because it's sort of the anti-regional accent in that it's everybody can understand it.
That's it.
If you spoke hard Scotch or had a Welsh accent or came from deep in Essex, everyone could still understand the broadcast because it was in it was an artificially created neutral form of English, and that's why it was useful.
Yeah, and the problem becomes with Marxian analysis coming in and giving it an accusation of class diminution. That you're offsetting
Which is not really fair.
regionality. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not.
Because as we said, the upper classes did not speak in BBC RP. They spoke a totally different. It's very the upper classes had a lot of slang as well. They had a jargon. Yeah. I mean, a great example of this is a really bit of well-constructed Victorian dialogue. Is the film *The Charge of the Light Brigade* from 1968 with Vanessa Redgrave and Trevor Howard and what's his name that was in Blow Up? David Hemmings. That's right.
David Hemmings.
Wonderful bits of because there was an inflection to it. I mean, Edward VIII, in the 1930s, spoke with a slight Cockney to him. because he grew up in London. He grew up in Windsor and Eton. So it was you would have affectations of where you're from as part of your upper class accent. I mean, Lord Curzon, Nathaniel Curzon, was very famous because his nanny he grew up in Yorkshire. His nanny was a local girl, so he used to say castle, and the grass sometimes, because he had the slight inflection of being from Yorkshire, despite also being one of the richest and old money peers in the realm.
I just want to draw attention to your provoking use of the word Scotch, which has been noticed by Showbiz Sam in the comments here. You said Scotch, but I mean,
it's correct,
he says he also uses it, even though he is Scottish, and I mean that's the thing again about in-group in the British Isles, isn't it? When Americans say Scotch, that guy's Scotch, and the Scottish people get angry about it, and they say he's Scottish.
Like it's a racial slur.
Yeah. But if we do it internally, it's like, well, we kind of know we're, doing it a bit provocatively. But
I never like the idea that someone has deliberately picked a word just to call it a slur, because the only reason people started doing that is because it was part of the grievance narrative. People realized the way it was going, and that grievance, especially in academia, was becoming a big thing.
Yeah.
And the Scotch have an in there if you want to try and do it. Same with the Welsh.
Yeah.
To a lesser extent, even the Cornish. It's been tried.
Yeah.
But I mean, I will insist on using Scotch because it is grammatically correct. Because Scots is a language. Scots refers to the tongue. It does not. I mean, obviously there are times when the language is synonymous with the people, as in Welsh. But in when talking about people from Scotland, they are Scotch. They are the Scotch people.
They've also got. There's also an extra investment, I think, with the Scottish in England. In Britain. Sorry, everything is just England to me because I'm an English chauvinist. Sorry, but there's a thing about the Scottish accent, which also inherits another capacity. I always think that the Scottish accent is the best accent for sarcasm. When it's just a thing that they've got. When Scottish people are sarcastic to you, you really feel it bite, don't you? It's just they've got that ability to make you feel very small, because of something in the intonation, something in the way it lands, something in the kind of dismissive, spitting way they can talk. It's great, but it kind of lends an extra power to the language as well. And I think it's why a lot of Scottish actors, comedians, they can. I mean, the Peter Capaldi as Malcolm Tucker.
It wouldn't quite work the same, would it? If he was English, raging Scottish accent.
It's got that hatred and contempt for the English in it, and that's kind of funny, and we love that because that's kind of
it gives
the spice and the interest to the venom in the language.
In a way, because it's also because it feels outsider. It's not Englishness at that level, when it comes to sort of the idea of bureaucrats or politicians, is connected with feyness. And a kind of unwillingness to engage in conflict, whereas Glaswegian Scotch is famous for being nothing but conflict.
That's right.
So it's a perfect juxtaposition. I mean, in Wales, the Welsh, it's more the Valley's accent than the Welsh accent in general. Obviously you got someone like Richard Burton talking like, "Oh yes, Under Milkwood" by Dylan Thomas. And this kind of
wonderful,
very controlled Celtic inflection, but then you got the Valley's accent where they're just throwing the words up and down like a yo-yo.
It's kind of more floral, isn't it? It's kind of more like that.
The reason that people who try to do it often sound Hindi or vice versa when they try and do the accent is because it's a very similar intonation. In the Hindi, they go where there's, you have to hit the words in a certain way. And if you and that's how the accent is constructed, and it's a very similar pitch pattern with Welsh.
And there's an overall case I want to make.
Flying up and down the register.
Overall case I want to make here that sometimes non-English people speak English more effectively in ways because of accenting, because of emphasis, because of maybe their own linguistic patterns that bleed into their speaking of English. Like sometimes, when French people speak English, it's so much more cutting.
It is.
It's just that that's just the way it is. And sometimes I find you adopt certain accents to say things because it just lands better. It just is.
I speak a little bit of Spanish, and
Mm.
last time I was in Spain, people actually were far more. They could actually understand what I was saying better or more friendly if I didn't put an accent on at all.
Yeah.
I just spoke Spanish in a drawl. You know.
Yeah.
¿Cómo está? With this English
Yeah.
inflection, which sounds ludicrous, but people seem to accept. Well, because in a sense that's what Europeans do here. They don't bother to try and sound English,
That's
do
it.
they? They just
Yeah.
speak the words phonetically.
Yeah, the only person I ever knew who there's two people who fooled me. One was a guy, I briefly did a stint at the British Council in the 90s, just doing some sort of reception work. People would fly in from all over the world to come and do like courses or something, and I'd be a meet and greeter. This is when I needed a sort of, start a job kind of thing. And there was one guy who came in, this was in the central London HQ. They come down and they get their sort of induction. And he came in and he was like Ronald Coleman. He had a moustache in the 1930s and he spoke in perfect clipped English. And I said, so where are you from? And he said, Georgia. And I said, well, obviously not Georgia in America. He said, no, Georgia in the former Soviet Union.
Caucasus. Yeah.
And I said, get away. You're not from Georgia. And he said, no, I'm from Georgia. And he was perfect, absolutely perfect. And he liked.
I am from Georgia.
Like many people who, like Swedes especially, I've met who've got very good grasp of English. And they said, well, we've learned it from watching old films. And he was exactly the same. I just learned English from watching old films. And I said, but you can't. You're like perfect. Your English is perfect. I said, are you a spy? And he said, well, no.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to tell.
But yeah, really good. And then the other was a German, a German woman I knew who I didn't believe she was German. I thought, oh, she's she's from North London or something. And turns out she'd made, a lot of Germans don't, but she'd made the effort to sound very English. It's very strange.
Yeah, and it's I just find it endlessly fascinating as well, the
Yeah.
linguistic difference and intonation, and when people learn each other's languages as well. It's just such a beautiful thing to hear, I think. And as you say, yeah, the way people intone. I mean, I love here. Obviously it's very rare now, but you do hear it occasionally. Is people from former empire countries who have retained the most sort of ludicrously traditionalist 30s.
Yes.
C pronunciation.
Yeah.
Especially if it's like a Commonwealth one where they still have sort of private schools and things.
Yes.
In fact, if you want to hear really standard dictionary English, find a boarding school in South Africa or India, and hear what the how the English teachers talk.
Well, that's the strange thing. These people are effectively time capsules now. They have, the way that, Richard E. Grant from Swaziland.
He talks like that.
He captures something of the past more than a modern Briton does.
That's right.
Speaking RP, yeah.
Because that was just how they was taught to talk there. It was just a standard. When you're educated, you'd have to pronounce your words properly. This is a BBC recording from the north.
This is the BBC home service. Here is the news.
Here's the news. England lost to Argentina last night.
From Elgin to understand and
we should just do like one day we should just do sort of like a fake radio broadcast where we just talk like that the entire time for no reason, Yeah. A young man's Twitter account was suspended yesterday for racist tweets. His last words were "Gat skibbity riz." Like that.
Insurance assessor from Port Talbot, a palliative nurse from Norwich, a chemist from Wrexham, and an undertaker from Whitehaven were mutually comprehensible. The widely held wrong idea about received pronunciation is that it was a means by which people...
Just to say, Showbiz Simon in the chat mentions Mr. D. The fascinating thing about Mr. D is that he is probably the last person to have a transatlantic accent.
Yes, indeed.
He's probably because he obviously was born I think in America and has lived in Britain and America interchangeably, but was educated over here. So he has probably the last example of that.
Yes.
You know, Cary Grant sort of.
Yeah, Dee has
Julia
certain,
Stiles, you know.
certain interesting words. I mean, the one that stands out is he says product.
Product. Balcony.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, I've noticed that.
You get these
One a very,
inheritances.
very interesting speaker on many levels, including linguistically.
Yeah.
I read. I don't know how true this is. I read somewhere the other day in a book about the Kennedys that the way the Kennedys talked, they kind of just made that up. They said that it is obviously a variation of the New England accent, but they said nobody else from New England ever spoke like the Kennedys. That's why they sound so particular. Seems to be the case that Joseph Kennedy basically forced his sons to adopt this really, really far-ranging Bostonian accent to try and sound more particular, I think. But because if you notice, that area of American accent is the one that's the only one that's non-rhotic. They don't sound the R, so they say car. They don't say car. Every other American would say car.
Yeah.
Car. You know, we chose to go to the moon. No, I can't really. I can only do a caricature.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Very, very strange way to talk. But I mean, goldmine for impressionists for years. So.
Yeah. The sort of the Bostonian thing is always kind of interesting. I'll have to go and watch The Departed after this and see if the accents are any good. You know, but that's the thing. The thing about American accents in films is, you know, Horace and I both enjoy JFK. You know, which is set in New Orleans.
Great movie, New Orleans. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Yeah, the bits about people criticize. They say, well, you know, they haven't quite got the accents right. You know, so I always remember, you know, Louisiana. My father was in the Merchant Navy. He said, you know, over in America, and you go to Louisiana, they don't say Louisiana, they say Louisiana. You know, and it's New Orleans. You know, the accent in the film, they're great for imitating, you know, the wonderful characters, you know.
I love that John Candy, the fat lawyer guy, you know.
Yeah. And the
Kevin Doodle-doo. Yeah.
That's right, the Kevin Bacon character. Time just stands still here like a snake sunning itself on the road, you know, all that kind of stuff. But then Americans say, they're not really very good Louisiana accents.
No, but it's in the same way that when you're making a film set in, say, like, I don't know, Deepest Scotland, you'd have to modify the accent somewhat just for general understandability. It's it's acting. You're not there to just impersonate, right? You have to be able to get the lines across in the way they're meant to be understood, as opposed to just burying them in the dialects. But yeah, that JFK film's incredible.
It's great
really,
because you get a sense a little bit like watching English TV from the 60s or 70s, where regional accents are retained and the peculiarity of the accents. And there's a range in the film. And I mean, I'm interested in the authenticity in terms of, are they really good accents? Because a lot of people criticized the film. But I think sometimes that's just a bit of sour grapes going on. But it's very difficult. I had to do an accent once for a reading of a play about the McCarthy hearings. And I had to play a senator from East Texas. So I went away and tried to look up East Texas accents. And it was all things like, you say ham sandwich, that kind of thing. You know, it was all this.
Sounds a bit like the late Lindsey Graham.
You go away and you learn, okay, this is East Texas pronunciation. But then other people on videos on YouTube say, oh, well, no, we just talk like regular mainstream American. Nobody really talks like that. So you just don't quite know. It's like, well, is there a regionalism there? I mean, there probably is, some of the older people, but...
And it also depends who the audience is going to be, isn't it? Because if you're doing it in London, you can just get away with doing a broad Southern accent. No one's really going to be able to tell. You know. But I love the Dean Andrews, who's played by John Candy in that JFK movie. So, because the funny thing is, you look up the videos of the real guy, and he was exactly like that. He was. Then the news reports, they call him a hip talking lawyer from New Orleans.
You got the right top, but the wrong ho ho.
The wrong ho ho. Yeah, I told him, man. I said the cat's shucking you, the oyster's stewing you. I said, listen, Dino, if I give you the name of the big enchilada, it's going to be bye-bye. They're going to put a bullet in my head. I mean, like permanent.
I mean, do you think he's a character where they're reflecting the idea that, in a sense, like in the way modern kids in London learn multicultural London English, is he an example of a white American character who's picked up black mannerisms in his speech?
Well, that's what makes him funny, is that he's like an overweight middle-aged man who for some reason has this really... Like it's not even really black slang. It's like Ginsberg beat poetry.
It's the jazz scene of the time.
Where did he pick this up? Like, where did he? Yeah, that's it. Because I'm pretty sure he was going to New Orleans jazz parties and probably learned off traveling jazz players. I mean, if he taught, that cat, hey, we got to swing on, this kind of
That's it.
This kind of dialect, which is it's really wonderful. I mean, I find it hilarious personally. I'd love to hear people talk like that.
It is.
It's a shame because one of my long ambitions is to visit New Orleans, especially when the jazz festival's on. But everyone that's been there has told me, it's not the theme park, sort of. It's not. It's sort of two sort of one block is still the sort of old French style quarter with all these people in it, and then outside of that, it's just another sort of very poor Southern American city with lots.
That's the thing. It's that ancient particularity. Again, it's like I think another thing about Shakespeare is a lot of the accent in the Appalachians apparently may also relate in terms of the Scottish and Irish settlers there that brought along and dragged along English inflection in that way. And the thing about America as well is because of the vastness and the particularism of certain areas and accents, you kind of do want to seek out those strange little towns where people have these very very accentuated ways of speaking, and listen to those and get some of because the thing is actors, you can sort of imitate people to a point, but you can't always get geographic specificity. And you have to have someone say, no, this is how we say things in the Black Country, or this is how they say things in, this part of Texas, or Georgia or Alabama or wherever, and get it, really nail it down, because it's not just generic Southern, as you say, or anything like that.
It's a really specific thing. Or it's like how if you hear, I don't know, like there'll be a cheap joke in a Simpsons episode where there'll be someone that's like a British butler, and what they're really doing is talking in an American accent but with a slight sort of intonation like this, and it's sort of that it works for the purpose of the joke. But obviously, if you were seriously portraying that character, you'd actually do a proper accent, wouldn't you?
They probably they would do a sort of William F. Buckley kind of accent, which again is that sort of strange.
Now, Mr. Hughes, you say that the 40th Congress would only pass that legislation if it was found that
it had that kind of expansive kind of drawl, that sort of.
With people like him, it's not the accent; it's the intonation of the words.
It's the manner,
like Trump, where it's not really trying to get the voice; it's just the okay, losers, okay, patriots, we gotta pass the bill. Like it's more the pace of the words than the way they're said, really. But William Buckley was a self-conscious sort of he deliberately talked like an old Southern gentleman. To play up that character, really.
And those I mean, they're worth watching, those programs for the more archaic American accents. If you can get them on there, that's actually kind of fascinating. To try and just spend hours trying to talk like those people before it's kind of lost and it just becomes all a kind of flattened American RP, which is what we end up getting.
Well, because I remember back in the old days, sort of early Deepest Law server days, in the murky depths, the pre-COVID years. There was a sort of running joke that all of the American right wingers were young Southern boys who didn't have any trace of a Southern accent. Because it's like how people from Manchester these days and end up speaking like sort of estuary English. They just have a flat intonation. It's very strange. Sad, really. But as Jonathan Meades points out, they do come and go in that they can fade and then they suddenly come back quite strongly. It's not always a case that they just die out. They do go up and down in usage. Well, of course, now with good old common sense Andy Burnham in Nump 10, there'll be popping tiny kettles on all over the country.
Traitorously slough their natural identity, whatever that is. What is germane here is that RP was a successful lingua franca, an auxiliary language. RP owes its iffy reputation, don't say iffy, say questionable, to its cinema and broadcast versions, which were aberrational.
Since the opening of the television service in November 1936, the programs transmitted have covered a wide range of entertainment and interest.
Where on earth was it received from?
Wood.
The Rank Charm School?
Simon, please.
Not him.
Well, I know that, but I mean, really.
She was a reasonably handsome and crisply spoken lady.
She was, but this isn't Nima
This isn't-
Parvini's, who
this
would
is-
you do?
Yeah, we don't talk of the kind of slatterns that we see on screen in this disparaging way, like they do on that channel.
Do you know in the Mr. Creosote sketch where all the sort of patrons are losing their control over the disgusting spectacle, and one of the gentlemen sort of goes, and his wife goes, "Oh, Matt, really?" I was thinking, yeah. Oh, exactly. Simon.
Yes. Yeah.
Exactly. No, I'm sure. Can you imagine if you found like a 20-year-old woman nowadays who spoke exactly like that? That'd be great.
Let's just wind back a little bit. Let's have a look at her.
Yeah. I don't deny she's very pretty.
She had an agreeable physiognomy, I thought. Yes.
It was a means by which people traitorously slough their natural identity, whatever that is. What is germane here is that RP was a successful lingua franca, an auxiliary language. RP owes its iffy reputation, don't say iffy, say questionable, to its cinema and broadcast versions, which were aberrational.
Since the opening of the television service in November 1936, the programs transmitted have covered a wide range of entertainment.
She's got she has a face for television,
Yes.
And yeah, you can. This was probably like the second ever broadcast of television ever made.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. From what we were saying about RP earlier, as Meades is alluding to, there is, RP also undergoes changes over time. In that, actors who speak up, an actor who speaks RP now would be someone like Patrick Stewart, very sort of formal kind of quality to him, but not too exaggerated in terms of what people perceive as posh. But the 30s and 40s RP is very much more. Yeah, this is the BBC Home Service. Here is the news. The British invasion of Russia ended quietly yesterday with the unconditional surrender of Moscow to Lieutenant Simon Pring. That kind of thing.
Yeah, and as we'll go into here, clearly, where did this come from? This wasn't a standard way of speaking. They had to be learned from somewhere.
That's something that Harry and Paul do very well, is the imitations of the old kind of RPs as well.
They clearly know how to get them. Yeah, they get the intonation and everything.
Yes,
and I tell you what I really like about Patrick Stewart is that he's one of the last actors who talks like a stage. Like when they went to those old elocution schools elocution classes in drama school, where you can tell that it was kind of hammered into them, so that they can't really not ever be not doing it.
Yeah,
and so Patrick Stewart was always talking a bit like this, a bit like Brian Blessed. They're all stage actors. So it's not really a natural way of speaking, but they just do it out of habit.
Yeah,
there are 4 lights.
Yeah, you do. I think you do have to have it beaten in some way. I'm very slack. My accent can wander all over the place at times. If you're performing, you obviously have to nail things down very specifically and be consistent. But in speech, I go all over the place. Sometimes I'm from Plumstead, sometimes I'm from Melbourne.
Yeah. I like to switch accents just for fun. Sometimes it's just nice to say words especially when you said the rest of the sentence in a different one. Very annoying habit to some, but I just find it funny.
Yeah. Well, those people, they don't care.
All this swishing tits, Squire, gets me sniffing nose up. Said Trevor Howard.
And interest.
Where on earth was it received from? The Rank Charm School? The Deuce Edinburgh suburb of Morningside? It did RP a disservice. It became an ingrown affectation as much as an accent. It was a tribal badge, like any regional accent. This was the tribe of the prissy and the bloodless. It had its own jargon, which was anything but earthy. But there was another form of RP which was simply functional. It merely meant suppressing...
He's gone terribly squiffy.
Yeah.
That's that kind of slang.
...accentual tics and quirks of usage. So a pan-British kind of comprehension was achieved. J.B. Priestley's celebrated wartime talks were obviously those of a Yorkshireman, but a Yorkshireman who could be understood in Yeovil.
Could I speak to Mr. Oldenride, please? Oldenride. Oldenride.
He could have spoken Yorkshire words, Mardy, Gradley. which would have seemed ridiculous if spoken by a southerner, but which were nonetheless comprehensible to a southerner. Jargon and dialect and accent are inseparable.
I remember writing a book that became
absolute patron hero of mine there.
Yes.
Anthony Burgess, or John Burgess Wilson, as he was when he was a child.
I will also put in a good word for J.B. Priestley, although I think he was not of our ilk. There was something about listening to some of his recordings of his wartime broadcast. He did have a lovely honeyed bass voice, which is pleasant to listen to, and he tells a story well.
People should seek out his short stories and so forth, and essays. Very, very thoughtful, intelligent man with great seriousness. You know, in a kind of not in a trying way, but you know, another sincere man. And you know, he wrote some naff plays, but I respect J.B. Priestley very much.
Yeah.
Deservedly popular. They made a film out of it called A Clockwork Orange.
The great peripatetic Mancunian novelist Anthony Burgess and the great Aberdonian footballer Dennis Law, a long-time resident of Manchester, sound similar.
So as we were walking along, I mean, absolute silence, he walked right by me. If you were injured, you were out of the picture at all.
RP was not a disguise. It was...
Didn't sound similar at all.
I take it that was a joke, right?
I think it was a joke that Meades has landed slightly badly because it doesn't actually mean anything.
No.
An instrument of social mobility, a social mobility which no longer exists.
That's for sure.
Ingerland, land, and a helpful veteran of Stalingrad, won the World Cup in 1966. By then, RP was on its way out. This country's only successful national football manager, Sir Alf Ramsey, was consequently mocked for having overdone his elocution lessons.
I think when selecting teams, selecting players, then it becomes a little more lonely, in as much that one feels this very heavy burden.
So what? His
See, there's an interesting example of someone who's had elocution, but kind of as a code switch. That's so obviously you'll know this, but the people in the chat, the linguistic term code switching is when you consciously move between accents, and you can tell he started off not thinking about it, then remembered halfway through the sentence to talk rather more like this when you're appearing on television, you know, rather than talking like that, you know.
It's something we've talked about before on various streams all over the place, but it's interesting to reflect on again. It came up in the Curtis streams where we looked at some of the characters in Selfridges. It's the thing of the someone who, let's say, will be born and bred in London, but will defray the Cockney accent or the London accent they have into a sort of working class RP brogue. And you'll see it like a character. If you think of a character like the Michael Bates character, the prison officer in Clockwork Orange, the kind of, you know, the toothbrush moustache and the stiff manner and the way they kind of talk like that. It was kind of an attempt, you know, the Sergeant Major voice. Those people.
The best explanation for that way of talking, which was entirely dependent on the 2 world wars and the massive endraftment. That's not a word.
You've just invented it. It's brilliant. I love it.
A neodraftsman. Endraftment.
Great endraftment.
Could I offer you an endraftment? Yes. But so the endraftment, as we'll say, into the military in the First and Second World War. Peter Ustinov explains that those men spoke as working class people, especially Cockneys and Londoners, who had been just within earshot of an officer's mess, but never actually been allowed into it. So they would say things like, you go to the field and cut the bloody flag down, you know, in the kind of heavy order giving intonation. But it was a really specific vernacular to the military, basically, in that it was men half talking properly, if you like, without really committing to talking that way completely. But it doesn't really exist anymore. You'd never hear it. And a great example is Windsor Davis in It Ain't Half Hot Mum, you know, he's this bullying gruff Welshman who occasionally switches, you know, all right, boys, my lovely boys, you will go on that parade ground and you will pull down that flag slowly and relevantly, you know.
Yeah, and there's always, I mean, it did tend to sort of linger on in, lower order authority figures, especially every English person recognises that there was a caricature of how the police would have spoken in the past, and it would have been like, I apprehended Mr. Panama Hat at 12:37 on the high street, and I gave him a warning about his use of his motorcycle, and it would be, they would have that kind of, before I put the book in, it was that sort of thing of it sort of it goes out of fashion because elements of the kind of class pushback later in the 60s, 70s and 80s tell these people that they're being inauthentic and class traitors, basically. So to put away their affectation of trying to sort of switch codes, as you say, and leave their class station,
Just to illustrate, Tulu Rise in the chat. He says relevantly because he's half educated. He's making a malapropism between the word what is the word? I've forgotten the word I'm thinking of now. Reverently and relevantly. He's pull the flag down relevantly.
Yes.
That's the joke, is that he doesn't know the correct word.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's
like the old joke in the Spike Milligan book. In Spike Milligan's War Diaries, if people haven't read them, are some of the funniest books you'll ever read. And he talks about the sergeant majors in the war. And one day, they try to teach the soldiers a bit of culture. And he goes into a tent, and the sergeant major there, the captain has said, he wants to the captain is going to give a talk on poetry, and the sergeant major says, right, the captain is going to deliver a lecture on Keats. I bet you ignorant buggers don't even know what a Keat is.
Well, yeah, it's the Windsor Davies thing of right, lovely boys. The army is concerned about what you are reading. They are worried you is reading dirty books. Let's have a look, shall we? La-di-da, Graham, with your university education, let's see what it is you are reading. Useless by James Joyce. Well, that just about sums you up.
Oh, lovely boy.
Oh, lovely boy. Now, lovely boys. It's funny because a lot of older Welshmen, especially teachers and sort of authority figures, had partly been influenced by Windsor Davies because he was one of the most prominent Welsh accented people at the time.
Yeah.
There was a lot of, especially in the boys' school, now lovely boys.
Yeah.
Of course, because inevitably the phrase lovely boys means they're about to ask you to do something horrible, or that you don't want to do. So, it's great.
And he just had a brilliant range in his voice. I mean, I wonder if he had military service or anything. I don't know anything about his history, but
I think he would have done at that age.
He feels like it, doesn't it? He had the archetypal voice of the sergeant major and the range to be able to enforce it in that kind of way. And the Welshness of it makes it kind of harsher, in a way, which is frightening and good.
Yes. Oh, what have we got here? Is it a mushroom? No. Is it a soldier? No. What is it then, boys? It's got a lofty. He did his national service in Libya and Egypt for 2 years with the East Surrey Regiment. So there you go. Yeah, he would have had the training. Right then.
RP was recognisably that of the sergeant's mess, the workers' educational authority, the saloon bar. He spoke clearly enough for Argentinian footballers to get his gist when he called them henimals, and so caused an international incident.
We have still to produce our best, and this best is not possible until we meet the right type of opposition. That is, a team that comes out to play football and not act as animals.
Genteel jargon poses a problem. If you cannot call a spade, what can you call it? Speech-impaired onanist really doesn't cut it the way that dumb wanker does. And no one ever called an assistant referee, a coupling labia. No genteel speaker would ever observe, let alone articulate, that when a darting run down the channel ends up with the ball in the back of the net, never the front, the scorer's subsequent celebrations are proxy masturbation. Or is that a load of testicles, a bowl of bovine evacuation? Genteel pretensions affect perception. The genteel shut out that which does not accord with their straightened worldview. They see what they believe in.
This is how Panama
We
Hat was
should
brought up,
believe in
by the
what
way.
we see.
That
What
was
do you mean?
archived footage of your house.
What this?
Serving lady. Yeah.
I mean, I wish. I mean, probably, you know, sort of 50, 100 years ago, maybe, but I don't.
Perception.
I tell you who's a good code switcher is Kenneth Williams.
Yes. Yes.
You know,
yes.
We're going from the Cockney to the RP seamlessly.
Yeah,
because he was a very quite sort of lower class Cockney boy who stayed of Welsh extraction, hence the Williams. But he stayed with a very upper class family during the war as an evacuee, and he was fascinated by not only their lifestyle but the way they spoke, and he copied it. As actually a lot of these comedians started out doing that. Terry Thomas grew up as a barrow boy, you know, very poor on the streets of London, and he would hear upper class stage comics or people affecting that type of accent, you know, and he just impersonated it. Then he found it funny because he would stand on the street selling things using that voice. It'd make people laugh because it was, you know, it's an out of context sort of bit. So
Kenneth Williams is a very good example, though, from what you're saying there. And I would recommend to people who don't know Kenneth Williams, if they're interested, the best way to get the grasp of what you're saying there is to listen to a few episodes of Hancock's Half Hour, where he was featured, because of the range of characters he plays shows that. He will play the snooty judge, and he will play the irascible Cockney man, you know, in very deft style.
This hotel has really gone off terribly. You know, stop messing about. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, he'll do it.
The genteel shut out that which does not accord with their straitened worldview. They see what they believe in. We should believe in what we see. The scum, the sublime, the banal, the numinous, the dreary, the Elysian, and the operation waste seeping from a sack outside a clinic's back door. How boring the genteel life must be, a life that denies so much of life, a life led in fear of life. Inhibited language promotes inhibited behavior, and vice versa. Is it the genitals themselves that cause offence? Or is it the many pleasurable uses they're put to? Or is it the vulgar names that are attached to them? It's liable to remain a mystery. Genteel persons are unlikely to respond to even the most courteous inquiries about the fastidious pathology they suffer. Tabloid newspapers are written by people who can't write and read by people who can't read.
Not true. Not. So the audience I won't make comment on, but the people who do those, or who used to do those tabloids, were you had to be whip smart with the English language to work for those tabloids. And the reason being that so the common saying in Pressland, which is still basically true, is that all the men that worked on the Daily Mail or the Daily Express or the Sun or the Mirror, if they wanted to, could hand in their CV at the Guardian and get a job there. People who worked at the Guardian or the Telegraph couldn't go and work at the Mirror, say, because that is a very specific type of language that you actually do have to learn. It's not as easy. Anyone thinks they could write an article in the Sun, for example. Not the case. It's very also because legally speaking, all those journalists used to sit there with a copy of the libel law open, because the idea was to get us to the edge of libeling people without actually crossing over onto it. So yes, it's not Proust, but you do have to be able to have a skill with language to write that in the same way that you know, if you're going to write you know, like how Charles Dickens would write characters with different dialect and approach.
I mean, yeah, you're right, absolutely right. I mean, I wondered if this was a bit of a bum note that Meades was hitting when I first looked at this, because I think you're right that you know, the idea of the tabloid journalist is someone who can, you know, if really be effective with the kind of compression that I suppose really is what makes a difference between people who are good on Twitter and people who are not. I'm not good on Twitter because I, you know, tend to want to be too much of a clever clogs. But the people who are good, you know, do pursue the thing of using language simply and effectively and drawing people in. You know, if they're going to be a language based account, not a meme account. So there absolutely is a skill in being able to sort of, you know, bottle the argument and condense it in a way that presents it fast and accurately. And first, the hot take, that's what this sign is about on the screen. This was the hot take in the days before we talked about the hot take, but that is really a skill. And yeah, the tabloid writer, grubby, venal people that we know them to be, nonetheless have facility and skill with words in this way. But Meades is going to go on and make an interesting point about there's a kind of templatization of the language that's used. And I've moaned about this in the past. The way that the Daily Mail will
oh my God, the Daily Mail,
they'll come, they'll always use these horrible phrases like, pert derriere, and
yes.
they're all, no, what's the one they use for bikinis, nearly there or something, or
nearly there, yeah.
And they will use these what have become tabloid cliches that are kind of immensely irritating. Nigel Farage went on an unhinged rant. They
love slammed. Boris Johnson slammed Sadiq Khan. Yeah. They love that, yeah.
So it is a kind of what you're aware of, and I think Major's going to make a kind of point. You're aware of an artificiality that is about cueing you into something. These are cues that are being flagged up to make you tick over into sort of accepting the premises of the story and drawing you in.
To use another cliche, it's the red rag to your bull.
Yeah.
Exactly, that kind of thing. And also because these things are artificial doesn't mean they don't take great art to keep up, is what people should realize, is that, I mean, I don't care a fig for the tabloids, but I respect the effort that goes into actually making that.
The mendacious skill that's involved in it. I mean, you see the BBC-ness coming out here. They do a sort of a parody tabloid, and they call it The Moron in a kind of red top banner, and you can see the sort of seething contempt at the BBC, who will, literally take their news line from the Guardian as it's dumped on their desk every day. It was that statistic about the BBC's the biggest single buyer of the Guardian newspaper every day.
Yeah, that's right.
Their utter hatred of the tabloid, in the way that Dennis Potter articulated it about Rupert Murdoch, I would shoot the bugger if I could, that kind of thing about polluting the public discourse, when the BBC pollutes the public discourse all the time. Sorry, I got a little bit angry there, but I'm just saying that's what their job is, and yet they dare to criticize other people.
Exactly.
The character in Tom Stoppard's Night and Day observes, people think that rubbish journalism is produced by men of discrimination who are vaguely ashamed of truckling to the lowest taste. But it's not. It's produced by people doing their best work. What can their worst be like?
Pause.
Tabloid.
We've just got to hit that point again. What Tom Stoppard is saying there, men of discrimination, they may not be men of discrimination, but they are people who are sufficiently skilled writers to be able to distill things down. I mean, they may not go home and listen to Wagner, or go to the Royal Opera, but they're horribly good at what they do.
Well, exactly. And, the thing is, Tom Stoppard couldn't do it.
And that's fine. I can't speak in simple, monosyllabic words. I find it difficult.
Nor can Will Self.
Yeah. It's not showing off. It's just that the problem is you read lots of Shakespeare and you look at things, and when you understand bits of Shakespeare, you say, well, I can't think of a simpler way to say it. But that's because he is in a super league of elegance and also invention as well.
And we shouldn't be looking for simplicity in language necessarily.
Not all the time.
I mean, this is a big disagreement I have with AA, because he, despite being a Shakespeare lecturer, he's got this absolute devotion to this. In my opinion, it's purely a personal thing. A really sort of sub Hemingway thing where you have to, just everything has to read like a bus timetable. And I don't believe that's the. I mean,
Panama Hat slams AA.
Slam, drama. No, we've had this discussion many times. He knows. Because a bus timetable should be simple and clear. But we don't read Carlyle because of his clear, like, sort of, sub Hemingway sort of bulletin prose, do we? We don't like Byron because he wrote like Orwell. You know. And even quote unquote the simple sentence people like Orwell have an incredible elegance hidden under there. That's why it works. It is actually stylistic. It's just, all those old, white and strunk things about get rid of your adverbs, blah, blah, blah. It's okay. This is all well and good if you're aiming to write something purely practical.
Yeah.
But if you want to have any flair or use the language to effect, then you got to be good at style.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, for me, I find it is usefully therapeutic in that sometimes it feels like the mind is whirling with all these kind of big words, and you just want to simplify things down. So it's good to have a kind of educated focus on how to write and how to construct sentences properly, and how to be effective in your communication. And I'm just sort of intuitive in a way, and kind of can craft things quite badly at times, but sometimes you can hit a vein of poetry as well, and it's kind of difficult to know how to be brilliant in every way.
Landish attempts to achieve urgency with a mendacious mix of naive exaggeration, euphemism, elliptical constructions, and arcane words chosen for their punchiness. Trash journalism is another jargon which is widely comprehensible, but whose usage does not extend beyond.
My all-time favorite tabloid headline was "Headless body found in topless bar." Beautiful.
Perfect.
Beyond the page and the screen. What is remarkable about its impoverished, cliched lexicon is that it would rarely be spoken by either its writers or its readers. Every match in every sport is a clash. No one talks of going to a clash at St. Mary's or Stamford Bridge, the football ground, not the battle. No one boasts of their champagne lifestyle.
Why is this a revelation to him? Why is this like? Surely this is just obvious that there are certain forms of language which exist more in writing than they do in speech, or vice versa. No.
Well, it is the BBC. He is talking to people who are super clever, Panama.
Oh, of course, very clever people who we respect.
Yes, absolutely.
No one quips about their Harroden mother-in-law.
Yes, they do, Mr. Meades. Yes, they do.
See, I love quipping. Quipping is a great word. It should be. We spent the time before this stream exchanging bon mot and pithy quips, didn't we?
Yeah, we always quip for the mot juste, don't we, Simon?
Oh, perfect. Now that's a very selfie, the mot juste. That would be very selfie. Yeah.
I had to go for. What was it you said? We made a wonderful tweet about I had to go for an impromptu situationist derivative. Because you could just hear him saying it,
Yeah, yeah. He did. There is actually a film, a psychogeography film he participated in called The London Perambulator, which people can find on YouTube. It's slightly different. It's based around a character called Nick Papadimitriou, who is a guy who does similar things in terms of psychogeography, although it's one of those areas of the cultural left where psychogeography was a thing, and then there were certain people. There's always certain people who go, "Oh, I don't like using the word psychogeography. It's got all these trappings now." And Nick Papadimitriou was one of those people, and he said, "I'm not a psychogeographer. I'm a deep topographer." So he just finds a kind of term which is about the kind of again, it's a similar sort of practice as to what psychogeography is about in a way, but
I'm a mental surveyor.
Yeah. He just takes it in a different. But it's an interesting film, The London Perambulator, made by a guy called John Rogers, who is interested in. He has a YouTube channel called John Rogers, who makes various films about psychogeographies, which can be quite interesting.
Well, what's your take on quipping, Slavoj?
No one bemoans the fate of tragic toddler Dorina. No one owns up to having penned a script. No one witnesses a blaze. No one actually says vivacious strawberry blonde Tina.
It's quite funny.
Bid, meaning hope to.
Yeah, but why doesn't he understand that the point of this language is, no one uses the sentence, long Tom, was it? The opening of Proust. long Avi Sui, was it? I used to know it. You know,
Alain Chef de Pompidou.
Yeah. You know, time was I used to go to bed early. You know, like no one.
Yeah.
I don't understand this argument that somehow there's many things you could attack this language for. Not being in common parlance isn't one of them.
Well,
I don't understand this as an angle. You know?
Well, as I say, I think this is maybe an element of old man shaking fist at the sky, isn't it?
Definitely.
It feels just tetchy and sententious, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's not used in
he wrenches monstration of the world.
Speech.
I was a Tory boy in that last picture, by the way.
Celebrity Crossing Patrol Executive Howard Clent, 38, of Brierley Hill, Staffordshire, is bidding to be hailed Mr. West Midlands Curry Inferno Waller for the 3rd year in succession.
Now there's an interesting bit of Raj slang. Waller.
Yeah.
Waller. As a merchant, a chai waller, you know,
Punker
waller, punker waller. Yeah. I mean, you know, obviously I'm not as most people these days. My stock of the people of the subcontinent is not very high, but I do appreciate some of the linguistic conveniences which we took from our time there, Simon. You know, as you say, punker waller. Chai,
I think it's deeply suspicious, and I think we need to subject you to a post-colonial racial analysis because of the language you're using.
We've got to get him on. We've got to get Will Self. See, the thing is, I've seen him on sort of 300 subscriber YouTube channels before.
Oh, really?
I'm sure if we said the right thing, he'd agree to come for a quick chat. He'd love it, wouldn't we? You know, we could talk about smoking. Me and him about smoking obsessives. Yeah.
Will Self destroys amateurish YouTube channel. We could at least put that up on the.
We could have a red banner, and you know, we're gonna have a picture of Sadiq Khan looking shocked.
Yeah, picture of me crying.
You crying. It's a screenshot of Will Self with his arm outstretched, like he's pointing at someone.
His eyes with red lasers coming out.
Yeah. You know, the whole thing. Yeah, it's Will Self destroyed with facts and logic.
Yeah.
Fascist dummies put down.
Yeah, reactionary.
Last year, courageous Howard won the eat-off clash with Sparkbrook's Norman Bullwinkle, downing no less than 14 mega fouls despite rupturing his duodenum in the semi-final. Quips Howard, overcoming the pain barrier is worth it if that's what it takes to become a legend. That way round, it's never Howard quips. Every blowjob is described as a disgusting sex act, a DSA. A startling euphemism, given the lack of disgust shown by tabloid treetop commandos with long lenses pointed at minor celebrities enjoying this form of Vatican-approved contraception. Just how disgusting can it be? But we should not forget that tabloid world's prurience levels are dangerously high and its moral compass void. Its hypocrisy is astounding.
I have to say, I really like that last headline because the implication that the pet is evil. Evil pet. It was evil to begin with. He just trained it to sniff kids.
Yeah, amazing.
Or would be, were we not so inured to it.
What's the newspaper at the beginning of Windle and I just had to become a woman.
Yes.
Which is it's a real copy of the is it the News of the World, I think.
It probably was, yeah. I mean, you have to feel here that these headlines that Meades is using is probably being, you know, they're probably being framed as, oh, look at these provocative constructions, but you find out that actually they say, no, we actually took real headlines from the Daily Star.
Well, because what I think you'll find out, because I recognize a lot of these headlines, and they're all from a paper called the Sunday Sport. And the entire point of that paper, people who don't know, is that it prints basically fictional, weird, it does stuff like this almost as its own joke. It's not real. Yeah. It's not a real paper, right? That's what most of these are from. I recognize them.
Yeah. Showbiz school. Sorry, just saying, Showbiz Sam in the chat saying on the hour and the day-to-day did news language brilliantly. I mean, that is a good point to just rest on as well, that the way that they took that kind of language and made it kind of steroidal and injected it with lots of sort of compound words, you know, and, you know, you actually have this on Talk TV now. They are starting to do little stings in between the journos talking. That are completely ridiculous, I'll see if there was one that I picked up. There's a few actually that I picked up the other day, and I just had to read some of them out because let me just get it, because they were just sort of absolutely ludicrous.
While you're looking, I'll say my favorite Sunday sport headline.
Yeah.
Is find the bastard who shat down my chimney. Homeowner and flu poo horror is amazing. And it's a real story as well. It wasn't even made. It's a real story.
I found it was Talk TV. I mean, basically, On the Hour was the radio version of the Chris Morris and Amanda Iannucci news parody that turned into the Day to Day, really. And Talk TV is starting to do these things now. I mean, I'll read some of these ones out that I wrote down because I thought they were funny. It was like, Talk, audiovisual sensorama, facing up to the facts. Turning negative agitation into positive conversation across the nation. Talk, 28-day matured conversation. Talk with interesting Ian Collins. This is a real one. Mind your manners, madam. It's the right dishonourable Ian Collins on Talk. See it, hear it, talk it. Your national disputation verification station. I mean, it's incredible. But these are actually real ones.
If you tune into LBC or something, that is how that's what the banners are, aren't they?
Yeah.
The links between that is what And now, Nick, tell it to you like it is with Nick Griffin.
Yeah. Argument, attitude, opinion. Have you got the guts for talk? These are real. These are actually real ones. I didn't make these up. Ludicrous.
Yeah. Amazing.
Boy lexicon of wardrobe malfunctions, side boobs, and flaunting. This is the language of the verbally inert, the language employed in the tabloid coarsening of just about everything. It adds up to a codified pact between xenophobic morons who sort of write and xenophobic morons who sort of read. The average
xenophobic.
I said Nick Griffin just now. I think I meant Mike Graham. Sorry, that was
people getting too
Nick
excited
Griffin on LBC. Yeah. Sorry. Completely messed that up.
Average gutter press reader is a slow.
We are not advocating Nick Griffin to go on LBC.
No, if only because he's a wanker. So, well, to be fair, he fit right in.
Reader. It takes all day to read the paper and to have its prejudices confirmed. That coarsening is not, of course, restricted to the gutter press. Television is equally infected.
What can one say about this great and gruesome city that hasn't been said 1,000 times before?
This is how I go around every day.
I was going to say, this is you, isn't it? Perfect.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cigarette in mouth, perfectly groomed, greying sideburns.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Slightly raffish pocket square there, but that's good.
Yeah. 60-something-year-old white man. Yeah, that's me going around.
Peak London flaneurism here.
I do go on the flaneur. I mean, because the thing is, I'd be a lot more contented if the buildings still just looked like this, as opposed to 15 vape shops and a gym.
Yeah, sooty black.
As it should be.
Not gentrified.
No gentrification.
This was where I lived for years, and I imagine accepted for years.
This is the first of 4 programs in which I want to question some of the assumptions usually made about the tradition of European painting.
People are beginning to take advantage of an astonishing new liberty. We can actually talk about things and people with the same freedom that you can in magazines and books.
All that.
Who was that? That
was Ken Tynan.
Of course, yeah.
He looked very Jeffrey Bernard there, though, didn't he?
Well, he looks really young too. I mean, when was that from?
I'm guessing it's sort of mid-60s, that kind of period, 65.
Earlier than that, isn't it?
66.
He's older than that, then. I don't know.
Yeah.
So that's pretty. I wouldn't have guessed it was him, but yeah, there he is. As you say, looking quite raffish, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Power and certainty and ambition and cruelty.
The language used by such writers as James Cameron, John Berger, and Kenneth Tynan, supple, articulate, confident of its audience's comprehension, has disappeared to be replaced by the grunts of primates. Television's abject distractions are found in humiliation and bullying. Freak shows fronted by scum-of-the-earth barrow boys and freelance spivs are neither intellectually nor morally justifiable. They appeal to the lowest instincts. You cannot marriage multi-platform kerosene with culture. But no one ever magneto-feathered by double-axling. Expand to contract, contract to expand. Vibrantly diverse world-class content. Aerosols, right brain aerosols. Front-loading. Underlay bleed partnerships. Have they rarely got poverty lust? Or is it seahorse quainting? We need big dick thinking. Big dick.
Big dick thinking is something that like right-wing Twitter would have come up with a few years ago, isn't it?
Yeah. I wonder. I'm assuming these are probably all real corporate lingo formulations.
This is also another good candidate for the thumbnail, isn't it?
Big dick thinking. Yeah, perfect.
This one, big dick thinking. Yeah.
His delivery is quite funny and good on this. Actually, his timing's quite good.
Yeah. This is better. He's more on form, I think.
When he's performing, it's better.
Yeah, much better. Also, he's got the business kind of pointless jargon down, especially the American style. If people want a really good example of this, it's actually it's not even so bad because he's much more direct with his language. But there's clips of a guy on YouTube from the '90s called Don Beveridge, right? Don Beveridge, and he just shows up and shouts at the assembled businessmen. And he says things like, "What you got to do is push the Whopper button." I don't know what that means, but it's a great. Just look up like clips of Don Beveridge if you want.
Okay.
Good example of this guy. He's very good.
Otherwise, we're retrofitting. Thank you. Jargon's ubiquity is a measure of the extent.
I think remigration is one of these words. Doesn't really mean anything when you think about it, does it? Remigration. Just call it deportation. Just call it what it is.
Yeah.
Just call it, kick it, send them all home. Call it that,
Well, it's this thing now, isn't it? Everything's become a political challenge of finding the right kind of lexical, Reaper drone to go in and blow the discourse apart and make everybody see things differently, isn't it? It's kind of a search for the magic word, and you then have to come up with these you're on this kind of carousel of euphemisms that people are deploying and reinventing all the time.
To which
sorry, I just left that thought hanging.
It's what Orwell called the sort of toxic euphemisms. He didn't use the word toxic. You know what I mean? The euphemisms that try to form the concept into something slightly more acceptable. So for, his big example was the Soviet Union saying things like supply issues in regions as opposed to gigantic famine that's killing millions
shortages
of people. Supply issues or logistical problems, or there would be a disturbance rather than an uprising or something.
To Vingle in the chat, we appreciate your comment. You say, well, it does mean migrating again. Yeah, but the point I'm making is slightly different. The word has the meaning. It's me wondering aloud.
The edges are off.
Yeah, it's about the being sucked into the game of words all on every occasion. Sometimes words are useful. Invention of words is great, but sometimes it's the actual energy needs to go somewhere else other than wordsmithing.
Yeah, and it's because you can tell that remigration was basically invented in a Westminster office to try and sound soft and corporate. It's just a policy. It can't hurt anybody. When you think about what you're actually saying, what you're going to do, no, we're going to forcibly make sure that people return to their home countries at point of police truncheon. Then, it's pretending, it's making it nicer in a way that doesn't help the discussion.
Yeah. It's as you say, it's an attempt to kind of soften, to anesthetize the blow of meaning that comes with the word, instead of really changing your focus altogether to a scene where it becomes abnormal to have the state of affairs that you're trying to change. And as I said, don't get us wrong. We like words. We love words. Words, propaganda, persuasion. It's all interesting. But sometimes I think the energy in an age, it shifts, and actually the focus needs to go somewhere else, because at the moment everyone is looking at words. They are judging words. They're making attacks based with words, and in a sense, everybody gets kind of tangled up in a discourse about which word are we going to use, and that becomes in itself a kind of trap.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. It's not to really critique it.
Mm-hmm.
We're being lied to and conned all the time. Language and usage are gauges both of gullibility and authority, patient and agent, the controlled and the dominant, the meek and the trump. Discrimination is vital in what is called the arts sector, which has little to do with art and everything to do with following exhausted fashions. The ability to distinguish between noisome rubbish and noisome rubbish which purports to be art is a demanding and arcane task. It is not vouchsafed to anyone without a doctorate in paradigmatic waste interventionism. Nonetheless, even these experts make mistakes. A highly qualified gallery cleansing operative might, in an access of sanity, fail to recognize that a used condom, a pizza with some cigarette butts in it and a few beer cans comprise a major work, and sweep it away. He or she could be chucking out a work worth millions. But not to worry. When such a fate befell some art rubbish by Gustav Metzger at the Tate, Tate, full stop, it's lost the to make it, well, younger, buzzier, more intensely serotoninally relevant. It was pointed out by a spokesmoron that the artist had not actually had to go to the trouble of picking up new rubbish to create a replacement work of art, but had simply found a bag that had already been filled and discarded. According to the spokesmoron, who was presumably acting on the orders of a senior moron, the bags are taken from where they are found and placed in the gallery space. He doesn't manipulate what's in the bag. That's good to know. Anthony Burgess wrote, "Art is dangerous. When it ceases to be dangerous, you don't want it."
I have to say, I've never really... I don't know where that Burgess quote is from, and I would imagine it's probably cherry-picked from something out of context, because he didn't believe that either, necessarily. And I think that I've never believed that view, this idea that art is one endless thing of being radical. You've got to be more radical and more radical and more radical, because obviously that's not what art is it? That's just something you can do that with it, but it's not the be-all and end-all.
It goes back to what we were saying earlier, that the idea of art being dangerous becomes a kind of cliche, a kind of sort of slightly fey intuition about art that perhaps is, you know, it's based on an idea that art has a political utility, really, in effect.
Exactly.
And it can
that you have to challenge things, challenge this, challenge that. It's no, you can do that in the same way that you can, crack someone over the head with a shovel, but you can also dig with it. You don't have to.
I mean, this is probably what they'll do with. I mean, if Christopher Nolan's Odyssey, it gets box office receipts and succeeds on its own merits, then maybe they won't have to. But I have a feeling that if they, are trying to still keep, they're consciously managing the pushback on that film at the moment, they'll start to say something like it's one of the most dangerous and radical films, of the moment, or something like that. They'll try and, invest it with that idea of art as danger again.
Yeah, it's all just so tight. Because I mean, you start somewhere in the 1800s with this idea of being radical and pushing the boundaries, then you just end up with what we have now. Basically, it's a bad rabbit hole to go down.
Installations and found objects ceased to be dangerous decades ago. It's a century since Marcel Duchamp changed the face of urinals forever. bad joke then, and one which has only got worse with constant retelling. Here are some of the properties invariably ascribed to installations. You can simply tick them off. Provocative, challenging, subversive, ahead of its time, controversial, groundbreaking, radical, cutting edge, empowering, and yes, dangerous. Really? They're about as dangerous as a soft toy. Very expensive soft toy, of course. They're about as subversive as a high-end BMW, about as challenging as a poached egg. They sell for millions. Installations, especially minimalist installations, are the supreme trophies of the international establishment, that super haute bourgeoisie which is rich enough, gormless enough, and boastful enough to own foundations, exhibition spaces, parks, and galleries, places where the rubbish can be displayed. Site-specific rubbish and mute rubbish, for installations have absolutely nothing to say. They might have been sworn to silence. The Trappist dictum, "Be in this world, not of it," is the very worst precept that any artist can follow. Yet we live in Trappist art's golden age. In this debased milieu, anything is art if an artist says it is art. This is rather akin to Tony Blair's conviction or delusion that a course of action is correct because it is his course of action. Under the aegis of phenomenology, privileging experience and expression instead of a priori conceptualization and theoretical interpretation, quite who anoints a half-wit as an artist is a different matter. The evocation of surveillance provokes the construction of a narrative and a questioning of the intentions of the voyeur. But it's not important, because whilst we may acknowledge the half-wit's right to call itself an artist, we do not have to acknowledge that the art is anything other than worthless. Exploring notions of compromised narrativity and consequent hybridization in multicultural handshake sheds.
Good name for a 90s band. Multicultural handshake shed.
Yeah.
I'd listen to them. Yeah. Good stuff.
The history of art since Duchamp has been the history of the kings and even the pawns within the art loop, patronizing those outside the art loop for their Ostrogothic Philistinism in failing to appreciate drivel, mocking pretentious art criticism, and, above all, excoriating the jargon of art. It's also the history of people too afraid and too peer-pressured to admit that they know they're being flogged a pup. Subtle appropriations of literary and cinematic reference, migrations of restricted discourse, philosophic, not forms, questions of culture and identity. There are no trades which are more contaminated by meaningless, self-congratulatory, obfuscating jargon than those of curator, patron, critic, gallery director, panjandrum. They speak only to each other.
I love the word panjandrum.
Yeah.
It's a shame when I get to use it, to be honest. I mean, just to be clear, I don't think it has any relevance to the art world. He's just using it as a joke, as a thing here. But the great panjandrum is an old it's an old story, isn't it? Like about a or is it a nonsense thing? I can't remember. The Great Panjandrum. It's an old it's an old picture book. about a sort of a children's picture book about a sort of, you know, it's a nonsense verse basically, and it was used as a panjandrum was a British bomb in World War II that was sort of ludicrous thing with two enormous wheels and a big thing in the middle that would the wheels were rocket propelled by little fireworks, and it would crawl towards targets. Never actually used, but yeah, quite comical if you want to look it up. Yeah, it's a great word though. I love it. Panjandrum. A great panjandrum.
Or to themselves. They are often as not the same person in multiple roles. The art loop is forever out to shock. Pickled corpses, obviously. Performance artists severing bits of their bodies to eat. Insulting royals. Suicides by several means. Burning buildings. Shit, and more shit. Drowning babies. Black pudding made from the artist's blood. Bestiality workshops. And genitals by the truckload. The usual stuff. And because it is so usual, so utterly familiar, it fails in its mission. It does not shock as it intends. Its commonplace triteness is not shocking at all. Questioning notions of questioning notions. Curating curation, curating curators. But it does shock in a way that it is incapable of realizing, in a way that is not intended. Its carelessly ignorant mauling of the English language is truly shocking. The work of people with tin ears and such lack of originality that they resort to cliché. Sirota called his application to run the Tate grasping the nettle. That very title should have disqualified him. But of course it didn't, because the clique that chose him recognized him as one of their own, with the same gross insensitivity to English.
It's for everyone. It is somehow...
That insensitivity is shared by the curator's curator, Hans Ulrich Obrist, who mauls the language with insouciant abandon. The poor man is quite unaware that the words he expectorates are so meaningless that they might constitute a private idiolect that he alone can understand.
So that within this whole information explosion, curating is used more and more. We can see it on Amazon, book lists are being curated. We can see it in magazines, pages are being curated. Concept stores are being curated.
Of course it is understood.
I mean, Academic Agents channel's been curated into seasons, isn't it?
Yeah. It feels like a bit like Meades has got it in for Sirota and Obrist here. Really,
I do get it, but it's like we've all heard this before, haven't we? I mean, yes, contemporary art is a bit wanky. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
You know. Also, I mean, to be fair, I do think that occasionally you still get some gems.
Yes.
You know? You do get some genuinely interesting. Also, because about half the artists that do this kind of thing are just in it for the money and the publicity. They found a way to get their name in the paper and to be paid for it. But about half of them are actually quite intelligent people who are basically doing this slyly, and that they share all these opinions. They know that it's rubbish, but the reason it has to be is because this is what the gallery owners and the buyers pay for.
Yes,
right. It's that you kind of have to do this, and a lot of them just do it because it's what they have to do to make a living.
That's the market now. I mean, that's like my screenwriter friend saying to me, Simon, if you want to eat, you've got to be at the table. I mean, they take just a completely ruthlessly, unprincipled and attitude to it, or not unprincipled. Maybe that's an unkind word, but they will bend and yield to the incentives that obtain in the current structure, which, that in itself just needs to be unpicked.
Yeah, basically. Someone in the chat mentioned the Myra Hindley portrait.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I actually would. I was going to say I was going to defend it. That's not even true. I just accept that. I think that's actually a very prurient artwork. Obviously, it stirred a huge amount of controversy, but I think that's actually a very necessary, if you like, artwork because of what it suggests and because it forces us to confront what we've actually
Yes.
What the society we're in, and that's just me putting extraneous political stuff on top of it. I mean, the actual picture of Myra Hindley is itself an iconic artwork,
yes,
because it's entered the culture as a kind of shocking invocation of the evil feminine, with her peroxide blonde hair and that sort of tilted gaze into the camera.
It is. I think you're right. I mean, I will say that, just because, something was, the YBAs and the whole thing of conceptual art, of course, we're in a sphere where we're, keen to assert forms of art, which, gives some sort of nutrition, I guess you would say, and which perhaps might, involve challenging some of the notions behind conceptualism and the way it has been. It was commodified very super effectively, and remains. I mean, some pieces, of the YBAs, the Sensation exhibition, some of them I will gaze at. I find interesting. The work that Ron Muick did. The sort of hyper realistic sculptures he did. He did one of his dead father, which is a very strange one to look at. Dead Dad, I think it's called. Which, I find some of that sort of, I guess it's the kind of craft and the model maker kind of interest in me that looks at some of that stuff and finds it interesting. The Damien Hirst shark, that we saw a little bit earlier, is that the one? I think it's called like The Impossibility of Death in the Mind of Someone Living.
That's right.
From memory.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. I mean, I sort of don't find that terribly interesting. I think I might have seen it, or I might have seen a similar one of his that was done, a sort of, a transected animal of some kind in a suspension, but some things sort of do interest me. I don't know why. The Rachel White-Reed, is it Rachel White-Reed or Whitehead, the one who she cast a suburban house in concrete, and then she took the cast and then filled the cast and made a cast of a house, a very strange house that you can't walk into or be inside, but it was just an interesting sort of piece of artwork. I mean, I'm not saying these are the most brilliant things or the end of the world or solely defining. Sometimes it's just probably the craft I'm attracted to, about how things are made, actual artifacts and objects, and sometimes the kind of more elusive and frail kinds of installations just seem boring, and I can't make anything of them. So it's not. I think you're right. We can't sort of say chuck everything in the bin. There may be some factor of interest, but you have to take each thing and consider it, don't you? And decide if, Jake and Dinos Chapman, people mention in the chat as well. I mean, I found it fascinating, the great big, tableau they did of hell, with all the soldiers kind of tearing people apart. It's kind of grotesque, but again, it's that thing of the miniaturization of the world that, sort of draws me in at some level.
Yes, and I think as you say, Simon, it's important to remember that all art has to be taken as itself.
Yeah.
You can't extraneate stuff onto it, even if it's part of something you hate or comes from a traditional movement you dislike. It's ultimately still the art and the iconography.
It's a pidgin loosely based on English, a lingua franca globally spoken by the few thousand people who inhabit the art loop and who foist their taste on the world. Cultish, exclusive, incomprehensible to the uninitiated, uncommunicative, which is the very opposite of art, entirely lacking in transparency. Just scared to say anything. Or is it art by people who want to be artists but have no skills whatsoever? It is unique, a lingua franca which is also a language of exclusion, a word fortress built by the inmates to keep out the mocking gawpers who want to visit the asylum to jeer at the inmates. A fortress that has evidently been breached. We shall go on mocking.
You think that I don't even mean a single word I say.
Listen to Word of Mouth on iPlayer Radio now, Radio 4's exploration of the world of words. Next tonight, man may have walked on the moon, but no one has journeyed to the bottom of the Amazon. Come with us into the abyss.
There we go. My first Jonathan Meades outing.
Yeah,
I'd like to see more of him. I think this one probably he was let down by his kind of weak script and sort of not very good. I mean, it wasn't really a film about slang or jargon. It was just him sort of having a go at various things.
It was in the last lines there. He said, "We shall continue to mock them." It's a film of irritability, isn't it?
Basically, it's venting spleen.
Yeah, that's how it feels watching it. I mean, it's not his most interesting and fun work, I would say. But the subject of language and language games are interesting to us anyway, and I think that's why it's made a diverting afternoon out of which much conversation has sprung, even though it might be five times as long as the actual documentary.
But that's what people are here for, Simon. We are the last bastion of long form content on the internet that isn't watching Star Wars videos.
When we go, it all goes. Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. So Simon, we will be coming back on Monday if that is all good with you.
Are we doing Mondays or Tuesdays? We were doing sort of.
I can't remember now.
Tuesday first time. We were doing either side of Deepest Law on Wednesday. We can do whatever we want.
I'll just check my calendar.
Yeah.
Make sure I haven't got anything on either of those days that would preclude us.
We will, of course, insist to our audience that they are completely flexible, while we remain totally inflexible, and we'll just do things on a whim, a cruel whim, which put up with.
Unless you happen to be the Sir Peter Ustinov tier of subscriber, in which case you can request to have streams when you like them.
Yes, we will be grovelingly, fawningly cringing with you.
That is a privilege for the privileged. So,
I'm afraid so.
So I think if we do Tuesday, that will what shall we do on Tuesday?
Well, we'll keep it a mystery for the audience at the moment. We will not tell you what we will be doing. We will simply decide in a spasm of a heroic will as to what we take up next. It could be something different altogether. In a sense, variety is good.
I'm quite keen on doing something a little bit off the wall. And that people genuinely would be quite surprised, or maybe just do the Philip Larkin stuff, because it's relatively short form. There's only maybe an hour and a half of total content. I shouldn't say that. Of total footage of him. So maybe we do that and talk about Larkin and just have a natter about wherever that takes us. Or we, as I say, do something really weird, like find some really wacky old footage of something odd happening and analyze it.
It could be.
Also possible.
Could be anything. We have decided we will have guests on in future as well, if the guests are willing and available. And we will entertain interesting discussions, which may just be discussions in themselves, nothing to do with watching programs at all, on the searing subjects of the moment, which must be reviewed urgently in order to see the discourse perhaps, become more uplifting. But we will decide those in due course.
Yes, indeed. So you will be hearing from us again. So, Simon, any closing thoughts on what we've seen and talked about today?
No, I think we've given a pretty darn good value, I would say, in terms of pulling that apart and actually coming tangentially away from it, because it does seem, in retrospect, it is a project of late Meades. It just feels less playful and less positive. It does feel like the gripes of an old man. Sorry, John, but that's just what comes across, and that perhaps is something you see with people as they become darker in their outlook as time goes on, which is sad. Sometimes I think you should just leave the stage and blow your brains out when you're still fresh, instead of dragging us through your kind of mithering annoyances.
Word, mithering.
My friend Mike Leslie, he's from the Northwest. They use mithering. It's a word I only learned recently. So people have reminded in the chat that I did see comments earlier on. He did a series of architecture specific ones. He did ones on totalitarian architectures of the Second World War. So he did one on Germany called Jerry Building. There was then one called Joe Building on Stalinist architecture. and there was one called Ben building on Mussolini's architecture, and there was also a Spanish one based on the architecture around Franco's regime as well. So he's done a series of interesting diversions. I thought the one particularly on Mussolini was interesting, about the way kind of Italian futurism and a kind of sort of civic response to the government, formed around that regime. And he talks very interestingly about, what he actually is quite useful. He talks about what is the idea of fascism. What does it actually mean? Because it's one of those ideas that's kind of really less understood. I will confess to not understanding it quite so much myself, other than in Wikipedia type generalizations. But there is an interesting question to be asked. We kind of know what communism looks like, but what does it actually mean, fascism? In its various located forms and in its general sense as well, because it's the thing of, again, where a word has been denatured, it's been abused, and just it's thrown around as a retributive marker of unacceptability socially. But does it actually have a meaning as an ideological and consistent paradigm that we can understand? Because I'm not sure I do when people talk about it anymore. And that may be something that he does contribute to that conversation very interestingly through that one. But the other ones are very good as well, looking at lumps of old World War II concrete and thinking about the incentives behind those as well.
Yeah, I'd like to see his architectural films, the ones on Franco's buildings and so forth.
Yeah. Some of them are more architecturally focused, and I find those quite interesting. It's little observations of different countries or different regions of the UK, and he has an eye for that. I mean, that's kind of sort of in a way where I want him to be, going on his area of aesthetic expertise, than just kind of ranting after a few too many pints.
Yeah, definitely. Though you and I'd be pretty good at that as well, I think.
Well, absolutely, yeah. Celtic Perspective says, if you take requests, would you possibly do Synth Britannia? These are the BBC 4 documentary strands that they did. They did like Heavy Metal Britannia, Prog Britannia, Synth Britannia, and they were quite good sort of talking head docs with band members from various musical genres of the late 20th century. I actually did find them quite enjoyable. They are quite interesting. Possibly, I suppose I'll say, in a kind of non-committal way. Maybe we might, if Panama is interested in having a look at them, but they might not be necessarily good fodder. Depends.
I'm completely open. If you or anybody in the chat suggests it, then we can certainly give it a go. I mean, we need fodder for our nattering. So
yeah, I quite like Synth Britannia, and I quite like the one on prog. Actually, I thought they were interesting.
Music documentaries are maybe an interesting one.
Yeah.
We should watch that documentary on Vivian Stanshall.
Oh yes.
That's good, and I know that's probably not going to get copyrighted either. So,
well,
and if it does, we can ask Roger Ruskin-Spear to let us have it. So.
Well, I could literally do that. I mean, I've met Roger, and Mike knows him, and we could probably just literally send him a text. So that'd be great. I mean, we'd love to get Mike on, because he can talk very interestingly about the whole of the bonzos. I mean, if he's got time, and it's an agreeable moment and a documentary subject, I think he'd be very good to come on. Yeah.
Recusant Pulse, what are you going to do with Larkin? I think what we ought to do is do a slightly more planned stream, where we watch all the footage, but we also obviously go through some of the poetry. And there's a very interesting Clive James book called Somewhere Becoming Rain, which is his collected writings on Philip Larkin. And if I send you a PDF of that, it's a very short book. You could do it in a few hours, basically.
Yeah.
Would you mind reading that in preparation?
I could look at that. Yeah.
It's if you haven't got a sort of cover to cover as such, but it's just a kind of it's Clive James's defense of Larkin, basically. As a poet and artist, and I think that would be a really cracking stream.
Yes.
Obviously, it would be slightly more structured than our usual sort of stuff, but it would be very good. We'll see. So over the weekend, we'll choose. We'll do something either a bit wacky or not, or we'll do Larkin or something else. We'll see.
Absolutely. So we've only been going 6 hours and 11 minutes. I think.
See, they could never do this on Academic Agency, could they?
They'd just flake out, wouldn't they? They just,
exactly.
I've got to go and make my tea now. I've got to go and
do the compost.
Yeah. It's not, you're not really committed, are you?
No, long form content. I know there's lots of autists out there that need 6-7 hours of
We've given a weekend's worth of content here. People
exactly. And remember, twice a week you're getting this. Twice a week with extras. So be grateful. You can
wash the car, you can fix the roof on the shed, you can, go for a drive, and you've got acres of content to listen to here. And just saying. Yeah, I really want to go to that Adam Curtis conference. Just saying.
Well, we'll see about that. Anyway, we'll see. We'll in a few days' time we'll have a look at the pot, and we'll see what we can get you in way of funds, Simon. So,
well, we never know. So, Showbiz Sam, a G.G. Allen documentary. If G.G. Allen, who I'm thinking of, I think that could be a bit extreme.
I doubt we're going to get away with that on YouTube. And also, I don't know about you, Simon, but I'm not I don't have any knowledge on heavy metal or anything like that. So
I might find it quite depressing. I think he had a bit of a bad time. Didn't he?
G.G. Allen might be slightly too much for.
Sorry, I'm depressed enough as things are.
Interesting fellow, but maybe G.G. Allen might be a bit beyond us to cope, I think. I'm sure we can find, can't we do, I don't know, like Chet Baker or
we're not saying no to anything, but we're
Humphrey Littleton.
We're also we're also we've only got mortal bodies.
I think sort of Humphrey Littleton it would be more appropriate for this channel than G.G. Allen. Would you be interested in doing a stream on sort of like how about sorry I haven't a clue and like all those old codgers?
Well, yeah, they were funny. That's the thing. That was a strangely unique kind of program. The way they got away with stuff on that show. That's always quite interesting. Bring me the head of Alfredo Garcia. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. We'll bring me the anyway. We won't go to that now.
But it's been fun. Let us know in the comments what you think. All the sort of usual stuff that people say with streams. Give us a like, subscribe.
Right then, lovely boys. We'll be taking our leave. So it's goodbye from me.
And it's goodbye from him.
Goodbye, everyone. See you next week.